The world is actually hollow and flat. Xbox stopped taking L's. Between these two statements, which is more unbelievable? Probably the Xbox one. Xbox has been circling the drain for a handful of years now. The reputation of Xbox has gone into the shitter. Let's just be honest, let's not huff all that copium and fall into delusional genjutsu about, Xbox had this going for it and that. They have done everything they can to fully wipe their ass with everything that made Xbox so special for so long. And really the nail in the coffin was the absurd price hike of Game Pass. They brought it all the way up to $30 for Ultimate. And then they announced that Phil Spencer would be stepping down from his position and they were going to be trapping him in a Forerunner prison like the fucking Didact. And in his place, they announced a new CEO named Asha Sharma. And I made a video talking about that decision, that I do believe letting go of Phil Spencer was the right call. He had proven that he couldn't exactly steer the company in the right direction to navigate its tricky position that it finds itself in. Is kind of a fucking joke, like this communal spittoon everyone takes turns hawking a loogie in. So it makes sense that they'd want a change, but I was not convinced Asha Sharma was a good fit, considering prior to her position here at Xbox, she had no experience in the games industry, and her previous roles were all AI first and foremost. It was big pushes in AI-driven tech, and it felt like she was coming in kind of just as end-of-life care, where she was going to be the one kind of slowly pulling the plug on this whole Xbox thing and just letting it die quietly in the night with a sad whimper and a wet fart. But man, with what's been happening here, I gotta tell you, Asha Sharma's got my whole asshole in my mouth right now, because she is making some genuinely positive changes, and Xbox is squeaking out a few W's right now. The most notable, and the one that everyone's talking about, is the unprecedented change to their subscription price, where instead of going up, it went down. I didn't even know that was possible. This is one of the first times I have ever seen any subscription service get cheaper. She made a statement saying that Game Pass Ultimate has become too expensive for too many players, which is the fat, sloppy truth that is more true than me being short. I've always said Game Pass Ultimate is a good service, but 30 clams a month I think is too expensive for it. Keep in mind, in October of 2025, they literally increased the price by 50% out of nowhere. Like, that is unreasonable. So they announced that starting today, the price will be dropping from $30 a month down to $23 a month, but future Call of Duty titles will no longer be hitting Ultimate on day one, which I don't think is a deal breaker or anything. And it's not just Ultimate that got a price drop. PC Game Pass also received a price drop from $16.49 to $14.99. So overall, bucking the trend of subscription prices only ever going up was extremely surprising here, especially from Xbox. Now, I want to bring up something that a lot of people are also mentioning. This is a sentiment that's been echoed across the community, how even with this price reduction, which is appreciated, mind you, you are still paying 30% more for the service than you were prior to their outrageous price increase in October. So it is nice that they're reducing the price, but it is still higher than what it was just 6 months ago. And it's not by like a meaningless margin. It is still about a 30% increase in price paying for that same service. So it's a good start. I will say it is a good start. And it's especially refreshing coming from a brand as fucking tarnished as Xbox. So I think some of the immediate changes Asha has been making under her leadership have been very positive. This is a step in the right direction. Yes, I would have liked to see them bring the price a little bit lower to what it was prior to 6 months ago, but even still, this is rare to see a subscription price reduction. So that's nice. I hope to see more decisions like that. And this isn't the only thing Asha's done that I think is a positive change for Xbox. She got rid of the whole "This is Xbox" campaign and replaced it with "We are Xbox" and changed their logo. Now, the logo is still fundamentally the same, but they brought in the classic green. It feels like it has more life to it now. A lot less sterile and like... It's a small change, obviously, just changing the colors around, cleaning it up a little bit, polishing it. But to take it back to the roots, I think is very smart. There was a time when Xbox was a juggernaut in this space. And I know recently Phil Spencer did like the world's smallest violin tour, basically just doing funeral eulogies for Xbox, where he just kept saying over and over, yeah, we lost the console wars, yeah, we're not very good right now, that kind of thing. That has become what people think of in Xbox when they think of Xbox right now. So to change the logo to make you go back and recognize where Xbox was, I think is refreshing. And it really feels like they at least loosely understand that. In one of their statements, they close it out by saying, the model that got us here won't be the one that takes us forward. 1000%. You are right on the money there. All of the missteps and all of the Xbox One is the entertainment hub. Can't spell entertainment without Xbox. Obviously, I'm exaggerating some of the shit, but the thing that completely ruined them was the model that Xbox needs to be more than gaming. It needs to be like your all-in-one, all-encompassing entertainment hub. And it just got so scattered and just so bastardized along the way that now no one even knows what the fuck the Xbox's purpose is. It barely competes with games. They have so many studios under their umbrella that churn out nothing. They just fucking just empty puffs. So yes, they're completely correct. The model that got them to where they are today in this rough spot will not be the one that saves them. So departing from that and going back maybe to the roots, like what the logo leads me to believe they're trying to do, is the right call. Again, it was never a secret what can save Xbox. Games. Good games. Everyone has been saying that. Literally everyone knows that. It's not the most difficult concept to grasp. The hardware on Xbox is great. I've always said Xbox Series X is a fine piece of hardware. It's very solid. But there's very few reasons to own the Xbox because there's very few games on that motherfucker. That bitch has less games than the Ouya. It is in a rough spot when it comes to actual games that Microsoft has been able to produce for their console. The only reason people play anything on Xbox is because their friends might already have the Xbox. That's it. Otherwise, you're probably playing it elsewhere, like on PC or something. So the Xbox is a good piece of hardware that needs good games on it. And it's something that Microsoft has just been unable to accomplish for many years now. But it really does feel like Asha is trying, and is trying to push Xbox back in that direction, which I appreciate. I do give that a round of applause. The price drop is great. The logo change, smart. Those kind of immediate, actionable changes do give a lot of weight to her statements when she says things like, as monetization and AI evolve and influence this future of gaming, we will not chase short-term efficiency or flood our ecosystem with soulless AI slop. Games are and always will be art crafted by humans and created with the most innovative technology provided by us. This is something she said when she first came in, and she's saying all the right words there, but it's hard to believe that initially because she came from an AI background, and Microsoft seemed to be trending in that direction. But now that she's making these changes here, I'm starting to believe that maybe this is something she's striving towards. Not just farting out AI slop till the cows come home to flood Xbox, but instead actually recommitting to making great games. Creative games made by talented developers. I'm hoping we can start to see that. I would love if Xbox turned it around. I know I've shat on them many times over the years. I do that for Nintendo and Sony as well, but Xbox in particular has been in a really, really bad spot. So yeah, of course I've been clowning on them quite a bit. But it's not because I want to see them fail. I want to see them succeed. As I've always said, my favorite console, my favorite generation, Xbox 360 era. Xbox 360 is and always will be my favorite console. That was my best memories in gaming. And it was the last time Xbox was special. I would love to see it get back to that former glory. I really would. And if I may make a recommendation, if you're watching this, Asha, please do something about Halo. Oh my goodness, Halo Studios is nothing but a bad news factory. Jiminy Christmas. Just 2 days ago, it is being reported that they're working on a Halo extraction shooter, which is coming off the tail end of a canned Halo Battle Royale. Please please do something about Halo. It is tragic. It is so sad. Why would they even be considering a battle royale for Halo? They're already a decade late to that trend, and now they're replacing that with an extraction shooter, and they're too late to that trend as well. Why? It's already getting stale, and the game hasn't even begun. So by the time it rolls out, it's going to be beyond dead. Please do something about Halo. Oh my goodness, we are overdue for some good news in this franchise, please. Holy. Anyway, though, I just wanted to yap a little bit about the current state of Xbox and say that I may have been wrong about Asha here. I think I was wrong. I appreciate that she is genuinely making some positive changes there. And hopefully that will continue. I hope this isn't just like a, honeymoon stage thing where she comes in, starts making good changes for a few months, and then it goes right back into the same corporate greedy shit that got us here in the first place. I would love to see this continue, and hopefully Xbox can be a legitimate player in the game space again. That's really about it. So yeah. I've made quite a few videos on those really expensive alpha male classes. They're not classes, they're like retreats where it teaches you how to be an alpha male. The one I've covered most extensively is the Modern Day Night Project, where it's $18,000 and you spend 3 days getting a hose sprayed in your face, and that's basically it, while getting yelled at by some goobers. These pathetic urinal cake scammers prey upon desperate losers and then turn them into broke, desperate losers. That's basically the entire thing. They tell you how weak you are and how it needs to change, and the only way it's going to change is by giving them thousands and thousands of dollars, and that'll unlock your third eye. These goobers will give you the super soldier serum, turn you into fucking Steve Rogers here, and the $18,000 you paid up front is an investment because they're going to give you all the tools to make millions of dollars, and it's going to make you a real strong, masculine testosterone titan. But then you actually go to the retreat and you spend like a few days in a Lowe's parking lot getting a hose sprayed in your face, and that's about the extent of it. Well, I just learned that there's something similar for fathers and sons called the Squire program. It's a $2,000 day where you spend $2,000 to go with your son to throw sand in each other's faces and take an ice bath, and it's supposed to turn your son into a man and strengthen the bond between father and son.
Your experience was, we have a second chance at a father and son relationship, and this time it's when we are the fathers.
In their own sizzler reel here for the Squire program, they drop that little nugget. No matter what your experience was, you get a second chance, except we're the fathers. You're my new dad? Like, what? What do you mean you're the father now? This was supposed to be a father and son experience, but now you're the dad. So now you've now taken the role of the papa. Can you imagine being this much of a loser where you're like, man, my son doesn't respect me. I'm kind of a goofball myself. I'll pay $2,000 so these guys can go spit in my face, only to show up and they're like, no, I'm the dad now. Get away. This is now my son. It is unhinged.
A man has the duty and obligation to raise a son who is capable and confident so that he may be an asset to society and not a liability.
You're going to experience pain today. There's nothing wrong with it. Pain is a powerful tool. It's a powerful motivator. I think it's one of the most compelling forces for good.
You can see where that $2,000 goes. Straight to the production team. Look at this trailer. It's like a new Marvel movie they're announcing here. Because I can promise you that money's not going into the actual retreat, because you pay $2,000 only to jog around a parking lot, crawl around in some dirt, take an ice bath, and learn basic headlocks. All of that you can do yourself for free. You don't need $2,000 to pay some guy to yell at you, LARPing as the boot camp instructor. You, as the father, could easily go up to your son and be like, hey, look, sport, why don't we go for a run? Why don't we get a little more serious about like our physical activity out there? You know, maybe we take classes on, jiu-jitsu or something, or let's get a gym membership. We'll start lifting. You can do those things without paying $2,000 to some weirdos that are just scamming you out of that money. Like, it's so ridiculous.
So the Squire program is a 15-hour immersive course where we're literally going to take these young men through trials and tribulations of what it means to be a man. All right. 1, go! Breathe, come on. Breathe. Look at me, come on.
Don't stop breathing. Come on.
Young man, stay hard.
Look at me.
Yeah, this is what it means to be a man. Paying $2,000 to some greasy slime ball to say stay hard while you take an ice bath with your dad. If I only had a nickel for every time in my adult life being a man I've had to take an ice bath with Pops. Jeez, right? Man, there's nothing I wouldn't be able to afford. This is stupid. This is not taking you through trials and tribulations of what it means to be a man. This is just them doing, like, cosplay, basically, where this is what a man needs to be. And it's literally jumping jacks in dirt and then taking an ice bath. You can do that for free if you want to. You don't need to pay this kind of money for it. And, spoiler alert, it's not going to make you more of a man. Spending 15 hours, one day, doing something physically demanding isn't going to change your life. It is going to change your bank account, though, because of how expensive it is. I guess the idea that almost makes sense if you're a brain-dead troglodyte is that by spending 15 hours a day outside of the comfort of your smartphones and your video games and your V-Bucks, Robux, all of that, it'll turn your son into a man because we had him do some push-ups and jumping jacks and some burpees. Like, you don't need to pay for that. If you want, just tell your son, like, hey, let's stop spending so much time playing those games. Let's do more physically active shit. And that would be a great thing. And it's a lot cheaper. And it's not just a one-time thing. Instead of spending one day doing something, like, challenging, make it a habit. Make it a routine. And I think it could be a great tool for connecting more with your son, daughter, family, friends. Like, hey, let's do this together. Let's start getting more physically active. You'd save a lot more money, and it would be a lot more beneficial because then you would do it more often than just this one time for $2,000. It's just silly. I do think there is a ton of value in doing things that are uncomfortable, getting out of your comfort zone and doing something challenging and tough. I do think that's good. This is just the worst way of doing it and the most like caveman approach to it. Like, oh, in order to make Grok strong, Grok must throw sand in my dad's face. I'm not just pulling that example out of my ass either. Like, here's a clip of them just throwing sand on each other. I don't know how this makes you more of a man. This seems like you're going backwards. This is like a child throwing a temper tantrum on the beach when his parents said he can't have another can of Coke. Their pitch on this program is so cringe, too. How will your son know when he's a man? For most boys, there's no defining moment or experience that tells him he's become a man. In fact, most boys today grow up and never truly feel like a man. That's another thing. On their website, there are so many grammatical errors. I guess becoming a man also means becoming illiterate. Most boys simply grow older, but don't really know what it takes to be a man in today's world. That's such a silly mistake. What a stupid douchebag. Don't really know what it takes to be a man in today's world. Did nobody proofread this? Do they just view proofreading as beta shit or something so they don't indulge in it? This is a huge problem, and it's also the reason why so many men today are lost, confused, anxious, lonely, and without purpose. That's why for centuries, tribes and nations have had a rite of passage ritual for their boys as they come of age to become a man. It was the father and the men he trusted who took that boy through an experience which taught him, tested him, challenged him, and showed him what it takes to be a formidable man. The type of man who can lead, love, protect, provide, and be both savage and a servant. A servant? Does that not contradict all of the other shit you want? You want your son to grow up to be a servant. A servant to who? You guys? One of your little pay piggies? So they can grow up and give you money and keep this cycle going? In times past, this is how boys were shown that it's time to step up and to step into their masculinity and claim their seat at the table with the other men in the tribe. But in our modern culture, this rite of passage experience no longer takes place, and it's why we now have grown men who lack leadership, mental toughness, emotional discipline, and have no definitive purpose in life. But according to you, that purpose in life is to be both savage and also a servant. So the purpose is to give you money. That is the purpose for the men that you guys are trying to train.
Fucking kidding me? All right, let's try this from the push-up position. Maybe this will work better. Let's all drop into the push-up position. Maybe then we'll focus a little more. Three of us understood that command. That is excellent. If we get this wrong, I'm going to come by and kick everyone in the fucking ribs. You're going to have your head up so you see who I'm pointing at. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Wow, what a tough guy. Threatening to kick children in the ribs. This guy means business, holy. You don't want to tussle with the muscle. This guy's not afraid to threaten children.
3. Okay, good. Now you're going to take a right side step.
How much?
Just like you did the left side step, do a right side step. Yeah. Okay, one more. Good. Take a little 6-inch right step forward.
Masculinity is walking blindfolded behind a Lowe's trying to avoid barbed wire and planks of wood with nails sticking out, while your dad tries to guide you around it. That is absolutely just a recipe for disaster, by the way, because if the kid, like, misheard a direction there and just steps on the nail, it's going right through his shoe and through his fucking foot. Well, potentially, I'm sure they would, like, go in and, like, move the kid out of the way, but that is still just so stupid. It doesn't even teach you anything. Like, what is even the lesson there? How is that masculinity at all? Listening to your dad, I guess? But is that the best way of teaching it? Like, here, put this blindfold on. We're gonna walk through some landmines. I'll try and keep you alive. It's just the dumbest way of trying to do this lesson of, like, listen to your dad. It's so embarrassing. Like, for the father here, too. And also, look at the setup here. It's just some pieces of wood with nails and, like, some barbed wire literally behind whatever business this is. You paid $2,000 for that. If you really wanted to walk this obstacle course, you could have set it up in your backyard for $5 with items you could find at Home Depot. It's just a dumb exercise in the first place, though. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this. Another part of their website has a section about how moms turn babies into boys and dads who turn boys into men. What an incredible section this is. Ugh, moms are bitches, am I right? As fathers, it's our responsibility to guide, mentor, and prepare our sons to take their rightful seat as future leaders. Oh, and servants also. You mentioned servants a minute ago. It's up to us to help make them confident, capable, and courageous. Every young man needs a defining experience that ushers him into manhood, and they look up to you, their dads, to teach them the ways of men and to create that rite of passage. And that's exactly why the Squire program was created. Historically, knights had squires to help them prepare their armor, horse, and weapons for war, and the squires had the knights as examples of healthy masculinity, teaching them how to be chivalrous, warriors, protectors, providers, and servant leaders. Your son deserves to be confident and successful, a man of service and compassion, a purpose-driven leader, not like that baby boy your mom is trying to raise him to be. Your wife, she is a harlot that is setting your son up for failure, which is why you need to go behind her back, give us $2,000 so we can send them through the Squire program for 15 hours. Anyway, it's basically the same shit they were doing with the modern day Knight Project, but now it's catered towards fathers and sons, and it's still just as cringe. That's really about it. So yeah. A video's been popping off showcasing a judge blowing a gasket, all because an IT guy goes up to the stand to try and help him, and then afterwards kind of casually banters with the judge a bit. And I use the word banter really loosey-goosey because he was just being very casual conversation with the judge, and the judge took it as an insult, as a sign of disrespect, and then, like, even, threatening his supervisor. It's just pathetic. He just throws a tantrum. So we're going to talk about that video in a second. We went over it on stream, and it turns out this judge is known for this. There's an entire channel dedicated to showcasing his constant anger and his fury. He has a shorter fuse than a fucking bomb-omb out of Super Mario 64. Like, he is constantly having a conniption. And it's not directed solely at IT guys who've done nothing wrong. He also just takes out his fury on anyone who steps into his courtroom. You're walking into a fucking WrestleMania. You've entered his domain expansion here. Did you see the clip of the judge crashing out over the IT guy fixing his laptop in like 2 seconds? And
you're disjoined from...
Of course you don't.
And you're disjoined from the audio here, right?
Yeah, should be.
Let me see. Sorry.
Mariah, did I make this up?
5 seconds. 1 second. You don't have to go far. You're disjoined. Okay. Yeah, you're good. Okay. False alarm.
No, it wasn't a false alarm.
False negative. Sorry.
Don't joke around. I'm serious about this. It was happening. Again.
I understand. I'm just saying I can't see it, sir.
We're good. Thank you. Get out of my courtroom. Find his supervisor. Jesus Christ.
What?
Sick and tired of this bullshit today.
What? I don't even understand. I don't understand. This looks like the biggest fucking dweeb. That guy is so used to seeing the inside of toilet bowls from all the swirlies he got growing up. Now he's got some power, so he likes to exert it, it seems. What a loser, man. Then I found out there's a channel dedicated to him called Court Disorder who clips all his freakouts. No way. Wow. The IT guy did nothing wrong, and here's Nerdy Nathan going ballistic over it for no reason. Mods, can we ban this guy? Get out of my courtroom. And find me his supervisor ASAP. Now, in a couple of the cases that we watched, it seems as though he was rightfully upset in certain cases at some of the lawyers who showed up unprepared or didn't show up at all previously, so he was kind of calling them out on some bullshit and doing so pretty aggressively. It's like he is a judge that is solely born from League of Legends solo queue toxicity, it feels like. Anytime there's anything even slightly out of whack, he just, melts down about it and goes off the rails. He just has a complete inability to control his emotions. He just has no impulse control at all. And when watching him handle some of these cases, it feels like he just makes immediate decisions based off of what mood he's in. So in a couple of cases, they're trying to present him with things or tell him things or ask him to look at things. And he's like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Nope. Can't make me do that. And it had me going up in arms like, how is that fair? How can you just decline to look at some of the things they're presenting to you when presiding over this case? So it feels like if he just doesn't like the cut of your jib, he might just not even bother looking at or listening to any of the things you try and show him or present to him. It was very peculiar. Now, of course, I don't know all of the nuance to the cases. Maybe he was really brushed up on the case before they got there, so he didn't want to waste his time, his invaluable time, reading some of the stuff they try and put in front of him. I don't really know. But his smug attitude about all of it really felt very unfit for a courtroom. It was not conducive to a professional environment on a place that's supposed to be very serious.
Not that I'm aware of. Is this in regard to the KSG law firm?
Ma'am, I don't know. Do you have a lawyer?
Yes, I do.
Are you responding to that lawyer?
I haven't had any. I'm assuming the case has been closed.
Who's he looking at? He saved someone the stink eye big time over here. Oh, it must be her lawyer. Her lawyer must be sitting over here, and he's like, uh-oh. Uh-oh, bud.
I'm in Harris County. I'm in Houston.
Could you give me an address?
I'm not comfortable with that.
Well, ma'am, I don't really care if you're comfortable. I'm calling from a court, and I'm the judge sitting on the bench. I'm trying to deal with your case to help.
How is she supposed to know that, Nathan? Anyone can say that. You don't have an official number that pops up like, this is the judge. I am Judge Nathan contacting you. Anybody can say that, man. Obviously, it's a very natural thing to be like, I don't know if I'm comfortable just giving this complete stranger who's fucking cold called me my address and everything.
Your minor child.
You don't know my voice? I'm Judge Nathan. True. That's so true.
This is Judge Nathan Miller, and I'm calling from the 215th District Court in Harris County. Who am I speaking with?
Well,
Ben.
This is a case on behalf
Ben Dover.
I need to know where you are right now. Where are you right now?
Sorry.
Where are you right now?
He's like if Review Bra donned the Green Goblin mask. It's like when Osborn got fully taken over by the Goblin persona. Man.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, we're here today, Your Honor, because the court set the emergency hearing for.
Because you requested one, sir.
Your Honor, what happened was...
You didn't appear at my hearing yesterday again.
If I may...
I like his facial expressions a lot. Staring daggers through this man right now. He is tweaking.
Respond, Your Honor?
Please, I'm waiting.
So, Your Honor, as it relates to yesterday, and non-appearance for yesterday, the short answer is that it was not on my calendar.
Were any of the other 6 hearings you didn't attend on your calendar?
There were 6 hearings that I missed.
You want to go through the record again?
No, Your Honor. But Your Honor, what happened on yesterday for hearing, as the court is, my client.
I instructed him to be here today. Where is he?
Okay, I have no.
I'm about to issue a bench warrant. Where is he?
Your Honor, I have no idea where my client is.
Okay.
Jesus. May I explain?
You may not. I'm asking where your client is. You don't know.
Your Honor, if I may.
See, these moments right here, he's like super justified. This guy's fucking slapping him.
By the time I got the order and tried to reach out to him, I could not reach out to him. I could not contact him.
Why don't you contact him right now and see where he is?
If I may, Your Honor?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll do it on the record. I'd like an address where he is because I'm about to send out the constable.
Yeah, get him on the horn. I want to hear him. Hey, Chip, where you at, bud? Dave and Buster's. Brother, you got to be in court. All right, just hurry on over. You're in contempt. Don't you ever cough in Nathan's courtroom again.
This is probably the 10th phone call that I've made.
Please record your
And this is what I get. I've sent an email. I've sent text messages.
When did you send the last email to him?
Last email was sent to him probably at about 5 o'clock this morning.
Why don't you show me that email?
5 o'clock this morning?
Mr. Rhodes, frankly, I don't believe a word you're telling this court at this point.
Well, wait till you see this email. Sorry,
If you find out who's in
I just sent 200 emails this morning. I gotta just keep scrolling through, I guess.
Brave room, please.
Bro, what are you doing? Scrolling Twitter or something, brother? There's no way you've sent 2,000 emails since 5 a.m. Is he hoping the judge just forgets?
Actually, by way of correction, Your Honor, the last email sent out was at 7:24 a.m. this morning.
Okay.
Damn.
And your client doesn't want to respond to this case?
You're telling me he's actually sent that many emails in one day? He was scrolling for like 30 seconds. That's crazy.
Does your client want to prosecute this case anymore, or should I dismiss it?
No, yes, he does, Your Honor. He does want to prosecute the matter.
So where is he?
I have no idea where he is.
Go find him right now.
May I be excused?
Yes. Y'all can step back.
See, in moments like this, I'm fully on Nathan's side. This guy is just fucking no nonsense. All right, now get out of my sight. Get the fuck out of my sight. Go find him and show me your emails. See, that's cool. See, that's when Nathan's got aura. Not when he's fucking freaking out on the IT guy over nothing.
No, you may not. This hearing is over. Jesus Christ, these people today. Step away. You're about to be cuffed.
The certificate of last.
What went so wrong?
Declaration are on file.
I get it. And you have to deal with my wrath because you're covering for somebody else.
That's what I signed up for. Let me.
You got Nathan to give you a little laugh there. You're about to get fucked, sir. You don't even know what you're in store for. Wrath doesn't even quite cover it.
But other than that, I think we're going smoothly with everything else, right? The discoveries all done too.
Set for trial?
I don't know if it's... Sorry, Honor?
When are you set for trial?
April 27th.
So why can't you get it done between now and then?
Don't have them sorry, they're just not scheduled at that time.
Okay. That's months from now.
April? Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, April 2006. I said 2007, didn't I? 27. April
What?
2000.
I know, April 2027. April 27th, 2026. Why can't you get it done?
That's next month, right?
Do I have to tell you that?
Your Honor,
What the fuck? What? How are these lawyers? What? Man, Nathan, good heavens! What kind of court? What does he oversee? What cases does he oversee? Why are the lawyers fucking stupid?
Why aren't they done by now? I'm sick and tired of people not moving their cases in this courtroom.
Fair. That's fair.
I mean, I know there's a number of written discovery issues that we've been trying to contact her, and plaintiff's counsel trying to get her contact notes too.
Did you ever ask the court for intervention?
I don't know what the court's intervention does. Your Honor.
Okay, I'm disbarring this man. I, Judge Nathan, declare that this man in front of me is no longer a lawyer. Please get him out of my courtroom.
You're going to need more than 30 seconds. Sit down.
Sir.
Wow. The client was better off representing themselves, to be honest. If that's the lawyer that you got there, holy. What the fuck? That's got to be his first day or shadowing the other dude. There's no way. Yeah, that is crazy.
This is what I would ask in front of a jury, Your Honor.
You've got to be kidding me.
Hey, man. Nathan's got some lowlights, all right? We found him through a real weak moment here. But I'm telling you, he's winning me over. What a great response to that. This must be some kind... You do this in jest, right? This is jest? You're making a haha with this on my lap? You've presented me with, right? A goof?
Want me to award $20 million?
Total's 13 and
13? Okay, no. Put on your evidence. Let's see. Ms. Kovacs, can you hear the court?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here. I can hear you.
All right, would you raise your right hand? Solemnly swear and affirm that you will a true translate from, I believe it's Portuguese to English and English to Portuguese to the best of your ability?
Yes, I swear.
Thank you. And would you state your name for the record, please?
Danielle Pinarel Kovacs.
All right, who would you like to call?
Sheila Johnson.
Ms. Johnson, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yeah, I need you to speak in Portuguese if you're going to speak in Portuguese.
Sim.
I need you to let her translate, or it's not going to work for us, okay?
What? I don't know what just happened there.
Did you translate any of that?
What? What's happening?
Ok, ele quer que você jure que você vai estar falando a verdade, apenas a verdade.
We're resetting this hearing. This is not going to work. You need to be here in person.
Wait, what? All right, someone explain to me what just happened there. Why did that go tits up so quickly? Because she needed to translate what he said before the answer. Ah, okay, so it was out of turn. So, okay, gotcha.
Ms. Travis, for purpose of the record, I am revoking my order to allow MasterWord or whoever it was to allow this translator to appear in by Zoom today. This is not acceptable. This hearing needs to be reset.
That was instantaneous.
Ms. Kovacs, get licensed or don't show up in front of this courtroom again. We're done for today. You'll have to reset it.
Thank you.
Wow. Jesus Christ, that was like a full-blown like Reddit mod moment. You posted cringe, you're banned. Don't let me catch you posting memes in general ever again. Like some Discord mod shit.
Ambles versus Palmer.
We have PowerPoints to go along with our presentation.
I don't have time for a PowerPoint. I have a jury in the box. Let's come up here and have your hearing. We're here on today?
Just usually on a plea and abatement.
What if wait, can he just... I imagine the PowerPoint was probably part of the case, right? Can he just be like, I don't want to see it. Fuck that. Do something. Can he do that? I feel like that the PowerPoint was probably important. They can? Can they if they like fully submitted the PowerPoint? Well, I guess it wouldn't... They're not onto evidence or anything yet, so I guess it would be like a preliminary thing, so I guess it wouldn't be like admissible or whatever because it's not evidence. I don't know enough about court or anything here, but damn.
It was a motion to transfer venue and
I see the motion to transfer venue. Where was the plea and abatement?
they were filed in the same document.
When was the notice?
Judge, may I briefly respond?
Sure.
And this is the a portion of the joint venture agreement where SNCP is signing this agreement on behalf of its.
Can't read that.
Okay. Those are the overlapping stores between the.
What? What do you mean you can't read that? Isn't it printed off? It looks like it's just normal printed text. Well, this one's confounding. Here, so if you'll take a look at this, here's some evidence in front of you. Can't read. Next. Also, if you... He didn't even put his glasses on to try and read it. You've submitted me blurry paperwork. Upgrade your printer, as he's holding his glasses.
Agreement on behalf of its.
Can't read that.
Okay. Those are the overlapping stores between the stores outlined.
You're wasting my time this morning.
No, Judge. I mean, we have an overlapping issue in these two cases.
They don't seem to be that overlapping to me.
Well, we have the same.
I mean, okay, brother, to be fair, you didn't even read the thing she put in front of you. Of course it's not going to look like it's overlapping. You haven't looked at it. So how the fuck would you know? He legit sounded like Tobey Maguire there. Yeah, true, he does sound a little Tobey Maguire-esque.
You want to go to Jefferson County because you want Jefferson County jury.
Oh, I mean, Judge, we're the defendants in the case.
No.
We're they're the plaintiffs. We haven't filed either one of these cases. They filed this case
Plea and
first.
abatement is denied.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We filed a proposed order, but I have one here if you want.
I'll take it.
Judge, can you briefly respond
You
about?
may not.
Well,
This hearing is done.
she's asking for a sanction.
Deputy, remove her from my bench now.
Wow, that short fuse.
Your Honor, may I speak?
No, you may not. This hearing is over. Jesus Christ, these people today. Step away. You're about to be cuffed.
Yeah, I don't get that one, Nathan. It's hard to root for you in that one there, buddy. He not only didn't look at anything that was submitted, he didn't even know that those were the defendants in the case. Huh. Yep, that one seems like a big old Nathan blunder there.
Have we made any progress?
Uh-oh. Oh, God. Uh-oh.
On why we need the continuance, yes, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the dram shop and that case, and
Were you not supposed to mediate this case by December 29th?
we wanted to, but we did.
No, you were ordered to.
Oh, fuck.
What do you mean, oh? You were ordered to.
I think we had a conflict with the severance issue and the other party.
You're going to jail. You've made me mad. You're going to jail.
The motion for continuance is denied. I'll see you in April.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Honor.
Yes. Next time, ask before you leave the bench.
My apologies, sir.
That one was a fucking journey. Oh yeah, and here's the IT. I just noticed they have it up on members, the one we watched earlier. What a weird rabbit hole. If you heard some weird noises outside of your home earlier today that sounded like some kind of haunting, like a ghost saying boo, well, rest assured it wasn't a ghost, it was probably just some people that saw the new Silent Hill movie. It has a 9% on Rotten Tomatoes right now, which I imagine will probably be one of the lowest of the year, if I had to guess. I just got home from seeing it, and I want to give you my thoughts on it. I was someone who just recently watched the first Silent Hill movie from 2006, and then the abhorrent abomination that was Silent Hill 2012, whenever that came out, where it was like all about 3D, and it was actual trash, but in an entertainingly bad sense. Every conceivable thing that could go wrong with a movie went wrong with the second Silent Hill film. I think it was called Revelation or something. And it creates kind of like a disaster masterpiece that's so bad it's good. But that first film I actually glazed. I made a whole video going over it because it is surprisingly passionate. Like, it is a film that very clearly wanted to have a faithful adaptation of the source material, and I think it succeeded for the most part. It has some problems, sure, it's got its flaws, but that first Silent Hill movie from 2006 is actually pretty solid. And the director of that movie didn't direct the second one, Revelations, which I'm sure he still goes to bed with a smile on his face every night for, because if he did direct Revelation, boy howdy, I bet he never would have landed another gig in his life. And then he came back to make this new Silent Hill film, Return to Silent Hill. This director's name is Christoph Gans, and I was cautiously optimistic that this was going to be good, even though a lot of like the behind the scenes photos weren't looking amazing. I had faith that this being the same director of the 06 movie was going to come and deliver something of high quality that Silent Hill fans and even just anyone could appreciate, really. That hopium couldn't have been more misplaced. I just finished seeing it and it just makes me question how the fuck is this the same guy that made that movie in 2006? Everything he did right in 2006, he must have forgotten. Maybe the Men in Black came in and neuralized him or something, I don't know. But something happened between then and now that led to Return to Silent Hill. What I will say is that I don't think it's a 9% bad. It's not nearly that catastrophic. I think the reason it's that low is because it is pretty insulting to the source material. Like if you're familiar with Silent Hill 2, this movie is most likely going to really rub you the wrong way. This thing is going to be chafing your fucking cheeks, I bet. It's a movie that fans of the franchise will not like, and fans of good movies also will not like. I saw this movie with two friends that hadn't played the game that it's based on, and both of them had the same reaction when the credits rolled, which was, which compared to the other reviews may as well have been fucking 2 thumbs way up and 5 stars on Letterboxd. Most people seem to really hate it. I am more in that camp where there, for me, were very few things to appreciate about it, and I think a large part of that is because I do like the game so much, and I do like his previous Silent Hill movie significantly more. But for the sake of this review, I'm going to set those things aside to the best of my ability. We're going to be getting into spoilers, so here's your spoiler warning. One thing this movie does that I think is absolutely going to make fans dislike it and any general audience member dislike it as well is that it tries to take moments from the game and ham-fist them into this film in context that just doesn't work, which leads to a lot of ambiguity. If you've played the game, you'll recognize the scene because it plays out similar to the cutscene and the video game counterpart, but it's in a very different place for a very different reason. Really, the best way to summarize this movie, it's like watching a YouTuber try to speedrun the lore of Silent Hill 2 while ripping shots of Fireball. So there's a lot of things that they're forgetting about, and it leads to a lot of disjointed shit. Like a great example is Eddie. Eddie is in here for actually maybe 30 seconds, and then he like punches James once or twice, and then he disappears, and he is never even referenced again throughout the rest of the movie. I think people just forgot that they ever even had that character in this movie to begin with. And I think the actor forgot he even took the role to begin with as well. Like, there are just so many things that do not work and feel out of place, but you can recognize them from the game because I guess they felt like an obligation to have game moments in this movie, but they're also putting them in this movie in a completely different sense because this movie completely rewrites a lot of the most crucial components of the game lore. So now the scenes that they're taking don't fit in the movie's lore, so everything's all fucking cattywampus and isn't really working. It's constantly clashing. So a huge thing they change in this movie versus the game is now they introduce a cult, and Mary's father was basically the cult's god that was poisoning his daughter, and that's how she ends up getting sick. And also, it completely rewrites James and his motivation and his relationship with Mary. That completely changes in this movie for the worse. And it completely changes a lot of the scenes that they took from the game and put in the movie because now those scenes don't work here. But even setting all of that aside, like the messiness aside, the visuals are also really inconsistent. There's a few moments that look pretty good. Like, I still think the nurses, for the most part, look good. It's clear this wasn't like a massive budget blockbuster or anything. So I know they, had fucking morsels to work with in the grand scheme of Hollywood budgets, but there are some moments that look fucking terrible. Especially when it comes towards the end of the movie. And pretty much anytime they introduce fire, it looks awful. So like the visuals get really rough, and there are some laughably bad scenes in here. Like, The very beginning of the movie, actually, there was something that made me do this in my seat. I did one of these, just out of instinct. And it's when James meets Mary, which is very different from the video game, which I understand he wouldn't be able to take this movie and make it 1-to-1 with Silent Hill 2. I would never expect that, and I don't even think that would be a good idea. But what you would expect is that there'd be a cohesive story told that is at least faithful to the source material, like he did for the first Silent Hill film. Anyway, though, James meets Mary because he was smoking a doobie, getting a little joint lit up in his car, got distracted and then swerved as a truck was coming towards him, and then he hits Mary's luggage, throwing the clothes all over the place. And she's like, "Oh, you gotta be kidding me, I can't believe this wasn't tarnation." He's like, "Oh, I feel so bad," and it's kind of love at first sight. She has all of her bags packed, waiting for a bus. The bus shows up, Mary flags down the bus. Wait, bus driver, let me on. But because her luggage got hit with the car, one of the latches doesn't work. So once James puts the clothes back in and he's helping her carry it to the bus, it opens up and her clothes spill out again. And she goes, never mind, go on. And then shoos the bus away. Why would she do that? All she had to do was just carry that piece of luggage in without the latches. She would just put it under her arm, which is exactly what James did eventually too. So why would she then just completely uproot her entire plan, which she has presumably spent a long time cooking up and had to have a lot of motivation to even tempt this idea of getting on the bus, which you'll learn about later in the film. And all of a sudden she just decides, oh, fuck it, since the latch on my suitcase here is broken, I'll just forsake all of that and go back to my fucking existence in Silent Hill. Why? What reasonable person would do that after you've already steeled your resolve to make this decision in the first place, all because the latch on the suitcase no longer works? But anyway, that's how they meet, they fall in love, it eventually leads to them going to Silent Hill, and James witnesses some really peculiar cult activity in Silent Hill, all with these interesting characters doing weird stuff with Mary. And by interesting characters, I mean just your most generic, formulaic cult members doing weird occult shit. It's just really disappointingly lame. Like, I could go on and on, but I don't think there's a real reason to. Like I said, it's not a 9% bad. Like, there are some things to like about it. The music in particular, I thought they did a good job with. Like, the music is very Silent Hill, which is good. They didn't butcher that. And there's a couple of scenes that I think were pretty okay because, like, for the nurses, they once again used dancers, which worked really well in the first Silent Hill film. And there are a couple of moments where I do think, like, the practical effects they used looked good. And I also think that the actor who played James did a pretty decent job with the character, actually. I don't know if that's a hot take or not, but I actually thought he did fine as James. It's just, he was given quite a bit of poop to work with here, unfortunately. But his actual portrayal of the character, I thought, was pretty decent in comparison to, like, the video game counterpart. I thought he did, like, a very solid attempt at it. I just wish that the rest of the movie around it was of higher quality, is all. Oh, there's one other big thing I want to mention. I recently learned through that, like, Matt Damon interview segment or whatever it was about how, like, Netflix wants him to repeat the movie's plot multiple times for people that aren't paying attention, like, on their phones. That way they can always know what's going on. So a big thing that they preach is, like, you need to reiterate everything happening multiple times. This movie gave me that vibe because, like I said, there's a lot of ambiguity in this film about, like, what's in James' head, what's a hallucination, what's real, what's, like, actually happening and all of that, which you would expect means the audience would have to start paying attention and starting to think. But then the movie will always tell you exactly what's real and what's fake. They have, like, characters that will just verbalize the plot multiple times, like, well, Mary died and, James, he's been having a hard time accepting it. James, after Mary's death, which he refuses to accept, has been making up all kinds of things in his head. It's like he doesn't even want to come back to reality. And it's like constantly telling you, like, okay, so that's a hallucination, that's fake. Okay, so that's real, that's fake. It is constantly just regurgitating the things that I would expect you would need to think about as an audience member, which was pretty annoying. And like Pyramid Head, for example, there is a scene that beats that home that this is a projection of James, where Pyramid Head gets summoned by James and then does something. I won't spoil that, I suppose. I don't know why I'm going to keep any spoilers to myself here, but Pyramid Head gets summoned by James, and then it zooms into a opening in Pyramid Head's mask, and you see James's face. And if that wasn't enough to convey the message, it then cuts to a flashback of James painting, and it's a portrait of James, and he's throwing red paint on it in the shape of a pyramid on his head. And it's like, okay, we fucking get it. Like, I don't understand why it had to, like, beat these things home, while also trying to present itself as somewhat ambiguous or even, like, artsy at points. It just doesn't... Overall, I just don't think this movie lands for anyone really, fans of the game, or even just people that want to see a good movie. I don't think this does a good job in general. But I also don't think it's 9% bad. It's not good, but it's definitely not 9%. Anyway, that's about it. Yeah.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing League of Legends for the PC. Let's do this shit. I'm playing as Poppy, the Iron Ambassador. And my team is sending me mid. I've never played mid with Poppy. I've only played Poppy around 5 times. So if you have an asshole, tell it there's about to be some shit. Do you feel safe right now, Lux? If you do, it is the last mistake you will ever make. I'm gonna heroic charge her right into our turret. That's the only reason I ever play Poppy, is just for the heroic charge. It's fucking incredible. Alright, here we go. A little early ganking. Let's go, Kha'Zix. Here we go. Brace yourself for the Goldberg Spear, you son of a bitch! Get her! Get her! Get her! Oh, fuck. Oh, if you think that clarinet is gonna save you, then your goose is cooked. I don't give a shit about the turret. Alright, fuck it, fuck it, fuck it, shit! Kha'Zix, you laid an egg. I laid down a textbook tackle and you did nothing. Nothing. I'm over here playing all-star linebacker and you're over there playing with your dick hole. My tactical advantage has all but disappeared. Fuck. I cannot do much damage to the minions. Oh, she's got good range. I work better under pressure anyway. I didn't bring any health potions because Poppy doesn't need that shit. Spell health potions backwards. It's not even a real word, I don't think, so fuck health potions. Just don't need that shit. It'd be nice if Poppy's meat tenderizer did a little more damage, but we don't even need damage. Come on, Lux, why don't you just walk into this turret? Doesn't this turret look like it needs to be walked into? This is a game of cat and mouse. I am both the cat and the mouse. Therefore, I am fucking myself. Oh shit, she's trying to chase. I've got you now, come here! Yes! Get her, get her! Damn it, ignite, ignite, ignite! Yes, yes. Wear and tear, wear and tear! I wore her and I tore her. I honestly have no idea how that worked. But goodness gracious, I am happy about it. That may very well be the first compliment I have ever received on League of Legends. Usually people just tell me, hey, you suck. Or hey, is your name not good at League of Legends? Or hey, I don't think you know how to play this game well. And they're not wrong, I don't really know how to play the game well, but one thing I do know how to do is tackle. And that's all I'm doing with Poppy. The turret is unguarded, Lux. I believe you can rub your vagina on it. You fell for the trap, the turret is not unguarded, I am right here. Welcome to the turret. Get her. Get her, turret, damn it. Damn it, son of a bitch. I'm not letting you get away. You think I'm afraid of your turret? No. I don't give a shit about your turret. I want you to ask your turret if it gives a shit about itself. Because I know I don't give a shit about it. Oh, huge mistake. Your offensive line is non-existent. Yes, run, run. Perfect, flawless execution. I'm telling you, when your offensive line is slacking, you just gotta whip out your titties and start smacking. I'm gonna try a little loop-de-doop-de maneuver here. She's gonna think I'm going to another lane or some shit, but really I'm just going all the way around the world to flank her. Hey Lux, that turret looks like it wants to build some sandcastles with you. Why don't you go... Give it a handshake. Perfect, she fell for the bait. Perfect. I hope you like turrets. Fire at Lux, turret, fire at Lux. Oh, you are not getting away from me, fucks. I'm gonna give you the business. You're gonna get my business. I gave her the business. I was a telemarketer, and she was buying what I was selling. Will Lux fall for the same trick again? Find out now, on this episode of Poppy in the Bush. It's go time. When you're going fishing, you need to bring a tackle box. Get her, turret. Oh shit. Oopsie. Oh shit, the plan has backfired. The plan has backfired. What's this gonna be? A quadra-kill, pentakill, octa-kill, Kilimanjaro? I mean, they really think these turrets are gonna protect them, but turrets are just unmilked titties. I am the milker. Oh shit, I didn't even see this dude. That's one down. Are you working under the assumption this turret's gonna protect you? No, no siree. Not against this mighty inflatable hammer. Can I purchase some football pads here? Invincibility potion, perhaps? If somebody takes one step in front of this turret, I'm pushing them from here to the Andromeda Galaxy. Perfect, perfect. Get ready, team, get ready. Get her, get her. Nice work. Who's next? You're next. As soon as this recharges. Go time! Oh, a shoestring tackle and an assist. Oh, Ash wants some too. Ash thinks the defense is not playing defense. That is where she is incorrect. She's not ready for the surprise attack. She's not ready. Cannonball. Perfect. Their whole fucking team is here. I got a base recall. Oh shit, they're free safeties on my tail. Take this. Good move. Oh damn, they emptied their bench. They've got the fucking spectators tackling for them now. Get behind me, I'll block. The 50, the 40, the 30, the 20, the 10. Touchdown. Nice work. Somebody is getting tackled into the next dimension. It's just a matter of who. It's you, come here. Perfect. You're not getting away from me. When will you learn these turrets do nothing for you? Oh shit, shit. Oh fuck, fuck. Help. No, you know, I'm going in. Take this. Alright, that's bullshit. That's bullshit, ref. Hands to the face. Illegal hands to the face, or helmet-to-helmet contact, something. It's a penalty, ref. You gotta call that shit. I'm gonna try something here. It's a theory that I have. Let's put it to the test. Everybody's getting tackled now. Here you go. My theory was incorrect. I thought using Poppy's ultimate on a champion and then running into their base would lead to no damage, so then I could just tackle everybody out of the base and out into the open. I know I saw you run into this bush to take a shit. Not on my watch. Oh, we won. I've only played a handful of games with Poppy, but I believe this is the first victory I have using her. In fact, this is probably the best I've ever done in League of Legends. Alright, well that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.
I just saw a very wild clip. Politicians are no strangers to weird takes, but what Ted Cruz just said is so shocking. I actually can't believe this is real. I double-checked if this was like AI or like a bad lip-reading video or something dubbed over. It's not. He said it with his whole chest.
Senator Booker also said we should have bipartisan agreement. I think that's a great idea. We should have bipartisan agreement. How about we all come together and say, let's stop murders? How about we all come together and say, let's stop rape? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? I want you to look at what happened when the National Guard went to D.C.
What in tarnation? Pardon me? Can we roll that back, put it on the Jumbotron, please? There's no way he just said that out loud, right? What a crazy Freudian slip. Or maybe not even a Freudian slip. It looks like he is reading off a piece of paper for his monologue here. He might have wrote that down as like a really strong stamp that he needs to get across here about people need to come together to stop attacking pedophiles. What? Teddy, sweaty and ready out here trying to defend pedophiles or some shit? Man, those Epstein files are never coming out, huh? Heavens to Betsy. Now, you have to imagine that's not what he meant to say. So you would think that he'd pretty quickly scramble to set the record straight so there's no confusion on where he stands. I don't think he wants to be known as Ted Stop Attacking Pedophiles Cruz. But he never goes back to, like, explain what he tried to express. Also, nobody in the room challenges him on it. Like, hey, Ted, quick question before moving on. Did you mean what you said at the end there? Like you said, you know, stop murder? Okay, good, yeah, all right. And then stop rape. All right, good, yeah, no, rape's bad. Let's stop that. And then you said stop attacking pedophiles, and I couldn't help but be confused because, well, attacking pedophiles is good. Like, that needs to happen more often. In fact, I'd argue we don't attack pedophiles enough. So what did you mean there at the end, Ted? But there is not a soul in this building that says anything about it, not even a peep. So they just move on.
Robbery fell by 57%. Homicide fell by 58%. Sex abuse fell by 40%. Those are real results. And Detective Pemberton?
Goober just carries on business as usual, as if nothing is abnormal about what he's just stated. No one in the room says anything about it, not even a whisper. That's crazy to me. Now, I attempted to do the impossible of putting together the jigsaw puzzle that is Ted Cruz's enigmatic mind, but that's like dividing by zero. I can't quite figure it out. I tried to understand like what he wanted to say, but fumbled based on the slide that he pulls up, which is stats. Robbery, homicide, sex abuse. Homicide ties into the first thing he said about stopping murder. But then the second thing he says about stopping rape, well, that ties into sex abuse. The third thing, robbery, is not anything he ever said about stopping. So where the fuck does the word pedophile even come from? And how does the word attacking pedophiles even squeak out from between his foul butt cheeks? I've seen, like, long versions of this. Not the whole thing. Maybe at some point it comes up as like a, you know, previously on Dragon Ball Z I said this, but meant that. Maybe, but I haven't seen that. I checked both of his Twitter accounts because apparently he's got two, and he posts like 8 times a day, and he hasn't uttered a peep about him saying to stop attacking pedophiles, that we should come together to stop attacking pedophiles. So maybe there's a chance that's what he actually believes. It's not that far-fetched. Just look at how the current administration handles everything in regards to Epstein, jumping around from lie to lie to lie about, oh, the Epstein files, they aren't real. The Epstein files, no, they were on my desk, but they're also not real. Also, there's no the new thing, there's no credible information that Epstein trafficked minors to others. There were no clients, there's no list. Also, Maxwell gets moved from a prison to a fucking summer camp, basically. So maybe Ted Cruz is just going full mask off, saying like, alright, enough is enough. Can we stop attacking pedophiles? The Epstein files are never coming out. Like, maybe that's what was on his mind. All in all, it's a pretty interesting strategy here from old Ted Cruz. The think about the pedophiles approach. Why won't anyone think of the pedophiles' feelings? No one's considering that. Stop being mean to pedophiles. Can we all come together and agree on that? Holy shit. It's unbelievable, man. Anyway, I just had to show you this. That's really about it. So yeah. What I just learned about here has to be one of the most insane, vile plans I've ever heard of, and it was actually attempted. 2 men were training for what has to be one of the most unhinged ideas ever thought of. Like, the Lord, when he gave humans brains, didn't think they'd be capable of concocting something so fucking absurd. I'm actually struggling to find the words to even set the stage here for what I'm about to show you, so I'll just instead use a hand gesture. It's a big thumbs down moment. This shit is foul.
A federal grand jury indicted 2 North Texas men accused of plotting to invade a foreign island, kill the men, and take the women as sex slaves.
Prosecutors say one of the men enlisted in the Air Force to get military training he thought he needed. Fox 4's Blake Hansen.
I know that intro hits you like a fucking knuckle sandwich because it's so preposterous, but it's actually just the tip of the iceberg here. And they left out a very big key detail. According to the official press release, these 2 lunatics were also planning to take the children as sex slaves as well. So these 2 Jeffrey Epstein commandos here were planning to invade an island nation, murder all of the men, and take the women and children as their sex slaves. And one of them literally joined the Air Force in order to receive training to better help them carry out this plan. This shit sounds like something P. Diddy would have cooked up while playing with G.I. Joe action figures or something. Like, these guys were very serious about this. They were actually doing everything they could to carry out this island invasion and murder and kidnapping.
In our newsroom tonight with these stunning allegations, Blake.
Yes, Stephen Heather, federal prosecutors say the suspects didn't plan to go it alone. In fact, the feds say they plan to recruit people who are homeless in Washington, D.C. to serve on their, quote, expeditionary force and take over a small Haitian island. The grand jury indictment handed up today charges 21-year-old Gavin Weisenberg from Allen and 20-year-old Tanner Thomas from Argyle.
Now, there's no picture of Tanner that's available at the moment, but the mugshot there that exists of Gavin, he looks like a psychopath. That guy looks like he has a screw loose. It looks like he is like biologically evolved to be the quintessential caricature of a freak that has these like crazy, heinous ideas. And like I said, this is something they took so seriously that they were even planning out how to recruit homeless people to join their ranks to storm the beaches of the island that they were going to invade so they could start slaughtering the men there.
With conspiracy to murder, maim, or kidnap in a foreign country, as well as a charge of production of child pornography.
I told you that intro was just a crumb. That doesn't even scratch the surface to the depths of depravity that these two men has sunk to. Like, these are evil, rotten to the core fucking monsters. So there is also a charge of child pornography production here, which I imagine none of you are surprised to hear, given that these two men planned on kidnapping the women and children as sex slaves for themselves.
Record Joe Weisenberg was booked into the Collin County Jail in July. We've not been able to find a mugshot for Thomas. Prosecutors say he was in the U.S. Air Force at the time. The place they are accused of plotting to invade is called Gonave Island. It is part of the Republic of Haiti. It's not small. In fact, that island has about 87,000 residents. Prosecutors say Weisenberg and Thomas planned to lead that expeditionary force by sailboats to the island, murder the men, take control of the island, and then turn the women into sex slaves.
If you did whippets every second of every day for the entirety of your life, I don't think you could kill enough of your brain cells to hatch a plan this unhinged. They planned to lead an expeditionary force via sailboat to this island composed of these two, Gavin and Tanner, plus whatever homeless men they were able to rope into this scheme, and take on 87,000 people. These delusional piss stains thought they were built like Goku or something. That is crazy. Like, fucking Thanos would struggle to beat 87,000 people on his own. Like, it is so unbelievably outrageous that it's hard to even come to terms that this was something they were really trying to do. Like, I can't stress that enough, that this wasn't just some, like, crackpot crazy idea. They were taking steps to actually carry it out. Like, one of them joined the Air Force. And you know how they just mentioned that their plan was to go via sailboat? Well, get a load of this. They had planned all of that, too. They were legitimately dedicating their lives to this invasion.
According to prosecutors, the feds say the plan dates back to August of last year. They say Weisenberg enrolled in a Rockwall Fire Academy to learn command and control protocols, but flunked out in February. And they say he then traveled to Thailand to learn how to sail, but didn't enroll in the school due to the cost.
Dipshit Gavin may have been unsuccessful in all of his endeavors, but he did try to learn things to contribute to the invasion effort that they were scheming. So he enrolled in a fire academy to try and learn command and control prompts. He flunked out. He then also was going to learn how to sail via courses in Thailand, but then didn't enroll because he couldn't afford to, I suppose, or was probably too busy spending his money on blow and chicken tendies. But he did, like, dedicate time to trying to learn these things for this invasion plan. His whole life was revolving around trying to be better equipped for this invasion effort that they were plotting.
The feds say Thomas, meanwhile, enlisted in the Air Force in January and in March changed his station assignment from Germany to Maryland to better coordinate the invasion and recruit the homeless population in D.C.
While Gavin was sucking the mean dick of failure, Tanner, on the other hand, was successful in enlisting in the Air Force and getting this military training to contribute to their efforts here. He changed his station so he could be better equipped to find homeless people to recruit for this too. Both of these men were legitimately dedicating their entire lives to this. This was something they were going to actually follow through on. Tanner moved to an area to better coordinate, plan, and recruit these homeless people for that plan. This is something they were going to do. Now, obviously, I'm sure you don't have to be a mathematician, you don't have to be, fucking Poindexter, a wizard with numbers, to know that if they did truly arrive at Gonav with the intent to murder all of the men there, they themselves would have been killed pretty quickly, I imagine, as they would anywhere in the world if they just come, like Yosemite Sam firing from the hip, just killing a bunch of people, they themselves would have been killed very quickly. But the fact is, they would have taken innocent people with them. And that is completely unacceptable. So even though under no circumstances would this invasion have ever actually gone the way they planned, it would have no doubt led to the loss of life.
We reached out to attorneys listed for Weisenberg and did not hear back. We could not find attorneys listed for Thomas. Prosecutors say they face up to life in prison if convicted on the conspiracy to murder charge.
I have a hunch that Tanner probably represented himself. I have no evidence to back up that thought process there, but these two sound just so fucking off their gourd that I actually think Tanner probably is representing himself here in this case. But anyway, they are facing potentially life in prison. 100% they need life in prison. Plus they also have that separate production of child pornography charge. Lock them away forever. Absolutely. By stopping them here, they prevented a tragedy from happening. No doubt in my mind. When I heard this, when I watched this segment here, I was stunned. This has to be one of the craziest stories I've learned about in quite a while. So I just wanted to put this on your radar. That's really about it. So yeah. The vast majority of numbers you see on the internet aren't real. The accounts that you interact with, the posts that you see, oftentimes aren't even made by a human being on the other side of the keyboard. The cyberspace is dominated by bots. And unless you've just woken up from a coma, this isn't news to you. Everybody knows that now. It's an accepted part of cruising the World Wide Web that the shit you see is artificially inflated. And it's become a huge yapping point, a massive topic, specifically dead internet theory, and diving even deeper into the minutia of bots, cannonballing into the deep end of the pool, you will find view bots, a topic that often gets very aggressive and accusatory because it is so prevalent across streams in particular, on Twitch, on YouTube, on Kick. Streamers of all shapes and sizes are often using view bots to boost their numbers. It's not some big conspiracy, it's not deep state propaganda or anything like that. It is a provable, real thing that platforms just don't seem to be taking any real action on at all. I could right now go live on Twitch openly stating I'm view-botting it out the wazoo to fucking 20k viewers, and maybe the worst that would happen is I get like a 24-hour suspension from Twitch. They don't care. They made that push like a year ago about getting bots off the platform, but that lasted for what, 2 fucking days? And then they took like a catastrophic hit to their overall viewer metrics, and I guess they pumped the brakes because at the end of the day, and this is something people say a lot, and it is true, those huge numbers are good for Twitch as well to advertisers, even if the numbers are fake, even if they know it's botted, phony baloney, fraudulent viewer metrics. It doesn't matter. It makes them more appealing to brands. So it seems like they are very hands-off when it comes to doling out big punishment for view bots. It's not exactly a well-kept secret. It's pretty out there in the open that tons of streamers view bot. Now, the reason why I'm yapping about it again is because just yesterday, or maybe it was even earlier today, I don't know, time moves in a weird fucking fashion once you hit your 30s. Everything blends together, your bones fucking creak anytime you walk up or down stairs. Anyway, though, I'll stop bitching and whining about that. I know you're not here to listen to me play a sad song on the world's smallest violin about my deteriorating cartilage. The CEO of Knight Media, Reed, came forward with a post out of nowhere saying that it's time to start viewbotting. That's the title of the post, which is a eye-catching title, no doubt. Very seldom will you hear someone in that kind of position just say the quiet part out loud here about success in the streaming space. And make no mistake, Knight Media is fucking huge. They are one of the top dogs in the YouTuber streamer agency space. They are huge in the industry. They represented Mr. Beast for a while. I don't know if they still do, but they have represented and still actively represent massive creators. So it was certainly interesting to see him with a post like this that makes it seem like he's out there saying, everyone's got a viewbot, we gotta open Pandora's box. If you're not pooping, you're farting. If you're not using viewbots, you're at a disadvantage. Wake the fuck up, samurai. Time to get viewbots on the horn. But reading the post, it's a little bit different, though ultimately his tone around viewbots does seem to be somewhat positive. What does it take to cut through all the noise on the internet? If everyone else is botting, why shouldn't you? We used to live in a world where if you made great content, algorithms would find an audience for your videos. Now, creators have to clip farm, pay clippers, and sometimes even viewbot to have a better chance of capturing more attention and breaking through the noise. This is especially true on platforms like Twitch, where viewbotting can surface you on the front page of popular streaming categories. Off rip, this is some turbo doomer shit because it kind of positions it as like your only option if you're just getting started. Oh, there used to be a time where if you made great content, you could get found, but those times are way behind us in the shitter now. It's gone. That's a era long forgotten, like the saber-toothed tiger. Now, if you want to cut through the noise, you gotta clip farm, pay clippers, or Lord help us, even viewbot. You gotta get down and dirty in the pig pen. It's the only way. When that's not true. You can still make great content and get found. It does happen. I think the best example of that is Queso. I would be shocked to learn Queso viewbotted at any point in his life. I don't even think the guy could find a viewbot website or provider. I genuinely don't think he would even know where to begin with something like that. And he has blown up solely because he makes good content. He cut through the noise. And this is something I've always said, luck is a huge part of it. It is. It just is. But what he is right about is that in the current day and age, there is an alternative that doesn't rely as much on RNG, and that is pay to win. You can stand a better chance of standing out in the oversaturation of content creation by paying for viewbots to float your streams to the top of categories, or pay for viewbots on other socials where you're spamming clips from your streams so you could boost up numbers on, you know, a wacky moment or something and have it like explode elsewhere because you inflated the numbers through viewbots, so then people could find your stream and maybe organically grow it that way, but you still viewbotted in order to boost a clip that led people to the stream. Like, there are paths that don't rely as much on luck, because if you just have money to start and just start buying views, it does help put you in front of more eyes. It's something that's very common, especially on Twitter. But at the end of the day, I just don't like this mentality that Reed kind of encapsulates here of, well, everyone else is cheating, so I should too. And he's trying to make like a strong argument that everyone else is doing it. Content alone, it could be the most slapping, banging content ever. It's not good enough. It's all about the distribution method now, which is dominated through bots and shit like that. So really, you gotta think about this strategy of using bots. I just don't like how he's positioning bots as a strategy instead of calling it what it really is, which is cheating. Like, yes, you can gamify the distribution and shit through bots. Everyone fucking knows that. But I just don't think it's something that should be outwardly encouraged. And it's really weird that the CEO of Knight Media, one of the biggest agencies in the space, especially for streamers, is having this kind of viewpoint. Like, his title isn't exactly indicative of his thoughts, because he does say, like, this is a problem, this is an exploit, but he speaks about it like, this exploit exists, so you have to use this now. It's like, you really should, like, almost that it's a necessity. And I just don't like that perspective, nor that mentality. I just think there's a reason why this topic on viewbots is always so passionate from so many people, because viewbots fucking suck. Nobody likes that. It is just a completely dog shit norm right now. And I don't think it needs to be even more normalized. But it's not some requirement or anything like that. Reed then goes on to make a mention of advertisers and viewbots. Do advertisers have any way of tracking botted engagement, and why isn't Twitch cracking down on this at all? Those are two really good questions. The answer to do advertisers have a way of tracking botted engagement is a big, nobody fucking knows. My gut tells me there's no way advertisers would have any clue, because how would they? How would they distinguish between authentic and real viewers through just a number plastered on a stream? It'd be entirely on Twitch to take care of the bots and get that number to be where it's like the authentic viewers and not just like, fraudulent ones. I don't see how they could ever possibly know what's real and what's fake based on just the publicly available information. And I doubt Twitch is behind the scenes saying, okay, so your advertisement was played in front of 1 million concurrent viewers over the course of this campaign. Of that, about 15K were real human beings. We really appreciate your business. Like, I highly doubt that fucking happens, right? Like, it doesn't happen on a streamer basis with sponsors either. It's like if a streamer is botting his stream up to like 5K, but really he only has like 1,000 real viewers there, and he works with a brand, and he sells to this brand at the 5K concurrent viewers, he's making a lot of extra money versus if he sold at his real 1K. And now the brand gets put in front of what they believe is 5,000 people, but is actually 4,000 bots with only 1,000 real people there. So maybe the campaign only sees them make like 3 fucking sales. Like, man, Perry Poutine Gotcha Game only got 3 clicks through this guy's stream, even though he has 5K concurrent viewers. What's going on here? And then you can maybe speculate and surmise that, okay, he's botting. But then you'd also never really know for sure, because you could also say like, okay, maybe his community's just not interested in this gotcha game. These brands, I don't think have any idea, is the point I'm making. I don't see how they would. It's entirely on Twitch to combat the bots, and I don't think there's a way or a tool that these brands have access to that normal people don't, that lets them see real versus fake viewers. And then to Reed's second question about why does Twitch not crack down on it, I think everyone knows, because Twitch also benefits from these hugely inflated numbers. They see a lot of upside to these massive numbers being housed on Twitch. I think that's pretty clear. Probably don't need to dive any deeper on that. And it is something that he starts to tackle in his next section here about platforms needing to take action. He goes on to talk about, how prevalent the botting problem is, as well as the reluctance from platforms to act on it, believing that the more views there are, the better things look for advertisers, which many people agree with. And again, that probably is the simple truth of it. If these numbers are huge, the platforms are probably very happy, because then it's more appealing to advertisers. It could end up with more money to the platform itself. I think it really is that simple. Now, it's this section that ties directly into the eye-catching title that he used here for this piece. If everyone else is doing it, should you? I would never explicitly say you should bot your views on Twitch, other than in the title of this article. But the reality is, if you're not view botting and everyone else is, you're at a disadvantage. When you're competing in a category where you're buried if you don't have 500 plus viewers, maybe shifting your strategy to paying clippers and buying bots helps a streamer break through. I wanted to see what it would cost to bot a stream, and for $180 a week on ViewBotter, I can get 1,500 followers, 225 chatters, and 750 concurrent viewers. Not bad for less than $800 a month, and these companies accept crypto payments. So, he's saying that he's not actively advocating for view botting your channel, but if you're not, well, you got your own dick in your butt. Like, everyone around you is doing it. Maybe you should shift your strategy. I don't know. To me, that feels like he is advocating for it. Maybe I'm on the crack pipe. He's pointing out a real problem, that these platforms don't enforce it, so the precedent has been set that there's no actual consequences. But it does seem like he's saying, you really should view bot your streams if you want to succeed. And he does prop it up as a legitimate strategy, and even insinuates that it's not like super expensive, saying, not bad for less than $800 a month. Look at this huge head start you can get. Really should be something to consider. And I get it. It is something that people obviously consider and pull the trigger on, no doubt. But it's not exactly something that I think should be encouraged either. It sucks. It is a bad practice. And there's a reason why this is such a big topic because people don't like viewbotters. It's not something that I think should be talked about in a manner that feels like it's positive and encouraging, and even setting it up as like maybe even your only option if you want to stand out, because as Reed said multiple times, good content isn't good enough. You got to really consider distribution, and distribution viewbots can really do wonders for. I don't know. To me, it just rubs me the wrong way. He then closes by talking about viewbot detection and how Twitch CEO mentioned it's a game of cat and mouse, and that really there's not a whole lot of like great information that he could find on how brands can detect viewbots or anything like that. And then he finishes the big takeaway. We've entered an era where good content alone isn't enough, distribution tactics are. When clipping, paid amplification, and even bots can artificially push you up the rankings, the playing field starts to tilt toward whoever is willing to game it. Twitch's detection tools feel reactive at best, and advertisers don't seem to have a reliable way to verify what's real. If botting becomes normalized, creators face a brutal question. Compete clean and risk invisibility, or bend the rules to survive. Long term, though, this erodes trust in the entire ecosystem. Again, he drives that point home about good content alone isn't enough. It's all about distribution tactics, and I just firmly disagree. Good content alone is sometimes enough. But again, it does take luck. It does. It always has, and it always will. Distribution tactics, though, he's right, can be gamified and boost your shit and immediately give you a better chance, so you're not overly reliant on luck. If you'd rather focus instead on pay-to-win mechanics through, like, clippers and viewbots and stuff like that, then you would be entering the Thunderdome competing head-to-head, toe-to-toe with countless others who are doing that daily. That is very, very common. And in many, many cases, it's hard to tell if it's real or fake. So it is a legitimate problem, and it sucks that platforms don't do anything about it. He's not wrong about the core, that there is a huge problem because these platforms don't crack down on viewbots. Now everyone fucking does it, it seems. And it fucking blows. And I imagine he's right that it is a very real consideration for tons of streamers. Like, well, why would I even bother trying to do this legitimately when everyone else is fucking cheating? Everyone else is viewbotting, so why wouldn't I? And it's hard to argue, like, because it's morally correct to, play fair. It would be hard to make someone be like, okay, then I'll do that and go nowhere unless I get fucking crazy lucky. When the alternative is apparently, like, cheap viewbots that give them a better chance. It's something that he's not wrong about in his assessment here. Again, I just find it weird that it feels like he's speaking on it, like, almost positively, like, you're at a huge disadvantage, you really need to think about this strategy that actually isn't all that expensive if you want to compete on an even playing field. Because at the end of the day, I don't think viewbots are something that should be encouraged. I don't think it should be twisted to the point where people consider viewbots like a strategy as opposed to just cheating. Because viewbots are bad for everyone. There's a reason why it's such a passionate topic for so many people. Because it sucks. It sucks for the people that aren't doing it, and it sucks for viewers too. Like, viewbots are just shitty overall, like, genuinely. So, like, it's not something that I'd like to see more people start being like, yeah, let's start really thinking about doing more viewbotting, as if there's not already enough. So, anyway, this was a very interesting post, to say the least, and I just wanted to yap about it. That's really about it. See ya. I got a little something special to make you happy this Friday morning, so clear a little space in your room and get ready to bust out the old hot dog dance. You're going to be cutting the rug when you hear this. U.S. Supreme Court declines to hear dispute over copyrights for AI-generated material. That's right. They are not folding like origami here on this topic. There has already been a precedent set that you cannot copyright AI-generated work. And despite AI dweebs constantly trying to fight tooth and nail for copyright protections for their sludge and slop of AI art and that shit, the U.S. Supreme Court is saying, nuh-uh. No, this is dumb, this is barnacles, which is exactly what they should be doing. Under no circumstances should AI-generated work be eligible for copyright protection. That's such an outlandish notion. This can just put the smile on the face of even the biggest Grinch. Supreme Court declined on Monday to take up the issue of whether art generated by artificial intelligence can be copyrighted under U.S. law, turning away a case involving a computer scientist from Missouri who was denied a copyright for a piece of visual art made by his AI system. Plaintiff Stephen Thaler had appealed to the justices after lower courts upheld a U.S. Copyright Office decision that the AI-crafted visual art at issue in this case was ineligible for copyright protection because it did not have a human creator. Music to my ears. That is exactly right. Pin the tail on the donkey. That is the truth with some cheese on it. AI-generated shit like this, these AI hemorrhoids, are not actual human creations at all. It isn't something that should be copyrightable, especially because what gets generated is based off of other people's work, already existing works. It's just derivative of that, what it was trained on. So I am happy to see that common sense is prevailing here in this case. And also, I've seen some people bemoaning this decision here about like how this is so bad for AI artists. Won't someone think of the struggling AI artists? And it's interesting because one of the core arguments I've seen from that community is that IP is a scam. No one should own IP. It should be freely and readily accessible to everyone to steal and iterate on. And yet, then they turn around and try and copyright their own AI trash, their own AI IP, so they can keep it under lock and key. Goddamn hypocrites. It's ridiculous. Also, that whole argument is stupid in the first place. If there was no such thing as IP, then you know who benefits? It's not the little guy. It's not like the average Joe Schmo. It's the big corporations. They can just take all of your shit and pump out endless content far better than any normal person ever could. So while there definitely are some very real problems with current IP law, the whole idea of IP is sensible and necessary, because if it didn't exist, what stops Disney from just going online and just taking everyone's shit, right? Like, let's say they stumble across Godslap, our comic book IP, as well as upcoming animated feature film. They could easily just be like, okay, well, we'll just go ahead and take that and we'll beat Charles and his team to it. What takes them years will take us months and we'll just start making tons of money off Godslap. Fuck them. And if there's no such thing as IP, what am I going to do? They could just biblically smack me down. But because there are protections in place, I could absolutely blast those cheeks in a court of law about the violations there. So there is a real merit to IP existing. Yes, there are problems, but it is a necessary thing, because if it didn't exist, the people that benefit are not you, me, or any other person. It's companies that would benefit from just taking your shit and capitalizing off it, and you get in return nothing, absolutely nothing. So it's a brain-dead argument from a brain-dead community of AI jingling keys enthusiasts that clearly don't fucking think for themselves anymore. They just ask Grok to do it for them. It's so degenerate and so cringe, and I love seeing news like this where there's a bit of a reality check there. And yet they still can't have that come to Jesus moment about, maybe we're the fucking idiots. Maybe we're the ones that aren't activating neurons. Anyway, though, to go back to dancing in this guy's tears, a federal judge in Washington upheld the office's decision in the Thaler case in 2023, writing that human authorship is a bedrock requirement of copyright. And the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia affirmed the ruling in 2025. Thaler's lawyers told the Supreme Court in a filing that his case was of paramount importance considering the rapid rise of generative AI. Oh yeah, I'm sure this is a big life or death moment here. This case we're going to be talking about for eons to come, no doubt, about this one fucking stupid asshole's dumb AI-generated piece of art of train tracks going to a portal. Like, yeah, I'm sure this is the one of paramount importance. Oh my god, it's so cringe. With the refusal by the court to hear the appeal, Thaler's lawyers said, even if it later overturns the Copyright Office's test in another case, it will be too late. The Copyright Office will have irreversibly and negatively impacted AI development and use in the creative industry during critically important years. Stop, no! I can only come so hard. I can only handle so much good news all at once. Oh, that just sounds so wonderful. Smooth silk in my ears. Although the Copyright Act does not define the term author, multiple provisions of the Act make clear that the term refers to a human rather than a machine, the administration said. The Supreme Court previously rejected Thaler's request to hear his argument in a separate case involving prototypes for a beverage holder and a light beacon concerning whether AI-generated inventions should be eligible for U.S. patent protections. This guy just sucks. What a loser. His patent applications were rejected by the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office on similar grounds. You don't say! This guy just keeps hawking anything AI generated and taking it to Big Daddy government. Hey guys, can we get some patents and protections for this trash, please? Oh, come on. AI worked so hard on it. I'm a prompt engineer. Think about me. Please copyright it. Please. The desperation is like a tasty treat here. This guy wants copyright protection for his AI-generated trash, yet believes that it's totally fine to take from other real human beings' work in order to make his shit. So it's like, okay, I can steal from you, but if anyone tries to take my train tracks to a portal, it's getting pugilistic, okay? Government, back me up, please. What do you mean, no? This really is such a good thing, because let's think about this at scale, even outside of this dumbass's train track AI piece. Companies that, like, replace their entire creative workforce with AI down the line. Well, assuming these rulings continue to be upheld, it's going to mean that their output won't be protected by copyright anymore because it will not be human created, right? That would be the implication. They've set the precedent that it must be a human author, and just simply typing sentences to have AI, a machine, do it all for you doesn't count. So, when you have Coca-Cola, for example, that's become addicted to AI slop with all of their AI commercials, when you have them putting out these fully AI-generated commercials, they don't actually own any of that, it seems. That would be the understanding, that what they are spitting out from AI is not copyrightable. So those are completely nothing. They don't own shit. Someone who develops a shitty game in Roblox owns more IP than Coke does of that commercial that they've just put out there. Which makes sense because, again, humans didn't create it. There's nothing real in there from an actual human that made that, other than the sentences, which don't count because it is a machine that does it all for you. So, maybe this could even serve as a deterrent from these fucking vampiric corporations that are just doing their best to ham-fist AI into every single aspect of their companies to replace as many people as possible. Maybe they would think twice because as it all goes fully AI, they no longer have copyright protections on what gets farted out from it. So, who knows? But anyway, I just wanted to celebrate this because this is a very positive development here. I think this is absolutely the right choice, and hopefully it never wavers. I hope they don't falter on this stance because they are correct. Copyrightable work should be reserved exclusively for human-created work, not AI drivel. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. As all of you are no doubt aware, I am the undisputed champion of sex toy martial arts with a specialization in ancient fleshlight techniques. I am the preeminent expert in this field, a titan with a license to orgasm. That being said, my authority has been challenged by a company called Adam and Eve, who seem to be living in a fantasy world where they believe that I'm a one-trick pony who has only mastered the fleshlight, as if I haven't studied every discipline and every single sex toy on God's green earth and mastered it to such a high level that even the Shaolin monks would be fucking jealous. It's laughable. So they sent me a bunch of items, and I do really appreciate that, but they said, can you even come up with self-defense techniques using these? And I couldn't help but feel like they thought my dick was small. Of course I can, easily, and I did. I've done this before with fleshlights, but now I've taken it to the next level. Here you can see most of what they sent. To the untrained eye, this may seem to be tools that are only used for orifices on the human body and pleasure, but to the trained eye of a professional like me, I see weapons of death, instruments of destruction. Now I decided to start this lesson with the binge-watch balls. Binge-watch balls are ordinarily used to go in the vagina and you rock back and forth, they clank against each other and make a vibration. However, in the hands of a professional like me, I was able to look past this intended purpose and I saw musket ammunition from way back in the early days of warfare. So I thought, well, I don't have a musket, but I have the next best thing, a fleshlight. So I began stuffing these pussy bullets down the barrel. And it works not too dissimilar from a slingshot. It's almost like a rail gun, to be honest, and it's quite powerful. Listen to that late explosion. The shot heard around the world. Now I knew I was capable of much more, so I decided let's pull it back further like I'm knocking an arrow. Great success. As you can see, you got someone coming up to you with ill intent and you're armed with only the binwa balls in your pussy and a fleshlight? Well, you're not defenseless. In fact, you've got yourself a projectile weapon that can rival a shotgun. Alright, step one in the bullying self-defense course. Let's say you're putting this nice fleshy police baton up your butthole, having a good time. Brendan Fraser breaks in, burglarizing, telling you to stop watching The Mummy, but you tell him, fuck no, I love that movie. You give him the, what for? The old ones do. You can even go a little southpaw on him. See, that's an easy one. Like, that's not even a challenge. This is already made for weaponry. Now, I know I said Adam and Eve challenged me here, but it's much more like Lucius giving Bruce Wayne more toys for Batman to play with, and I had a lot of fun playing with it, so I wanted to say thank you to Adam and Eve. They also gave me a code, so if any of you are interested in becoming sexual orgasm wizards using any of these tools you see before you, you can go to adamandeve.com, use code DEFENSE, get 50% off of one item, free shipping to US and Canada. Some exclusions do apply, so if you're interested, you can go check it all out. Next up, I'll teach you how to use the ass spankaroonie as more than just a bludgeoning tool, because obviously you can slap some people in the face with it and they'll definitely feel that it wouldn't feel good. However, I wanted to take that to the next level. What else could it be used for? Could it be used as perhaps a baseball bat to deflect projectiles? Perhaps. Now obviously if you're using your spanking tool for self-defense, chances are you're also going to be sporting your biker gang skull choker and leash. I took my batter stance and readied my swing. This is the perfect countermeasure if someone's attacking you with eggs. Like if fucking How To Basic has a hit on you and he's coming at you, you're going to be able to counter him pretty hard. Now using this thruster and clit stimulator, and the clit stimulator portion looks like someone doing the I love metal hand gesture, I thought to myself, can't really use this for self-defense, but this looks like the perfect tool for some RuneScape grinding. Clicks per minute are pretty goddamn fast, but if you're not satisfied, you can crank that bitch up real hard. Put in the fucking afterburners. And even still, engage the nitrous on the 3rd level setting. Turbo speed. Of course, you got the classic Great American Challenge, the latest from DARPA. The most recent defense technology on the market. You don't even need to get creative with this. If you're playing with this, you're already a force to be reckoned with. This is a dildo for fucking Hagrid, maybe. It's massive. The cave troll from Harry Potter probably couldn't take this, but over your shoulder, pretty simple. Lock and load it. Makes sense to me. The classic chip test. Yeah, its bludgeoning power is second to none. An absolute force to be reckoned with. And obviously, you can go with the traditional kettlebell swings using it as well and get yourself a nice little workout in there. Are you mad right now? Do you want to be? I saw a video today that was pretty infuriating. This lady is behind the wheel of a rented vehicle from Turo. This is allegedly posted by the owner of that vehicle after, spoiler alert, she gets into an accident here and then tries to lie about what happened. This was posted in response to that to show what actually happened, and if you've got some keen peepers on you, the astute observers may have noticed she's texting while driving. But to be honest, I don't even think that's accurate to say because she is doing more texting than driving, so she's like occasionally splicing in some driving between her texts. It seems like she's in some kind of heated argument, and that is like her primary focus is sending these text messages while on the road. I'm sure I don't need to educate you on the dangers of texting while driving. I'm not the DMV. I'm also not your dad. I imagine most of you know that, and this is one of the most egregious examples of texting while driving I've ever seen. She could easily have just pulled over and sent those messages if it's that urgent, but instead she said, fuck it, we'll do it live, so she's doing it while on the road, risking her life and the life of those around her. I guess she's really got places to be in those messages. That's like fucking utmost importance. If you're not first, you're last. If you're not pooping, you're shitting. Even while her car is veering off the road and blasting a mailbox, she is firmly grasping that phone. She is gripping the shit out of that. She still will not set it down in the act of crashing this vehicle. She treated that phone like it was the fucking Tesseract there. She was not parting with it. It's not until it is finally stopped that she sets the phone down and then puts her head in her hands and then immediately picks the phone back up after like 3 seconds. It's like she can't be separated from it. It's her fucking umbilical cord. It's unreal. It's actually a miracle she didn't just have a head-on collision here. I counted too. She looked up from her phone only 5 times in the amount of time that she spent on that single lane there. So she spent the vast majority of her time there behind the wheel looking at the phone, glued to it. In fact, she even double-fisted the phone at one point to get two-thumb action in there. No hands on the wheel, not looking up at the road. It is actually an act of God that she didn't kill herself or somebody else there. Just an unsuspecting, innocent car that she could have easily veered to the left instead of the right and just hit with a head-on collision, which would have potentially been fatal. Also, her squeals that she lets out, oh man, that is ear-piercing. And then she has like that full-blown like angry middle-aged mom scream after it like comes to a stop when it's entirely her fault. Apparently, again, the story is she's like a nurse practitioner and lied to the Turo owner here of this vehicle about what happened and why the car got crashed. I haven't seen too many details on all of that, but it's entirely her fault. You can see here in the footage, she is texting the vast majority of the time that she spends on the road. And I imagine this isn't an isolated incident. This is probably how she goes about her daily commutes. You can tell people till the cows come home how dangerous and bad it is to text and drive, but then you're still going to have people like this doing it. And it's actually, to me, it seems like becoming more common. Like, I know there was like even a trend a little while ago for streamers to do like car streams, and in some of them, they were just texting and reading the chat while driving, like while being filmed doing it. So it seems like people don't really grasp how important it is to not drive distracted. But anyway, this is probably the most egregious example of it that I've seen. This is unhinged. It's like she totally forgot she was operating a motor vehicle. She was so engrossed in her phone. That took priority over everyone's lives around her and her own life. Now, I don't know what the outcome of all of this was. There's not a ton of information I can find on it, other than, like, she's apparently a nurse practitioner and apparently lied about how the car got crashed. But the owner of the vehicle had the interior-facing dash cam as well as the other dash cam. People were debating if that's even legal to have, like, a rented car with an interior-facing dash cam. I looked it up. It is, but you just need to disclose to the renter that it's there, which I imagine is part of like the signed contract between them or something. I've never used Turo. I'm not super familiar with it, but it seems like the owner is well within the right to do that, and I could definitely see why people that are renting their car out might want that as like a bit of a security measure here, as this case beautifully illustrates, where your car gets wrecked and then all of a sudden the person that was driving it starts farting out a fairy tale about how it's not their fault, and then you've got no evidence that it was their fault, so now you're stuck with your dick in your hand and you're going to have to pay for that most likely. So I can see why you would want that there, and in this case it probably saved them a huge headache because they can instantly point to this as her fault, because it is her fault. Entirely her fault. Anyway though, enough blabbering about it from me today. A little PSA for you. Don't text and drive. That's really about it. So yeah. I'll just do standard the way it was meant to be played. Puzzles are easy for me. I don't think I've ever been stumped on a puzzle in my life. Even when I was a mere child, Millennium Prize math problems meant nothing.
Is this about Adam's
baby.
work? What do you want from us? Why are you
Is that
tormenting
Joseph
me?
Stalin's head?
No! What are you doing?
I was reading the subtitle and I thought it said Fortnite, and I was about to say, damn. I always knew Fortnite led to violence.
But it was you who kept saying you'd like to.
Oh, there's motion blur. Just with one unsmooth motion, it made me sick to my stomach.
The rest of our lives. Who says it's for the rest of our
God,
lives?
the scariest part about these fucking games is the motion blur that comes on by default. The first puzzle's already stumped me. Where the fuck are my keys for the trunk? I'm gonna close this just in case there's any rapists in the forest trying to come in. No, that looks about right. F Batty. Looks good to me. Fatty, that's the one. What? You motherfucker!
Hey!
I told you not to come in.
Am I... If I tell anyone about this, I'll end up in an asylum.
What? Why? That's perfectly reasonable. Hey, I saw a man in my house and he ran away. God, if anyone heard that, they'd think I'm a fucking lunatic. He doesn't know it's a ghost, though. All he knows is that there was a man outside, and then a man inside. He knows nothing about ghosts or spirits. I don't know why he thinks that's so unreasonable. Now we have fucking haunted drawers now? Jesus. All just because one magician got his throat slit in this house 50 years ago. There he is. That goddamn hooligan's playing flip cup down here with his boys. I see a face. Of a man. Ah, take it back. It was a boy the whole time. Nope. I'm expecting a jump scare coming back through here. I called it. You pussy boy. I knew you were coming. Actually, kind of looks like black licorice. A little bit. Except a lot tastier.
He's upstairs. What does he want from me?
You stay away from my wife. I'm the only one she's allowed to beat.
Stay back.
You prankster, get out of my house.
Keep away!
Why are you purging? No! Oh, jump scare. I'm not ready. Don't do it. Oh, I'm a virgin. Ah, good lord, baseball bat!
God's sake.
Oh, even worse, a horse. Oh, the perfect weapon.
What is this? Where did all the blood come from?
Oh, wait. This is the axe that Adam eventually gets killed by. Spoilers, we saw that in the intro.
A shirt covered in... Why would Emma bring my old stuff from the office here?
Yeah. That's the biggest concern out of this here. Bloody shirt, blood on the walls, blood on the floor. Why would Emma bring my books outside? She knows that'll make them rot faster. A quantum localizer. Alright, whatever, Rick Sanchez with your fucking quantum localizer. That is kind of cool.
Maybe the localizer will show me just what's happened here.
Ah, the quantum cloud.
Insane training.
I'll lick my finger and put it in the sky and see if I can find one.
Time.
Ah. Well, this is not the kind of game I thought it would be. I thought it was going to be like an old-fashioned... There's an evil monster that scares you sometimes. Not quantum localizing Ghostbuster technology. Oh my god. He's in my car, isn't he? He's trying to steal my Cadillac. We got a fucking quantum thief.
Blood. I'll try to find more traces.
Do we have a quantum microphone we can talk to him with?
Find out what happened here.
Because it looks like he's just sitting on a pile of dirt and with this anthill here. We should definitely tell him to get the fuck up.
To make the quantum cloud visible.
It's a ghost bride. She must have been stood up on her wedding day, now she's mad.
The interference is too strong.
I'm shooting, what, a photon blast at it? Oh, an EMP charge, of course. Alright. You may have been stood up on your wedding day, but now you're getting vaporized. No need to thank me. Bang. Blast him! Sounds like I'm playing an old Atari game.
Now I have to charge the...
The science blasts aren't working.
I did it.
Get stabilized, motherfucker.
Use this rope.
What
Try
rope?
to find more traces.
What is this? A dog taking a shit? A duck man? What? It's like a duck face with the body of a small man? Twerking? Having a hard time. I'm no quantum scientist nor quantum theorist, but that just does not look right to me. Your wife cheating. Yeah, this is her bending over for the other man who I can't see because he's not gone quantum yet. That's a nice ass. That's a quantum ass. Emma, you won't believe what's going on outside in the quantum realm. I think Ant-Man's doing doggy style in our gazebo. I feel like Dib from Invader Zim right now with all this kind of paranormal gadgetry. Headshot. Oh. Fucking blasted. Oh, there he is. No scope. Ooh! Going for a high score. I'm here to help you.
God, who could have done this?
Oh, good
this
lord.
Wasn't just some poacher.
They got one of Santa's reindeer. What the fuck is that? C4? Christ, Adam, get out of here! It's a quantum C4. Run!
Coming from.
Hopefully we bought a diffuser this round, otherwise the terrorists will win. Emma, you won't believe what I found in a barn outside. The Soviets sent a bomb in a deer.
Boom! Jesus, woman.
Oh,
I'm
Emma!
gonna have a heart attack.
Are you a prankster?
Cool.
If it's a rabbit, I want it for dinner. And
She pulls his father's head out of the hat.
Idle all the time.
She doesn't even look pregnant unless she's having the baby out of this fat ass.
I'm just pregnant, remember? But if I can't help you,
Painting
I'll
physics?
ask questions.
This is why I play horror games? Speedrun.
No.
And did you give them our new number?
Emma, shut the fuck up. Look at my
Funny, it's
speed.
the government. They even know the angle you're tilting your head at.
Alright, I think it's all good, Emma. Nice even spread.
Ever thought about...
Oh my god, it's Johnny Depp in a Tim Burton movie. What a beautiful picture of him.
God.
Wow, this place is really coming along nicely. How's my painting? Why did they have me painting this wall if we just put wallpaper over it anyway in the end? I can't help but feel my painting talents were wasted. Unless I painted each and every one of these flowers. Emma, where are you hiding the phone? Is it in the attic? Emma, you know I can't find things by sound. I only ever use one earbud. Whoever is on the other end of this line has incredible patience. You will be rewarded. Emma, where do we hide our phones in this house? Hello?
Hello?
You've reached the quantum residence.
So, this is it, boss. This is the moment when you start.
Speak up, I can't hear you over the radio.
Bottom.
I am pumping dick on this little cipher here. Maybe I could have been the one that cracked the Germans' code back in World War II. Bottom drawer of the device, alright.
Right, now I just have to plug that in using the right order.
Oh, I can even see the order in the background. Okay, so A, F, G. That was cute. You like that one, Abraham Lincoln? That make your panties a little wet, eh? Not exactly a puzzle. It told you what to do the entire time. Let's see if I can actually solve a puzzle.
What's this? Looks like a message encrypted with a...
Hopefully this isn't anyone's Amazon code gift card. Otherwise I'm hacking in directly.
It's right in front of me, I know it.
Yes, I'm currently solving it, Adam. You're not wrong. It is right in front of us.
Think, Adam, think.
There.
You've cracked way more complicated codes.
Adam, shut the fuck up. We've cracked it.
Trust me.
What am I? Is it this? From 2 years ago? Sub 1K views? Now that sounds like a good video.
Me up ever.
Good lord!
I'm a child
It's Heisenberg!
You'll never shut me up! You killed oh, there's the killers right there! You killed Jesus! You killed Jesus! I'd love to! No, you won't!
Oh, I'm leaving this alike.
You killed Shame on you! God's gonna kill you!
This is what happens when Reddit meetups try and happen.
God's gonna kill you! You killed how many of
It's like every Twitter argument ever personified.
How many have you paid for?
No, he's casting voodoo magic!
It don't work.
Block it with a holy force field.
The man who has risen up for the children. You'll never shut me up.
Can someone get this man's doctor out here? He's gonna blow a fucking valve.
Shame on you. That's the word of God.
Slap him with it.
Oh yeah, you don't want the word of God because it says you're wicked. You're wrong.
I don't know whose side to take. They're both making good arguments.
You need to be worried about God. Go get
This Jesus guy is interrupting his mission for his 5th hamburger of his lunch.
Why don't you shut me up? I am. You can't. You never will. You in your sin. Your pardon? I'm not afraid of you.
Kiss!
You need to be
Fucking make out in holy and unholy matrimony.
You need to fear God. I love children. I love women. I love my brothers and sisters. I love
Oh God.
You love your penis. You love
No!
that you do.
He doesn't love his penis. You'd have to be gay to love your penis.
That's why you're upset about this. No. You don't want the
No! I hate my penis. Tell him to shut up again.
Yeah, thank you. Scream. Wicked.
Twist his fucking nipples off for saying that kind of shit.
Wicked. Kiss my ass. Wicked.
Make him kiss it.
I wouldn't say that.
There we go. Much better.
Probably some homeless.
Now we're getting in the groove again.
Look at those demons.
He is annihilating him right now.
Never gonna happen.
Fucking hero.
Never.
Oh!
The Bible says the fear of God.
You shook the hornet's nest and you're not gonna like what comes out.
The Bible's in your ass.
No! Show him where the Bible really is.
You killed Doctor.
Even that car in the background just stopped to watch this.
You piece of shit. You ugly piece of shit.
Take him over your knee and spank him. Put the discipline of Jesus right in his ass cheeks.
Shame on you.
He lost. He's walking away. He lost. How many times is he gonna walk away and come back? He's like on a runway fashion shoot.
I know who you are.
This guy looks like Fred Durst, the Jesus guy, not the old guy. The old guy looks like he was just late to bet on some horse races.
You killed Doctor. Shut up.
Yes! Take that! Ah! He's not only killing this Jesus man, he is killing Jesus himself with those shut-ups. Call him gay again.
You ISIS supporter.
Don't take that! Turn around for the 5th time! Turn around!
American old fool.
Turn around! No! He lost!
Murderer.
I hope he comes around in like a fucking golf cart and sweeps their leg. Yeah, that'll teach you. Now that is how arguing should be. Nice and civilized. Good points on both sides.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching Through the Worm's Hole. You all can go fuck yourself. This is a tub of water, also known as a tub of H2O, you bitch. As you can see, each robot must be carefully fingered. Real science is not about science at all. It's about my hands and what I do with them. Ah yes, this ought to be just big enough to take a shit in. Look at that circuitry. I'm getting all sweaty. Come to Papa, baby. Oh yes. This is a condom that I've decided to slide some fishing bait in. I call it the Dirty Nemo. As you can see, I've attached it to the end of this horny robot, and I'm about to see what kind of reaction I can get from it. If I can put this ball on top of this ball, I can say I've helped. I fucking welded this in place. I'm gonna need some elbow grease here. There we go. Go ahead and save that for later. Water in the darkness is still just water. But a robot with a tail is no longer a robot. It then becomes a nightmare. What the fuck do you think you're doing getting out of order? 1, 2, 3, whoopee. Don't you fucking move, number 2. I'd like to caress you, you sweet dumpling. Hey, look at me, you sacks of shit. No hands. I'm not even worried about falling in. And I can run my finger across an imaginary piano. Let me give you a lesson in counting here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Try and find a school that'll teach you that. Oh no, I'm drowning. Help. In the front of the pack, we have a tight battle for first place. The Evolvobots are fighting tooth and nail for it. That Evolvobot right there, I'm telling you, that's the one that looked at me. It did. Would you look at this Evolvobot go? Look at the speed on this. It's remarkable. It's like an aquatic cheetah. We need to slow them down. Their speed's gonna make the water exit existence. Peekaboo. Evolvobot coming through. Do you see what I'm seeing in the top? This is revolutionary. The Evolvobot's transforming into an even slower machine. This is not the bottom of a styrofoam bowl. This is an Evolvobot, and a very fast one at that. It also excels at drifting. This right here is a game changer. These Evolvobots are slower than an object not in motion, yet they move forward. At the end of the world, there was one Evolvobot left. That was the darkest of days. However, due to the latest in condom propulsion technology, this sole Evolvobot was able to thrive in the desolate wasteland and bring nothing of value to the world. I have an insurmountable fear of heights, therefore I refuse to take one more step down these fucking stairs. Don't forget about me, you son of a bitch. I had my hands on this girl's ass cheeks and I was jiggling them up and down like this, but I tried to squeeze them and her ass cheeks caved in. She told me her ass was made out of jello, so I pulled my hands out and said thank you. But no, thank you.
You know what this is? You familiar with this expression? That's my fightin' face, looking like Sirius Black on the Azkaban posters. I stumbled across something that actually just immediately pet my peeve. It is a head scratcher. It comes from Dexerto. It's an Instagram post. I saw this myself. For some reason, the algorithm fed this to me directly. Just to try and salty up my cheeks, I guess. I don't really use Instagram. The only time I go on there is to post pictures of me with my horses or chickens and whatever from the farm, or petting my goose, that kind of thing. So I went on Instagram briefly, and the first thing I saw was this. I didn't do any scrolling or the For You or anything. Just the first thing when I opened Instagram was this. YouTuber Moist Critical weighs in on why The Boys Season 5 has been a success so far. What? Pardon? Excuse me? I said that? What, is there like a Tyler Durden situation going on here? Like, I'm sleepwalking and saying shit like that? What? Me? I didn't do that. Not even getting into the rest of the caption yet. Just that headline alone, I didn't do that. I made a video last night, which is just me yapping about something that stream keeps bringing up, which is, what do I think about The Boys Season 5? There's only 3 episodes left. We're approaching the finish line, and in my take, I was going over why I think this is its weakest season so far. So, like, I don't know if Dexerto just didn't watch it and just asked Grok to put me in a bikini and then summarize what I said, and it got it all wrong and gave me, like, double D melons or something. Like, I don't know how Dexerto could have even come up with this. Like, they are just putting a wiener in my mouth that was never there. Like, I don't hate The Boys Season 5 or anything, but, you know, here, I'll just play you a couple of clips from it, and you tell me how the fuck Dexerto was able to reach this conclusion for their post. I think the first season is when the show was at its best, because what it did was something actually unique, where you have a group of just dudes, just average Joe Schmo, booger-eating, normal goobers, going up against superhumans. That feels like an insurmountable task. How the fuck are they going to ever beat these corrupt superheroes? They have powers. They don't. So they actually had to get very creative and scheme and grind their way to accomplish anything, even begin tiptoeing in the direction of accomplishing something against these odds. So when they did actually accomplish something or beat a superhero, killing a supe, it was a triumph, and it was something extremely big, a pivotal moment. But then, as the seasons progressed, it kept losing that spark, and now it's just soup versus soup, and they're just constantly killing each other, so it just feels so weightless now. And then even the main group of the boys, they get their own superpowers as well, so it just, to me, doesn't have that same oomph that it did in season 1. But I don't want this to be misconstrued as me thinking the show's gone to shit or something. I still enjoy it. I'm still entertained by it. Some of the core members of the boys haven't had shit to do in so long. Like, Huey gets dreadfully little to actually do here. He contributes almost nothing now to beating Homelander and stopping all of this. He's just kind of tagging along for the ride. Same thing with Mother's Milk. All of that is in the very beginning of the video. It's impossible to miss unless you just miss the video itself and are just pulling things out of your butthole based on a fucking wet dream you had or something. Like, I don't hate the final season of The Boys so far or anything, but it's a far cry from the way Dexerto is posting this headline about it where, you know, I'm saying I failed the Try Not to Come challenge because season 5 is so good, and I'm singing its praises and explaining why it's so successful. Now let's go back and look at the caption. Moist Critical recently praised the success of The Boys Season 5, highlighting how the series has managed to maintain momentum 5 seasons in, pointing to its balance of outrageous violence, satire, and emotional depth as reasons for its staying power. This butt is ass, bro. What? This has to be AI generated. I mean that genuinely. I didn't say any of that in the video I made yapping on this topic last night. I didn't have a whole spiel about like, The Boys has maintained its relevancy and its momentum even 5 seasons in thanks to the brave tiptoeing act, the balancing act of dancing on the line of outrageous violence, satire, and emotional depth. That's the reason for its staying power. I never even talked about anything of the sort. He acknowledged that certain episodes felt padded, but argued that the overall narrative still hits hard, with standout performances and bold storytelling choices that make this season one of Prime Video's biggest wins. I actually don't know where any of this is coming from. Whoever wrote this may have just been on ayahuasca and they fucking hallucinated this or something coming out of my mouth. I didn't fart out any of this that they're saying here. At all. You can go watch the video for yourself. That never left my lips. What I did, however, dig my heels into the sand on is what I believe to be delusional take that this final season is all filler. It's not. I do think that this is like the worst pacing The Boys has had. That I completely agree with, but I totally disagree that it's all filler. Because even the things that people point to, like Terror's little brief adventure, his little side quest where it's the banging the Homelander toy, even that little bit contributes to the overall plot in a meaningful way. So Terror banging Homelander culminates with us seeing the fallout of the boys' group through the dog's eyes. It's very quirky, it's zany, and I don't love that. I actually really don't like that they did this angle to show it, but it's not filler. You are getting important information about what's happening with the group, and most importantly, what's happening with Butcher. Because one of the core things that's been being explored is the lack of humanity in Butcher. And how, now that he's completely just forsaken his humanity, he's basically just a fucking shell. He's a husk. And it's something Huey points out a lot. But in this Terror, like through Terror's eyes, as we go through this, we see him care for this dog and want to save it when he consumes chocolate and panics and worries about the dog. And that lets Huey know, that lets Huey see that there's still that human side of Butcher. And that is important to the plot. Seeing what's happening with the group is important. And it's very important seeing where Butcher is mentally, like where his character is. Is there humanity left? And through that, we know that there is at least a glimmer of it still there, a little spark. So it's important, even something as dumb as that. Like I said, I don't love that that's how they convey that information. I think it's kind of shitty. Like, I didn't love the way they did it, but it's not filler. Like, again, I agree with the complaint of pacing being a problem, but none of this is filler so far. People were even pointing at the Firecracker storyline as being filler, when that is the most important one they've explored so far. Fleshing out her deeper turmoil and her motivation, how she is at this, like, internal struggle about God and Homelander, and then they bring in her pastor who basically raised her. This is a very important struggle that we get to see that ultimately culminates with her having to decide between Homelander or God, her faith that has gotten her to this point. And she ultimately chooses to forsake God, throwing away the Jesus figure, and then shortly after, dying after choosing Homelander over God. All of that was very important to see. It's not filler. So that I will lat spread on and fight because I disagree entirely that it's filler. There has been padding. I do think there's a bit of bloat, and I think they're focusing on some things that they don't need to for way too long, so it drags a bit. But it hasn't been filler. I think that complaint is misplaced. And I actually think they've done a good job with Firecracker. I think they did a really good job with her entire character arc. And I do think it's odd how now all of a sudden no one wants to sit and learn about the characters anymore. They just want like action figures colliding for action and violence and gore. Now for some reason no one wants to sit and actually learn about the world or the characters in it that we've spent so many years with now. It's very odd. Because it's not like the boys had ever shied away from giving you like information on these characters and fleshing out like what's going on in their personal lives and how it relates to the overarching plot. They've done that plenty of times in the past, but now all of a sudden it's an issue. And I do think, like, the way that this should be framed is that for a final season, they've been extremely slow for the most part. So the expectation was everything's bubbling over, now it's going to be fucking chaos and, you know, just ass cheeks flying all over the place, whatever. Like, I could understand that complaint. Because for a final season, it really does feel like we are not in the end game. It feels like they are making this with still like the thought that they have 12 episodes left to go, when really there's only 3. So I don't see a world where this wraps up in a satisfying conclusion, because even with 3 episodes left, I feel like we're not even close to getting there. Because they have spent so much time on other things, probably for too long. But I just completely disagree that it's filler. All of it has contributed to the plot and pushing it forward. Granted, I don't always agree with the ways that they're doing it, like with the Terror plotline, but it's not filler. That's the only thing that I've been fighting for in regards to The Boys Season 5. But I agree that this has not been an amazing final season. So I don't know why this headline has popped up here. They didn't even watch the video, and the things they said that I was praising and commending, that wasn't in the video. I think they did a good job with A-Train in this season. I think they did a good job with Firecracker. And of course, Anthony Starr's Homelander is still always kind of a home run, so I think Homelander's been pretty strong too. But even then, I had a complaint there because Homelander feels much stupider now than he ever has been before, and they've randomly introduced some new weaknesses like Mal Chemical coming out, who's just an alcoholic gooner whose breath can knock him out instantly. That's a crazy powerful thing to just come out of nowhere with. So, like, I've had even complaints there, too. I don't know why this headline is saying the things it says about my take on The Boys Season 5. Especially that little nugget they drop in there about how I was giving flowers to their bold story choices. What? Another thing I complained about in that video that they're referencing is one of the story choices they made that I really think almost ruined the entire character with Kimiko. Kimiko being able to speak, I think, is such a strong decision, and it's something they gradually built up to for years across multiple seasons. And now having her speak, I think, is a good choice, but what they've done is they've wiped their ass with it by having her only talk in porn and Zoomer slang, just fucking Gen Z slang from TikTok, which they even point out in a moment of self-awareness, but then they just lean into it and go whole hog, and that's all she ever says now. So they took a character who was emotionally very deep and strong, and now they've reduced her to very one-dimensional, just regurgitating porn and Gen Z memes and slang. Like, that's very disappointing, and I think it's a disservice to the character that they spent so long building. So I haven't been praising a lot of their choices that they've made. I don't know where that's coming from Dexerto. And by far the most confusing thing about all of this, why is it even a post in the first place? Who gives a fuck? Even if I was just meat swallowing The Boys season 5, why is that even worth like a pseudo article, I guess, or the Instagram post? What is the purpose? It's like there's literally nothing there at all. I don't understand. Like, Dexerto's done like some decent reporting in recent times, like more so than they had in the past where they were just grabbing fucking clips from Livestream Fail. Like, they have been at least diving more into some of like the more modern stories they've covered. But why do they also have to do this shit too? Why can't they just stick to like the decent stuff? This doesn't make sense to me, and I'm very confident that this is an AI piece that they've made. I don't think there is a single human being that will have watched that video I made yapping about The Boys and walked away with this impression and this summary. It's very peculiar. I had to talk about it a bit. It was so weird. That's really about it. So yeah. Today I found something pretty interesting that I just can't resist the urge to share with all of you. I'm just kidding. That's a classic gag right there. I got you good. But I did actually read something pretty fascinating. It was an independent study that was conducted that found 72% of games industry executives believe that Steam has a monopoly on PC games. And this is an interesting topic and something that I've talked about on stream quite a bit, but I want to yap about this because they're not entirely wrong. Steam is like a diet monopoly when it comes to PC games, but not because they use like monopolistic tactics or anything. They literally just offer a better service than anything else that seems to come up and literally do nothing and win just by being better than all of the competitors that try and enter the market. Developers and players just naturally gravitate towards Steam. And thus they do kind of have like a stranglehold, like nipple clamps on PC games market. So like they do have oomph. And you can make an argument that they're like a soft monopoly. But I think it tells a very interesting story because there are alternatives. There are competitors. They just don't necessarily thrive. So anytime that a new games platform tries to enter the market to compete with Steam, they do their own version, with blackjack and hookers and whatever. And it usually flounders. Like, it usually flatlines pretty quickly because it's just inferior to Steam. Even though Steam has remained largely unchanged for the longest time, it has cemented itself as just a really easy to use platform that's just extremely convenient for developers and players. So a new platform springing up, it's got its work cut out for it. But that's not to say they don't exist, because there are a lot of alternatives. Well, maybe a lot's being a little charitable. There are some alternatives. Some of them are even decent, like GOG. Even though in recent times I've had extraordinarily horrible luck with GOG and getting games to actually fucking work through there, it is a service that is good, but it's not really comparable to Steam or anything. And then there's things like the Epic Game Store, which I think did try and employ monopolistic tactics to compete with Steam. Epic Game Store, I don't know how many of you remember, was trying to incentivize developers to marry themselves to their platform exclusively. Basically trying to have their own console wars between these platforms of Steam versus Epic Game Store. So they would like steal away developer titles to go to the Epic Game Store through incentives. And it didn't work because Epic Game Store itself is just not a great platform. So people don't like to use it willingly. Very few people choose Epic Game Store over Steam. So it hasn't beaten Steam, and it's kind of a joke that's gotten a lot of resentment because of some of their tactics they've used to try and compete. Whereas Steam doesn't really do any of that. It just kind of sits there fucking lollipop in hand and does nothing and is winning. All these other platforms spring up and usually just run themselves straight into the shitter. So Steam just always prevails in the end. And that does put it in a position where it is like a soft monopoly. Worth mentioning about this study in particular, 75% of respondents were senior managers of C-suite level, with 77% from studios with more than 50 employees. And the study found that for a majority of the studios, Steam accounts for over 75% of revenue. And then they do briefly mention that developers started utilizing Epic Game Store and the Xbox PC Game Store. But again, it's clear Steam is the bulk of the balloons here. It is fascinating because, as I briefly mentioned, Steam doesn't do anything to try and solidify this pseudo-monopoly. Like, they don't have parameters in place to try and force people to use Steam and drive out competition or anything like that. They literally just plant their feet and lat spread and just sit there menacingly, to the point where if you're a developer releasing on PC and you choose not to release on Steam, you are cutting your own nuts off. You are doing yourself a huge disservice in not having your game in front of all of those Steam users. And again, it's not Steam that's doing that and putting that fear of God in you. It's just gamers choose Steam, so if your game's not on Steam, they might not be buying it at all in general. They might not even give it the time of day. So, like, it's very interesting, because again, Steam, at least not to anything I've ever seen, has never really tried to do anything to be a monopoly in the PC gaming space. They've just always been really convenient, like user-focused, and like, first and foremost, just accessible to developers and users, that they are just the best service. Now, of course, it's not perfect. Nothing ever will be. Like, I fucking hate the Steam friend UI and all that. I bitch and moan about that endlessly on stream whenever I'm trying to, like, co-op with friends on different games. But, like, overall, the Steam platform is better than any other games platform that has come out, generally speaking. So it's hard to compete with that. So even though Steam's doing nothing, like, they don't need to, like, innovate or change things. They just have to not wipe their whole ass with everything they've built over the last couple of decades. And so far, they've been doing a great job of not just fucking it all up. And that seems to be, like, all they do. They are doing nothing to limit competition or anything. I have to imagine at the Steam HQ, they don't even know that they're ever in a competition with other game platforms. They probably have no fucking idea about, like, what Epic Game Store does with trying to get, like, exclusives and shit in the past. Like, I doubt they even have it as a blip on their radar. Now, normally, monopolies are a really bad thing for consumers. That's typically bad news. You do not want monopolies because there's no incentive to be the best service. There's no incentive to change or improve or get better for consumers, because what's the point? There's no alternatives. And like I said, Steam is not a monopoly. But it kind of is like a de facto monopoly in the sense that pretty much everyone is choosing Steam, developer and players alike. So all the other alternative platforms, they're not exactly, you know, popping off or anything like that. They're not out there wiggling their finger in celebration with how great everything's going there compared to like a Steam or something. But Steam is the best thing for consumers right now in this market. There isn't a better alternative. So it is weird because it is a monopoly that is a monopoly because it just is the best. So people are choosing it willingly. They're not being like, you know, fucking hypnotized into it or something, or they're not being forced to because of lack of alternatives. It is just the best in the industry right now. So everyone goes to it. So it's one of the few times you'll see this kind of report where it's like, oh, this many people believe Steam is a monopoly, and you're like, oh, yeah, good. That's great news. You're right. It's so rare. Because let's take another de facto monopoly, for example, YouTube. YouTube, it's got a big time stranglehold on video sharing. There's very few alternatives to YouTube, and it's something that's been discussed, yapped about, blabbered about for so many years now, and there just isn't a real YouTube competitor. And what does YouTube do with this swamp-ass throne it finds itself on top of for videos? Well, it doesn't improve, I'll tell you that much. It's definitely not the best it can be. There has been some big-time shitification going on in recent years because where are you gonna go? Where are you going? There's nowhere else besides YouTube for video sharing and all of the features that YouTube has available. There isn't a real alternative, and there's no incentive for YouTube to fix the many problems that have been plaguing the site for so long. YouTube can do horrible decision after terrible decision after awful decision till the cows come home out the wazoo, and it doesn't really affect them because there isn't real competition. The users stay because YouTube does have a de facto monopoly. And I imagine 99% of cases, if you ask somebody, do you think it's a good thing that YouTube has this, position here as a de facto monopoly? They'd say no. But then if you ask that same question to somebody about Steam, they would probably say yes. And it's not hard to see why. It's a very big distinction here, I would say. Steam got to this position by just being better than all of the other competitors. I saw a comment that kind of painted it pretty well. Steam isn't a monopoly, its competition is just incompetent. That's pretty true. It's not like Steam has ever, to my knowledge, used its position in the industry to crush the little guy trying to make a startup that's better than Steam or something. All it does is just sit there like a fucking tree. That's all it does. It's been around for so long, it innovated at the very beginning, it cracked the code on what it needed to be the best, and now all they have to do is just not fuck it up. And everyone else that tries to compete in the space just puts out a legitimately worse product, generally speaking. Like I mentioned earlier, GOG I do think offers a different kind of product still in the same space, but having like DRM-free copies for older games and stuff is a valuable service to offer, and it is something a bit different than what Steam offers. I just personally haven't had great luck with GOG recently. So anyway, yeah, I do actually kind of agree here. This survey was also conducted by what appears to be another platform that's trying to sell developers on the idea to sell with them. So the study itself is already a little weird, but the actual subject matter of Steam being a soft monopoly is an interesting topic, I think. And it is one where I'd say, yeah, Steam is kind of a soft monopoly. But what's crazy is, I don't think that's a bad thing. They are just the best in the industry for a gaming platform. Like, they just made the best platform, and they haven't done anything, scummy and shady to, prevent others from beating them. It's just all the others that compete are worse. So people just go to Steam. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Occasionally a new movie will come out and it's a bit of a stinker, and sometimes we'll even have a 0% on Rotten Tomatoes or other review sites, but it usually only lasts a few hours. It's very rare for a 0% to stick, usually after about a Concord's length of time, so roughly 2 weeks. You'll find it sitting at 10% or 20% or something as more reviewers go see it. That is not the case for Psycho Killer, however. 0%, and it's been 4 days. And the audience score isn't stellar either at 33%, which is the most shocking part to me because that is exceptionally rare. That's a fucking unicorn right there to see an audience score that low on Rotten Tomatoes. They will give anything glowing reviews. For comparison, even just recently, Strangers Chapter 3, which is one of the worst finales to the worst trilogy ever made, has a 50% from the audience. Doesn't matter what movie comes out or how objectively dog shit it is, a movie could come out that actually rips your nipples off and face fucks you in your chair, and it'll still have a 50% for audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. Yet somehow Psycho Killer is so bad that even the audience score is extremely low. So, the question needs to be asked, does it warrant that? Is it actually a 0% bad? Well, strap in, sports fans, because I've just returned from the cinema after watching Psycho Killer, and I can tell you that maybe not a 0%, but maybe like a 10. It's bad, like it's not good. It's really not good. And what's crazy is, and I know this is what a lot of people are pointing out, this is from the mind of the writer who brought us Seven. Yeah, that Seven. The timeless classic film, Seven. I don't know what's happened since then. I don't know if the Monstars came through with the basketball and sapped his writing ability, but he really squeaked out something embarrassing here with Psycho Killer, unfortunately. And right away, I've got to make fun of the name of this movie. Psycho Killer sounds like a Steam stinker that I would just play on my gaming channel for 30 minutes as a joke. Like, it sounds like the name of a movie within a movie where a character's like, bro, we gotta go see Psycho Killer 4, it just came out. I can't believe they actually just ran with that. It does sound like something AI would spit out for you. And I know that's been a big criticism of Psycho Killer, is that it feels like it's an AI-generated experience here, because it is not cohesive at all. It does not flow. It feels like so much is missing. The main character and the Psycho Killer are the only two characters that, like, even have a presence here. Everyone else is unnamed fodder, basically. I can't think of a single other name. It's genuinely like they forgot to have other characters, and even these two characters get so little to actually do. It is pretty disastrous. And the Psycho Killer himself, he has a voice changer voice, like the actual generic cliche, I am not a good guy. It sounds like something you'd hear out of an old school Call of Duty lobby on Xbox Live from a kid putting on a voice changer. And it's unapologetic with it, to the point where, by the end, I actually found it charming. Like, that's not, like, I can't even complain about it, because by the end, it was so silly that I actually just appreciated hearing him talk and the dumb shit he was spouting. So anyway, Psycho Killer is about, you're not going to believe this, a psychotic killer. He is a Satanist, and he believes his whole mission is to kill people for Satan. And he just randomly goes through and slaughters people. And he does kill a lot of people, but you'll probably forget that that happens because it's so flat. Like, it feels so, like, off, because everything is CGI blood in this. I don't think there's a single practical effect throughout the entire fucking movie, and it's, like, noticeable CGI blood. And it's, like, the laziest kills, like, when it comes to a slasher, typically they try and get, like, creative to unnerve and disturb the viewer. Here, they didn't bother. So, like, he just shoots a guy, CGI blood splurts out, that's it. Hits a guy with a hammer, some CGI blood, they cut away, that's it. Like, the only scene that has something outside of just hit with a hammer and then shoot is a scene which is like a confessional booth where he, like, stabs the priest and then drinks his blood through a straw. That was the only time that they tried something a little different besides just, bang! Alright, now I'll drive away. So, like, and it doesn't even work in the confessional booth thing either. It's really fucking wacky. Anyway, the movie follows a trooper named Archer. She watched her husband get killed by the hash-slinging slasher here, the Psycho Killer. And now she is on a mission to put an end to his reign of terror. He is just driving across the country, killing at random. Except, the end of the movie, from out of fucking nowhere, they have this idea for how to wrap it up that is so fucking ridiculous. So, he's just killing randomly, and he's leaving behind his calling card, his fucking Joker card, where he's, like, making satanic symbols, things like open the gates, 666, hail Satan stuff. He's leaving all of that behind on every kill, so he gets the name Satanic Slasher. And then he needs to get information on some interesting individual. So he puts an ad in the newspaper, And then some goober calls him. Well, some goober puts an ad in the paper responding to his ad in the paper. It's a Satanist code. And it basically says, so you're enlightened. Give me a ring. Here's my telephone number. So Satanic Slasher calls him. Also, the detective picks up on this. Worth mentioning, every single kill doesn't matter, by the way. Like, all the clues she's gathering play no role in this, and she also makes the worst decisions ever for her investigation. So, like, she actually did track down the Satanic Slasher at one point, and then instead of waiting for backup to ambush him in his apartment, well, at the motel that he was staying at, she instead just goes in for a solo mission and gets blasted. He throws her out of a window, and then the scene immediately cuts to her, like, once again on the road tracking him. This is what I'm saying, where, like, there's no other characters, because she did interact with, like, some FBI guy. He's like, go home, this is above your pay grade, you get yourself hurt, it's not good, you go home, you can't take the Satanic Slasher, it's ridiculous. You give me your badge and your gun, that kind of vibe type shit. And so you would expect that to play a role in it, how she's kind of going off book here against her, higher level people advising her not to. But it doesn't, because they forget those characters exist. So she is, like, confronting him alone multiple times. Obviously, it never works out. FBI shows up late, obviously. It's just, there aren't any other characters, and it's weird. But anyway, so he gets in contact with Satan goobers, and then he goes to, like, a Satan house where, like, there's this businessman who's giving a speech on why he loves Satan so much, and then his groupies are there like, yeah, that's cool stuff, the fallen one, yippee, yeehaw, and the Satanic Slasher's being all mysterious and brooding, just saying he needs information. So then the goober that connected with him gets him the information on a random guy. Then he kills the Satan church people who are having an orgy, and it's a CGI bloodfest where he's hitting him with an axe, and then there's just actual, like, video game cutscene level blood flying all over the place. It's so fucking bad. But this is where I'm telling you the ending gets unreal. So, that person that they gave him the information on is a nuclear engineer. And from out of nowhere, we learn about a nuclear disaster that happened 3 years prior at a place called 3 Mile Island, which had a huge death count, obviously. That was very detrimental to the civilians. And the Psycho Killer's big plan has been to go to the nuclear power plant with some explosives that he stole way back early into his killing spree. And also, there was a mention about how he got some books from a library. Turns out he got nuclear books, which doesn't matter because he ends up just kidnapping the nuclear power plant executive or engineer guy anyway to do it for him. So why did he even bother buying or stealing the books in the first place? It didn't fucking matter. He had no clue how any of it worked. So he just kidnapped the guy. So he kidnaps that nuclear engineer, goes to the power plant. The trooper Archer was able to connect those dots and meet him there after he had already done everything, after all the alarms go off. So after everyone else figures it out because there's something going on, she then shows up. Then Psycho Killer has the guy melt down the core, about to cause a nuclear disaster that they keep saying, my God, it's going to wipe out the entire East Coast. Lord have mercy on us all. And then one of the security guards is like, wait, there might be another way in. And he takes Trooper Archer to a random room that happens to overlook the command center with a sheet of plexiglass, and he's like, yeah, that's bulletproof, so we're all fucked, but I guess you get a better view from here. And he just runs away, and then she shoots the plexiglass enough that it makes a little hole. She puts a sniper in there, takes out the Psycho Killer, saves the day. But the plan from out of nowhere became the Psycho Killer is going to cause a nuclear disaster for Satan. And he gives a big, like, Satan speech at the end. Oh my God, it's so fucking cringe. It's unbelievable. And then there's a twist. There is a twist at the end. So, early on in the movie, when she was still learning about the Satanic Slasher, she was flipping through some fucking AM radio stations, and she stumbled across, like, a conspiracy theory power hour where they were talking about how the government is experimenting on mass murderers. So, like, all the mass murderers are actually, like, government experiments that they turn loose. And then at the end of the movie, after she kills the Psycho Killer, but he doesn't actually die, he wakes up in a big van going to an off-grid facility where they welcome him back. It's a government facility, so it turns out the conspiracy was correct. Big twist, they are making the mass murderers at the government facility, and he's one of them. The movie's fucking bad. It's not good. But I would be lying if I said I didn't have a fun time watching it. I do think, for the most part, it's fun bad. And I say that with a little hesitation because the movie is so messy, like the editing is so choppy, and it's very clear that they had to fucking Frankenstein something together here just to get a complete film, that at pretty much every possible point, it doesn't really fit. But I think that makes it fun bad too. Like, I don't think that ruins the entertainingly shit nature of it. Like, it's not a movie I would recommend paying for, because I don't think it's fun bad enough to waste money on. But I think when it eventually hits streaming, it'll be something that you and your friends can laugh at. So yeah, anyway, does it deserve a 0%? Maybe not a 0, but it definitely is a very, 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 very low percent. Like, I do think that is probably par for the course there. It's just really bad at everything it aims to do, unfortunately. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So yeah. First things first, before I cannonball into the spaghetti and meatballs of today's topic, I'd like to let you all know I've been actively working on my Mickey Mouse impression, so please let me know your thoughts. Pluto! So with that out of the way, I'm going to show you all of my analytics from my lifetime of being on YouTube and almost a decade of being on Twitch. Now, the reason for this is, a week ago I made a video called I'm Turning It Off, and in that video I'm explaining why I'm disabling any and all means of people having the ability to donate money to me. No more super chats, no more YouTube memberships, for all intents and purposes, no more bits on Twitch. I say all intents and purposes because you can't actually fully disable that on Twitch. Once you start streaming on there, you're fucking shackled to the bits ecosystem. It cannot be turned off. So I made the minimum so high that no one can pay it, hopefully, and actively discouraging people from subbing on Twitch as well. Any and all avenues where people could just give me clams, I am just putting the kibosh on. I should have done this a long time ago, but better late than never. Might as well get the farty sharded now. The reason is super simple. I would much rather you keep your money, use it for yourself, or use it for things you deem important, whether it's charitable causes or what have you, but just stop forking it over to me. Now, since posting that video, there's been a lot of questions and even somewhat of a pushback from other streamers about how, like, this sets a bad precedent where it, like, starts to shame other streamers if they don't follow my footsteps here. Let me be clear, I'm not trying to make a rallying cry here. I'm not your dad. You do what you want with your own streams. Keep donations and subs on out the wazoo forever. I don't care. That's your prerogative. This was just my own personal decision. Obviously, that wasn't like the most prevalent take or anything, but it is a conversation I saw stirring about after I posted that video, because there are some streamers that believe that normal people having the ability to give them money helps them feel included in the community, part of the crew, part of the ship, and it's like integral to the streaming experience to be able to like sub and donate and things like that. I've never really shared that perspective. I've always viewed streaming as content that you are providing to viewers for free, and if someone's nice enough to toss you a doubloon, you tip your fedora saying, "Holly jolly, thanks for the Reddit gold, kind stranger," and move on. But it's not an obligation, and no one should feel like they need to be able to give you money to be included in the community. That feels very parasocial to me. But that's just my own view on it. But what I will tell you, breaking the magician's code here, there is no top streamer that needs your financial support to put food on the table or continue providing those streams for you. Also, the bulk of a streamer's income comes from ads in the first place. Anyway, though, I think this stems from people just not really knowing how much money a top streamer can make on Twitch, for example. So let me show you my analytics from my lifetime on Twitch. Now, Twitch analytics are a little wonky here on the back end, so I wasn't able to just set the date range from 2017 to 2025 because it would just freeze. It would just have a conniption. I bet the Twitch HQ server just fucking caught flame with me trying to do that, so I had to break it up into chunks. So in 2017 is when I really started like actually streaming on Twitch. I had dabbled in 2016, but it wasn't until 2017 where I got like partnered and everything. So from 2017 to 2019, I made $55,500 for those 2 years. And I wasn't full-time streaming at this point or anything. It was just a bit of goofing around, having some fun, and it brought in $55,500. From 2019 to 2021 is when I took it a lot more seriously, as you can see. My time streamed went from 600 hours on the 2 years to 3,600 hours, and I made $1.2 million for those 2 years. And this was before my Twitch contract, so the only ads that were running on my stream were like the pre-roll ads, the ones that Twitch would insert themselves. So this was still without ads, by the way. $1.2 million, almost 1.3. Then I got a Twitch contract which necessitated a certain amount of ads, 3 minutes of ad time per hour. And from 2021 to basically 2025, I made $4.1 million. And to those astute observers amongst you with those keen peepers, you might notice that my subscriptions are less than half of what they were for the previous 2-year period. So even though I have 180,000 less subs across these 3 years than I did for the previous 2, I still made significantly more. And that is because of ads. Ads are the breadbasket to streamers. That is the jelly to the peanut butter sandwich that is streaming. And keep in mind, these numbers here, the 4.1, the 1.2, those don't even include brand deals or sponsorships. And I didn't have any like ancillary donations, but a lot of streamers do through like Streamlabs for like text-to-speech, stuff like that. So that doesn't include any of those other means of making money through the medium. This is solely through just Twitch itself. And I think something important to mention, contrary to popular belief, I am not a top streamer. I am also not even a full-time streamer, and I haven't been for over a year and a half. So, my 2025 earnings, I didn't really put them here. It's about 100K. So another thing to add to the total here. But I'm not even a full-time streamer anymore, and I haven't been a top 20 streamer probably since the fucking Among Us boom. You know, back in the prehistoric internet age now. Like, the Among Us era is the only time where I broached, like, the top 20. I've not been in that ball game for a while, and yet this is still a crazy amount of money. Where there is no reason I should be taking money from just normal people working normal, everyday jobs. It just doesn't feel right to me. Streaming is the easiest job there is. Hot take, I know, sorry, that was a blistering, scalding magma that I just spewed out there, but it is just the truth. I sit in swamp ass for a few hours every day, well, at least I used to when I was a full-time streamer, playing games, or just yapping. Now compare that Weenie Hut Jr. routine to a normal person who is actually working their ass off every single day in a 9-to-5 environment, grinding in the hopes of chasing the American dream. And then they'll come home, maybe turn on my stream and donate a couple of dollars to me. And it just doesn't sit right with me taking that kind of money, given what I've made from all of this. And I really should have just stopped this a long time ago, especially considering this is just the Twitch side of things. I told you, I'm going to show you my YouTube earnings. So be ready, because here it is. Huge fucking number, an unfathomable amount of money. From starting this channel in 2007 all the way until today, I have made $35.8 million. I never even imagined that amount of money was possible to earn without just being born rich. I have said from day one, I got incredibly lucky. I will never be able to put into words just how lucky I got with all of this shit here. I'm not special. I got lucky. I have always said that, and I still believe that to this day. Now, something I saw a lot of people asking after the video I made about turning off all the donation stuff is how much money I'm leaving on the table. And while it's kind of hard to show it on Twitch considering both subs and bits are technically still on, even though I discourage both and have bits at a point where I don't think it's even possible to use them, I still can't get like a hard number on what's like gone now or anything like that. But on YouTube, I can show you directly. So with memberships and supers / gifts, I made over $1 million. Keep in mind, I've only had those things enabled for about a year. There was $1 million in a year from just normal people donating it to me. Again, that just doesn't fucking sit right with me. Now, I know there are plenty of streamers and YouTubers that have significantly more money than me and have subs and donations on and whatever. I don't care. Like I said, this is not me trying to lead some kind of revolution here where all of them turn it off. It's their choice to make. I wanted to explain fully why I don't want normal people just giving me their money anymore at all. Also, to be honest, I think just full goatseeing, showing how much streaming / YouTubing can make, just showing you the full, unedited, raw numbers is probably helpful for normal people so they can see how much money is in this space, because I think there's often so many question marks from people wondering how much does a streamer or YouTuber make? They'll either say like they're making billions of dollars or they're making nothing. There's never like an in-between because there's never any like really hard numbers to look at. So I think something like this can be helpful for that, especially because over the years I've noticed there's been a multitude of creators that have come out and tried to like underplay how well off they are financially because they believe it could be somewhat of a brand risk where if they are perceived as being someone that's very rich, well, maybe their audience wouldn't like them as much because they're no longer relatable. It's just something I've seen here and there over the years from a bunch of different creators, and I just find it a bit disingenuous. So hopefully something like this can help show that if someone is in like the top sphere of YouTube or Twitch, they are very, very well off financially. Anyway, though, if you add both of these numbers up, I've made a total of $41.3 million. But that's not to say that's what I have. Now, I do live in Florida, which means there is no individual income tax. Big time Florida W right there. And I know, I'm big time gushing grannies, Florida glazer. I've lived here my whole life. And that is something very nice about it. But it's not to say that the tax man comes in gentle with the lube. He still goes whole hog raw. It is still brutal when the tax man comes a-knockin'. He'll blow up your guts. And that's just the way that the cookie crumbles. Obviously, a good chunk instantly goes to taxes. There's also like salaries for the people that I pay on my team, other expenses, and also for the first 4 to 5 years of me earning money through my YouTube channel, I donated every single dollar to charity. So while I may have earned $41 million over the course of my time online, I don't have nearly that much. But I still have more money than I will ever know what to fully do with. And I actually thought it would be kind of fun to go through like a deep dive on what it looks like. You know, taxes, expenses, all that kind of thing to see how it all breaks down. But maybe that's a topic best left for a different video. So for now, I'll probably just conclude it here. Hopefully this was insightful. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. This just looks like a domestic dispute, not even a wrestling match. Oh, good God. Oh, he was never coming back from that.
As I said in season 1, I have some cleaning up to do.
Season 6?
And one of the problems I've run into
Holy
is that
shit.
there seems to be 2 X-Men here at CHW.
Which X-Men? Is it Jean Grey? Because she's got a new movie coming out.
Backyard wrestling hardcore motherfucker. So we're gonna have
This guy is
a
hammered.
very special match.
Absolutely hammered.
I'm going to climb
It's
all over
It's symbolism.
the bodies
You wouldn't understand.
and ascend.
Introducing homeless John
Already
Wick.
have many exes. This is the only one I really want.
There's just a very noticeable lack of energy here. Can somebody at least hit a plastic trash can with a drumstick to make some music? For the love of God. Oh, from out of nowhere! He's done it! Yeah, no, that definitely didn't feel good. Yikes. All 60 pounds of the meth addict just hit his hip. Whoa!
Good night, Central.
Good night, Central. His special move!
Oh, sorry, sir.
And the neighbor saw the whole thing, crying out for his fence that now had one man's asshole and one man's face plastered on it. Oh, I feel like that's just actually his angry neighbor. Oh yeah, he's about to get deleted. Just like America's Got Talent, he's hitting the X. Oh, is it over? Oh, here comes the Mortal Kombat fatality. He's gonna rip his dick off through his asshole. He was like an NPC in Elder Scrolls glitching out. Oh, it's a ninja! Straight from the temple at the mountain that Batman trained on in Batman Begins. The speed limit's 15 kilometers per hour, but they're going at least 50 with this kind of hardcore testosterone pumping action. Breaking the law. And bones. Get the weed whacker. Oh, Jesus Christ. Those will work too. Yeah, give him a vasectomy. Oh, even more strategic. The real weapon. Yeah, get him. Yeah, fucking blast him. Excuse me while I go back so we can all admire that display of balancing talent once. The big stunts is what the CHW's known for. Look at this. The fearlessness to stand on the chair. Not even the high-wire circus performers would dare do something this crazy. The adrenaline he must be feeling. Oh, man. Hardcore training. Oh, hey, it's these guys. Why is there no music when these guys are involved? They make it like ASMR backyard wrestling.
See, I didn't come alone today.
Clones Clone.
Yeah, I got myself a
Clones Clone, please. If Clones Clone comes out of that budget equipment right there, I'm going nuts. Shit. It's just a local weed dealer, whatever. It's a guy. Yeah. And introducing her partner, her neighbor, this guy. Oh God! Getting right into it. Oh baby, that's a big one. Oh, he's got the cookie tray out. No smoke and mirrors there. He just hit his friend with the cookie tray and the toaster. No! This is getting too hardcore. Oh yeah, you do. Well, I at least respect that there's nothing fake about it. They just hit each other with toasters. You know, say what you will about the lore, or even the setup, but god damn it, I wouldn't want to be hit with a toaster. He lost his mask! Oh my god, when he loses his mask, it becomes very painful for everyone else. They're gonna light her on fire. No, please! I feel like this is just completely improv. No, there was no rehearsal. It's just like, hey guys, let's go in the backyard. I'll bring a wooden table, a trash can, and 5 popsicle sticks to shove up our asses. We'll see where it goes and film it for the CHW. This is a topic I had no intentions of revisiting, but in light of recent news, I absolutely cannot stop myself from talking about it. A few days ago, I made an extremely hard video doing my best to honor the memory of one of the brightest lights the chess community has ever seen, Daniel Naroditsky, whom I was lucky enough to call a friend. He has unfortunately passed away, and I made a video doing my best to pay tribute to him and talk about the incredible legacy that he built and how he will always be remembered as one of the best teachers chess has ever seen, best streamers, best players, just overall just an amazing guy and an amazing force for good in the chess community. And he will be dearly missed by so many. I wanted to just focus on the incredibly positive effect Daniel had on so many people, And I didn't dive into the nitty-gritty of one very unsavory character, Vladimir Kramnik, and his role in some unfortunate times Daniel was going through. Today, I saw a statement from Vladimir Kramnik, and I just can't bite my tongue any longer. I cannot stand this man. I can't stand the things he says. I can't stand what he's become. I can't stand to even look at him. Just look at this. This is him playing chess, but it looks like I'm looking through the webcam of a creep in the process of deleting their browser history. Vlad Big Bad Kramnik has been on this crusade in the chess community where he has been just willy-nilly tossing out cheating allegations, seemingly at random sometimes. And he was posting these allegations against Daniel Naroditsky of cheating, these allegations that he was a dishonest player. Daniel was someone who cared very deeply about his reputation, so when someone with the prestige of Kramnik is coming out saying these horrible things, it obviously took a toll on his mental health, and it is something he was vocal about. There was never any evidence or anything at all to support Kramnik's allegations at any point in time. It was completely baseless. It was fucking disgusting. And I'm going to show you a brief clip of Daniel talking about it 11 months ago.
But this is a sustained, evil, and absolutely unhinged attempt to destroy my life. And I really don't, I'm tired of mincing words at this point. He is trying to ruin my life. He's trying to inflict emotional harm, physical harm on me. He knows exactly what he's doing. And this is one of the most wicked people that I've ever dealt with. I'm not trying to seek attention with this, but the people who are buying into this narrative, they exist at many levels, including at the very top level, and they include a large number of chess fans. Like, this is doing very serious damage and actual damage. It's not just like bots or, Russian spies who are believing Kramnik. He has a lot of authority. He's a fucking world champion.
Evil really is a great word for Kramnik. And I'm sure if you've paid attention recently, you've probably seen some of the top players come out to try and get some change here and get some accountability for what Kramnik has been doing. He has been completely out of control. He's a feral fucking animal. And he is still somehow trying to make himself the victim and how everyone else is the bad guy, and he's actually like the angel of the chess community. There are very few souls on this planet that genuinely view Kramnik positively. Even some of the best players in the world outright show their disdain for this creature. Hikaru recently had this to say about Kramnik.
I said it before, I'll say it again. Kramnik can go fuck himself. I'll just say it. He can go fuck himself and he can rot in hell. That's all I'm going to say, okay?
It's a sentiment shared by some of the actual best players in the world, condemning Kramnik and everything that he has become. So it's not just fans of Daniel or just fans of chess in general, it's also the top-level players that fucking despise Kramnik. And the statement that he posted today is what's made me just furious to the point where I will just go ahead and just start spitting and shitting on this guy, because people need to be more aware of the damage that he has done, continues to do, and just how unhinged of a madman this guy is. I would like to express my deepest condolences to all of Daniel Naroditsky's loved ones in connection with the tragic and untimely passing of this remarkable chess player in person, which has deeply shaken me personally and the entire chess world. Hey Vlad, did you use AI for that? Because it certainly took you quite a few tries to even express any level of sorrow or condolences for the tragic passing of Daniel Naroditsky. It's worth remembering and reminding people that after the announcement of Daniel Naroditsky's passing, one of the first things Vladimir Kramnik did was take to Twitter to start wiggling his finger saying, "I told you so, I told you so." That was he literally, one of the first things he did was make it all about how he was so right. Blaming others, like how Kramnik was the only one that cared. He was saying, you gotta check on Daniel, this and that. No one else seemed to care. I was right. I saw what no one else did. You guys ignored this. That's what Kramnik did after it was announced that Daniel Naroditsky passed away. I don't think he's capable of expressing any level of sorrow or emotion. This is a husk of a man. I think he needed AI assistant to give the best engine move here for trying to almost appear human, because I don't even think those are his words. What I think follows is definitely straight from the asshole of Kramnik, though, and you'll see what I mean. To my profound regret, this tragic event has become an opportunity for some to exploit it for their own interests and to launch an unprecedentedly cynical and unlawful campaign of harassment against me and my family. In this regard, I would like to make the following statements. This clown could only muster one sentence without devolving into talking all about himself and positioning himself as a victim. He starts calling the wambulance in the second sentence of this statement. Oh, me, wah, wah, wah. Look at all these French cries I've ordered. Oh my goodness. I'm like the actual victim of this tragedy because people are being mean to me. This is unprecedented. Oh my gosh, how can people not think about my feelings? This is so mean to me. And then he has the gall to say, I have never made any personal attack or insult towards Daniel Naroditsky. Absolute psychopath shit. He was the main perpetrator. Daniel was not shy about sharing his feelings about the effect Kramnik has had on his mental health through everything Kramnik was tossing his way, all the shit he was stirring over fucking baseless accusations. Kramnik bore a huge responsibility on the unfortunate feelings that Daniel was going through for a long time. Kramnik was the main villain in this community, and he has been for a while, and not just for everything with Daniel. He has done this for so many players. I have a hunch that he would try and copyright strike me or pursue legal action if I showed any of his clips, but he has entire compilations dedicated that people have compiled of him reporting people for cheating if they found a move he didn't think of. So he's lost some matches, or even in matches that he's drawn due to his own mistake, he has accused his opponent of being a cheater, getting engine moves because he didn't think of it, or if he did think of it, the other person shouldn't have because he's so much smarter than him because he's higher rated. He accuses people of cheating based on the most loosey-goosey of ideas. He is, by all possible definitions, the worst person in the chess community. And there has not been any real action taken against him, and it's reached this bubbling point now where some of the top players are on the right side of history, where they believe that more needs to be done to protect players from people like Kramnik. He is a destructive douchebag. He is a calamity of cringe. But because he was once a world champion, he does have accolades under his name. It carries weight. Anyway, though, back to his statement. Despite the tension in our relationship, I was the only person in the chess community who, noticing on video Daniel's obvious health issues a day before his death, publicly called for him to receive help. Unfortunately, this plea was ignored by everyone. The subsequent attempts immediately following his passing to directly link this tragic event to my name, especially in light of this fact, cross all boundaries of basic human morality in my view. We are getting a lecture on human morality from a man who lacks any and all real emotion. This is an android worm person roach man. This is not someone who has any morality. He is trying to now say he's the only one that actually cared about Daniel, which is so far from the truth. He is the one that was actively at all stages over the last year or so trying to ruin Daniel's reputation based on fucking nothing. Absolutely nothing. And now here he is trying to position himself as like the, actual protector of Daniel, trying to look out for his well-being. It is psychopath shit. Actual psychopath shit. What he's referring to here, where he's talking about, he was calling for Daniel to receive help, it was him making, a post on Twitter, hey, someone should check on him. Which, by the way, Daniel's closest friends actively were checking in with Daniel and doing their best for Daniel. Meanwhile, what was Kramnik doing? Continuing this crusade against him. Just a blatant lie, a pure fabrication, a disconnect from reality. There is overwhelming oodles of evidence to the contrary here. Kramnik does not care about Daniel, never did. Daniel openly stated Kramnik is one of the most evil people he's ever had to deal with. Just a wicked presence in the chess community, yet here he is trying to say he's the only person that was actually trying to look out for him. It is just despicable behavior from this person. My private and public requests made a year ago for a review of Grandmaster Naroditsky's compliance with fair play rules were ignored, despite a significant amount of evidence, only part of which was published supporting the validity of this request. I have always been and remain ready to provide these materials to any relevant authority. In his next point, literally, point number 3, right after him saying how much he actually cared about him and was obviously looking out for him, he then goes in to try and, once again, push this narrative that Daniel Naroditsky wasn't complying with fair play rules, according to Kramnik. Kramnik is still here trying to make these accusatory statements against Daniel Naroditsky, using his classic source I made it the fuck up evidence. Anyway, let me finish the statement before I dive in deeper. Point number 4. Certain provocative statements by public figures, sometimes escalating to blatantly false and criminal accusations against me regarding Daniel's death, which have led, among other things, to threats to the safety of myself and my family and violations of my personal rights, will be the subject of criminal and civil lawsuits currently being prepared by my lawyers. This is just a blanket threat to everyone that's calling this guy a huge asshole, which he is a huge asshole. There's no lawsuit you can issue for people pointing out that you are a giant piece of shit who absolutely did play a role in the mental health of Daniel. That is something that is provable with an overwhelming amount of evidence. Number 5, I welcome the officially announced opening of a criminal investigation in the United States into the circumstances of Daniel Naroditsky's death, and if needed, can even assist the investigation with some important non-public information at my disposal. Finally, with full responsibility, I want to state that I am in good physical and mental condition, and under no circumstances am I planning to take my own life. I'll quickly address that last little nugget there at the end, because you're probably scratching your head wondering why the fuck did he even include something like that, mentioning that he's in good physical mental condition, not planning on taking his own life. That seems to kind of come out of nowhere. And it's because Vladimir Kramnik has devolved into a fucking paranoid freak. This guy probably thinks that the deep state reptilians are spying on him through his fucking electric toothbrush. Now, anyone with a functioning frontal lobe can look at this statement and immediately smell how fucking foul it is and how stinky it is. His first statement is about how he's never, attacked Daniel or anything like that. And then you go to point number 3 and he immediately starts tossing out the cheating allegations again about how, I have all this evidence about Daniel Naroditsky not complying with fair play rules, by the way. So he's already contradicting himself in his own fucking statement. So you've never personally attacked Daniel, yet here you are, literally 2 sentences later, attacking Daniel in your own statement. Hey pal, you just blow in from stupid town? Classic Kramnik here, the Kramnik gambit, unable to express any actual real sympathy or anything at all, unable to take any level of accountability here. He doesn't mention his sizable role in the mental health of Daniel Naroditsky, who made it very clear that what Kramnik was saying, what he was doing, was hurting him in a big way. But Kramnik always disregarded it, and even here, doesn't even acknowledge it, not even slightly. In fact, he tries to position himself as the one that actually cared about Daniel. It is crazy. This is a crazy person. This is someone that does need to be checked in the chess community. So all of the top players in all the community that are begging for action against Kramnik here in the community, I think are 100% correct. Something absolutely has to change. This statement from Kramnik had me fuming. Still does. I am still infuriated by it. I cannot believe that this fucking garbage bag of a person posted this. The only solace I can find in all of this is I know with 100% confidence Daniel Naroditsky will always be remembered for the amazing, talented player, teacher, and friend that he was, who contributed more to chess than most people could ever possibly fathom. One of the best commentators in chess, with one of the best libraries chess has ever seen, with educational tools that can get anyone interested about the game because his passion was infectious. And he was so efficient at teaching high-level chess theory, making it digestible and entertaining. One of the best streamers in chess, an amazing friend, an amazing guy. He will always be remembered for the positive, wholesome force for good that he was. Whereas Kramnik, he won't be remembered for his chess achievements. What people will remember Kramnik for is everything that came after. He devolved into a hateful, putrid, delusional person, and it will overshadow all of his accomplishments in chess. Chess history will look back on this man very negatively. And since he's threatening legal action, he's certainly welcome to try with me here. I don't believe I've said anything defamatory. I've just been insulting you, which I'm well within my right to do. I do not like you. I find you to be a disgrace. I think your behavior is shameful, and you deserve to be insulted for everything you have done, everything you have said, and everything you continue to say. I cannot stand Vladimir Kramnik. That's really about it. So yeah. Don't know too much about this one. All I know is it's a dude-like roguelike. How many dudes? So, based on what I'm seeing here, it's going to be increasingly difficult challenges like how many dudes to kill a gorilla with roguelike elements. I don't know, a buddy of mine told me about it. Sounded cool from the way he described it. Let's ride, new run. Round 1, 10 toddlers. Oh, one dude could easily take that, right? Oh yeah, this is a freebie. Yeah, did they even touch me? That might have been hitless. I little bro'd them right there, hand out in front of them, giving them the fucking business down here, popping them. Need more dudes. Post a flyer to attract a new type of dude to the ranch. Ah, the old Ram Ranch. Okay, so Spartan dudes and Bard dudes. Spartans, 20% chance to block attacks, aim at nearby dudes. Bard dudes, every 4 attacks, Bard dude plays a song that inspires 4 random dudes, increasing their damage and run speed by 4% for 4 seconds. This effect stacks up to 4 times. That feels really good. Let's do a Bard dude. They're tiny horses. They're ponies and ducks. I think we win this. Yeah. I kind of ganged up on my Bard dude, but that's okay. No, I'm assuming he comes back, right? I'll give him like a senzu bean and he'll be back. Oh, I lost him for good. He's just dead. 36 toddlers. We'll just keep doing the easier fights. Yeah, they're getting cooked. Except this guy might go down. Never mind. Teamwork. There we go. Good work. 134 toddlers. That should be free. Oh, I don't know. Actually, he's really surrounded. And still completely fine. They can't do anything except just like goo goo gaga and fucking throw up, tinkle their little britches. God, my bards and clerics do so much. Oh! My God, he fucking blasted my background dudes like a kickball. That's making a beautiful sound. What a serene melody. Sounds like Donald Duck getting run through a wood chipper. Yeah, we're not losing any health right now. I bet the stats on this one are great. Yeah. Yeah, that's... Oh, they did the most damage and some of the most... And almost the most healing. Oh, there's a gorilla in here. Uh-oh. Luckily, I have a ton of healing. He's fucking shoryukening our ass. Yeah, in these long sustained fights, I'm basically unkillable. I just have so much sustain. And I'm getting so many free items. 708 bees? We'll just do the little ducks. Oh, actually, this could be dangerous. But I'm not a bitch. Give me the little ducks. Holy fuck. They're gonna melt my fucking computer. And it'll cost me $1 million to get more RAM for a new one. They did no damage. They actually did no damage. Oh man, this guy's killing us. Holy shit. Wow, I underestimated the unicorn terribly. That's super not good. Oh my god. Oh god, no. No, my run. Holy shit, these bees were crazy. What the fuck? Those bees were nuts. Oh, what? Fuck, man. I cannot believe those bees were that hard to kill. Damn! Yeah, so I think next run, I need to focus... I'll do like a very quick one. I think I need to focus entirely on damage instead of like sustain, just to see, for shit like that. I'm just gonna do a really crazy like Ooga Booga run here. No think, just damage. Oh my god, he's absolutely obliterating all of my medics. They spawned right next to the big guy. That couldn't have been worse positioning. Wow, I lost so many medics right away. I haven't killed a single thing. I've killed one wolf. GG. Yeah, that build was just not a good idea. I didn't have a whole lot of synergy, I just went for high DPS and crit. And it did not work. I did not like Paladin at all. Was not a huge fan there. I just genuinely think there is so much potential with Paladins, even though I didn't love them in my last run. Their base stats are so good. I'm going Paladin again. Maybe I just didn't see the good relics. Toddlers will probably actually be easier than this one. Oh, this vampire is surrounded. Holy shit, they're ganging up on him like he has fucking Hershey's chocolate bars in his pockets. Good lord. Regular dude just woke up. He just came back from the hospital and immediately died again. And I lost a vampire. Okay, I actually lost quite a bit there, to be honest. Man, the kids don't have a chance against this squad. Holy fuck, they roll out and just annihilate them. Alright. I'm liking our build right now. I'm really liking our build right now. I also have a nice 4 meteors here, which I might actually rip. No, maybe not, maybe not. Didn't need to. Gotta have faith in the boys, man. If you don't believe in the boys, who will? I think I will just blow him away so I can save that Viking dude. No, don't do it, Viking dude! I did that to save you! Ended up working out just fine. Nope, he still died. All you had to do was not go over there and try and solo him. The vampire thing just procced. I saw it happen. That was cool. When vampire dude takes damage while below 50, steals 20% health from random dude if that dude has more health than him. That sucks for me. When cleric dude takes fatal damage, he will recover with full health and send out divine pulse with 300% increased range and 1000% increased power. Each cleric dude can do this once per round. Sure. Can't reroll anyway. Oh, my medic's up. Just play it safe. I'm about to have 5 medics come in, so let's do this. Very clean. Didn't lose anybody. Oh my god, we are fucking sailing so smooth.
Oh yeah.
Wow. That was no problem at all. Yeah, we fucking ganged up on him like we were trying to recover a fumble in football there. This is pretty clean! This is even cleaner than my first run. I'm liking the position we're in here. Alright, I'm back. My fucking dudes are getting a little rambunctious here, a little out of control, antsy. Ram Ranch is popping off right now. Oh, reduce enemy damage by 1% for 5 seconds, stacking up to 10 times? That sounds very strong. 3 alpha wolves. Fuck it. I forgot these were the alpha wolves. These guys don't do shit to us. They're small fry. I could give everyone 5% crit chance, like that's probably worth spread across this many dudes. Or I can give my vampire dudes an additional 30% HP. Don't know if I care about that much, let's just do this. This is guaranteed benefits. I don't remember seeing these pigs. Did I avoid pigs in my round 80 run? The feral hogs. Hog Rider. This vampire and this pig were having quite the slugfest there. God, our health just doesn't move. We have so many ways of healing. I love the sound that they make, too. It sounds like the Mario Party minigame when you make that song and they just go... Or like Banjo-Kazooie characters.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just gonna keep load. Oh, that's a lot. 3. That might be a little much. That might be a little too much. If I was a bitch, run it. Okay, we're handling it pretty well so far. There we go, we got our first kill. Our second kill. Everyone's still at full health? Wow. Wow. We are looking strong. They didn't kill anybody. I thought for sure we were gonna lose someone there. Even the regular dudes are alive and at full health. Even the regular dudes. Holy shit. The God Run. Wow. 29k damage dealt by the Vikings. Yep. Oh, man. The dude crews. Very smooth. You do love to see it. Just more Viking dudes. Might as well. Yeah, we're fucking flipping them like burgers on the grill right now. We're extremely tanky and our damage is very good. Our damage was a problem early on, but late game we scaled so well with all these Vikings. This one's the toughest one so far, but it looks like our vampires stacked the damage reduction on them because they're not hitting as hard anymore. So good, man. So good. Woo! Yep. We got all of the shit stacked, so now they can't kill us. They're powerless. Once the most fearsome predators in the animal kingdom, they can do nothing against the dudes. I thought for a second this might have been a tough wave. It was not. Oh, we're so strong. I think I do want some more vampires, though. We have a perfectly even spread, really. I think some more vampires would do us well. Hang in there. Ugh. Alright, we're good. I don't need to pop anymore. I might have played that too safe, to be honest. I think I might have used too much shit, but whatever. Damn, they are hitting hard now, though. Okay, so now we're getting into the, like, actual end game. Nice. I'm just gonna keep loading up on Vikings. Oh, no, not the big bees. Not the big bees. That I'm just not risking. That's a run ender right there. It's not worth it. I'll fight the fucking polar bear. I'll take a little bit of money lost there to not have to deal with the bees. Also, this Berserk chain is looking really good. He's giving it to my clerics and shit. That's crazy. And this one vampire. He's got him. Oh, wait, no, that was rude. Just threw him away like some dirty laundry. Man, the sound this one is making. I think we're gonna get into the territory where it starts fucking melting my GPU. It'll cost me $12,000 to get a new one with the new fucking Nvidia prices that are rumored to be coming out. God damn it! Stabilize! I think we got it. I think we got there. I wanted a burner phone, but I couldn't find an opportunity. I had to keep trying to heal. Christ, they were tough. We did it! Round 100 complete.
Oh yeah!
We did it, now we're just into the endless waves. We fucking did it, baby. Man, round 100 was no joke. That made me blow every resource I had. But we did it. Oh, and we're gonna finish with bees. No way I get out of this alive. Unless... Wow! We're actually gonna hang on! I thought for sure the bees would cook us. We went through 1,000 bees and 54 big bees. Pretty fucking good. Just keep dropping meteors. They're very tanky, so it's taking a while to kill, but we're gonna survive just fine. I'm excited to see what else they add to this game. Because this is still just a demo. I imagine they'll get up to things that aren't just animal related. How many dudes to kill Cthulhu? How many dudes to kill fucking Galactus? I'm very curious. Wow, we're gonna fucking survive this too. Really? Wait, we're doing so well. I'm telling you, man, vampires might have been the secret sauce. Paladins and vampires. We already knew cleric and medics were amazing, and Vikings always sounded good, but I had no idea vampires would perform this well. They're unkillable. Even when one does die, it revives itself, and since it has so much lifesteal and shit and overhealing, it probably just like gets itself all the way back to full without me even noticing. Very cool. That's some good shit. Oh my god. I didn't think we'd be able to buy here. What the fuck? This is so good. I don't even need to use any items here. The polar bears are weak. Polar bears are actually kind of shit. They're just very tanky. One thing I would like them to do in the full game is instead of everything just punching, I'd love if they had different animations. So like the ninja, they throw shuriken, samurai, like more sword-oriented type shit, paladin, maybe like a hammer. That'd be nice. And maybe they eventually will do that. There is one guy over here getting ganged up by every fucking alpha wolf, and he is still fine. And one guy here, too. They are all going to this guy and still can't do anything. It's like fucking Katamari over here. Who is that guy? Give him a medal. What a fucking animal. Face tanking the entire football team. Holy shit. What the fuck? One toddler. One random toddler? Interesting. Is he gonna be drunk? Yeah, they just killed a paladin right away. Run! No! They got us. 1,600 geese. Round 114, that's pretty fucking good. Woo! That was clean. I took a snooze, now it's time for dudes. I want to do a new run because this was just experimenting at the end of the last video. Got up to, what was it, round 114, but I think I can go all the way up to round 1014. I truly believe in myself. Now that I've become the master of men, I feel like I know what to look for, what kind of build I want. So, it's just a matter of optimizing and hopefully getting some good rolls. I wonder if I should get a medic dude, or continue to try new stuff, like with the warlock. I might try the warlock. Let's try the warlock. We haven't used them before. Let's see how this goes. Just out of curiosity. I feel like that's going to be really good. Both of these are good. Warlocks really were a terrible call. Like, actually really bad. That's okay, though. That's okay. Collecting data. That's all. A little bit of dude data. Warlocks were just a really bad choice. I think I'm just going to abandon Warlocks, unless they have a really good relic that I haven't seen yet. This is gonna need to be Dude Juice for sure. Lost too many clerics. Ooh, the bees. I'm not afraid of bees anymore. I've grown up. Yeah, I'm no longer traumatized by those dirty little bastards, those bitches. They don't scare me. That's perfect. They instantly killed 10 skeletons, so now we are so buffed. That was perfect. See, that's what I want every time. Just instant 10 skeledudes killed. Just fucking blasted, so that way all of us are tankier and we fight in their honor. Wow, our damage is incredible because of the skeleton dudes. Holy shit. Them dying just gives us so much. We get so much value out of it. You know, the Warlocks really weren't the worst call in the world. They just don't ever die. Which is nice. Maybe I should have bought the Taunting Relic for them when I had the chance. And I think focusing on, like, mainly these 3 units has been crucial. Instead of spreading everything out. Oh my god, the amount of skeleton dudes we can have there if I can just find a taunt. I'm gonna grab this in the hopes that I get a taunt, because this just seems so good. This is great, but I'm trying to invest for, like, going into 150. Oh, I just need to find a taunt. A skeleton taunt, specifically, because then all my skeletons taunt for 4 seconds. Holy shit. Imagine the amount of skeleton dudes we can summon with that. I've gotta gamble for it. I've gotta. Oh, I need the taunt! But at least I get this back. Should I re-roll for it? I can do it a couple times to really try and fish. But I mean, this is guaranteed right here. I'm gonna have a huge investment come through anyway. I'll wait for the investment, then I'll just do a ton of re-rolling. Let's get the guaranteed here, though. And I'm gonna save. Re-roll, maybe. There it is! It's Bony Backhand! That's the one I'm looking for! Holy shit! Skeledudes, 20% toughness, and taunt 4 nearby enemies to attack them for 4 seconds when they're summoned. I should be spawning a billion Skeledudes if this procs at all for me. I summoned 1. But at least they're taunting. The taunt is still incredible.
Cha-ching.
There's my huge investment. God, the taunting is so good. Oh my god, the taunting is good. Fuck, what a crazy run. Damn, they can't even kill the Skeledudes that are coming in. Yeah, we've got 41 active right now. Wow! Wow! That's a lot of dudes coming in, brother. We got dudes coming out of the woodwork. We got dudes coming from the shadows. Dudes coming out of nowhere. Somehow they are laser focusing on our clerics. What the fuck? I've summoned over 200 Skeledudes. Okay, next one I'm gonna have to pop my phones and get the clerics out. Ah, Jesus. Alright, now they're dying, we're fine. Oh, we might make it to 120! I'm putting the cart before the horse a little bit here, but this is looking good. GG. Damn it! The polar bears didn't really fucking do anything. It was all entirely the gorillas. Fuck, man, the gorillas were strong. Well, we got to 119 at least. If I hit a store, we're good, but I don't hit a store here. It's next round I hit a store. GG, 119. Fuck. Another really good run, though. If I didn't take warlocks, if I took something else there, probably medical dudes. If I took the medic dude, that could have kept going. Like, these weren't terrible, because they never died. But if I took the medic dude there, oh man. That was a throw here. I just wanted to get experimental. Taking that was a throw, but still cool to see. Oh, this was a really great game. Pixels were beautiful. Oh, it was, man. Neon Inferno was a banger. Man, back-to-back bangers. Brutal John was great. Neon Inferno was great. Now we're going to go into How Many Dudes, which is great. You love to see that. 2026, I got a little resolution. I want to statistically have been the guy that played the most games on stream. Like, variety of games. My last dude run went up to 119. I know if I had just not thrown by grabbing warlocks, I would have been in the 120s. Easily. I've got a good handle on the fundamentals. A bard would be great, too. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go Necro Dude, Franken Dude, because I think that's the strongest combination in the game. Cleric for sure. And then maybe Bard Spartan for blocking. Because the big problem at the end of the game is like the fucking 2,000 gorillas and shit. There's the cleric. Oh my god, we're getting everything we need right away. Painless. Now the last thing I want is Spartans, and I think we're kind of set. Oh, I didn't get Spartans. Damn, that's really unlucky. It's gonna have to be Paladins then. Damn. Really wanted Spartans. I don't think Paladins are going to be able to tank enough for us in the 120s. No choice, though. I didn't get any dice, so I can't reroll. Tough. Alright, Paladins. No, I guess... No, it has to be Paladins. I can't risk anything else. That's just super not helpful. My Franken dudes are just getting fucking blasted. This is so useless for me. But we're gonna grab it. Again, we're gonna try and prep for a 120 run. It's looking unlikely, but oh my god. Man. Picking up that cleric relic there immediately just paid off big time. That by itself just saved us. Alright, alright. Alright, that's looking good now. That's looking really good now. Alright. Are we back? Are we fucking back? Okay, it's looking good again. Alright, we're entering the late game now. Well, not really. We still have another 50 waves before late game, but we're starting to turn it around. That's what we needed right there. That's what we fucking needed. You can never count the dude out. A dude is at his strongest with his pants down, fucking ass up. And look at us now. Yikes. Okay, I have to pop that potion. That was looking a little threatening. None of my Skeledudes died, so we didn't get any of the toughness or the other buffs or anything. That's okay. I don't know if we can kill the unicorn without taking a lot of casualties. I need to show faith in the dudes, though. I need to. If I don't believe in them, who will? Yep, they instantly killed one of my clerics, but luckily he procced. Okay, we only lost 3. Technically 4. Alright, that wasn't too bad. Could have been a lot worse. Yeah, I wish I didn't grab these 4 paladins. Like, I had to choose paladins because there was no other option, but I wish I didn't grab 4 more of them. That would have been really nice if I spent it on bards or franken dudes. I fucked up. Oh god, 3 unicorns. Instantly just killed 2 of my necro dudes. Instantly. Damn unicorns, fucking bastards, I tell you what. Man, these bad boys are standing strong. Holy. Having a hard time chopping them up. Almost there. They did not go quietly. Instantly dropped those 1,000 bees. That's probably the fastest I've ever killed the 1,000 bees. Hang in there, you fucking bastards! Please stop dying. My bards are getting clapped. Alright, we're fine. He gets around 200. I don't think anyone's got past round 123 from what I've seen. 123 is the filter. Because 123 is 1660 polar bears. And I think the only way you can get past that is with Spartans. Why I was trying to build Spartans, because I think they're like really the only way. Man, they're tapping my bards hard. Why? Leave them alone. The only units I fucking lost were bards. Oh yeah. Man, they fucking blasted some bards. Damn, they're still blasting some bards. Oh fuck, they're really... Oh man, they're really getting after the bards. Hopefully they'll start dying soon, because, holy shit. Jiminy Christmas. About fucking time. My god. So many bard corpses littering the battlefield. Oh god damn. My Franken dudes. Yeah. Oh my god, I didn't get the quick off. Yeah, 114's tough. I should have shroomed earlier. Oh, come on, stop. Hey, leave him alone. He tried to leave him alone. He tried his best. Just kill him with dignity. Hey, cut, guys. Grow up. Oh, come on. Leave him alone, guys. Damn. I've got a new interesting speedrun strategy I'm about to try. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna choose early game easy route more often and compound the investments. So I'm just going to keep stacking them till it gets hard. Ooh, this is a rough start. Okay, so now I have a decision to make. Do I go Franken dudes or do I go for Bard? I actually think I go for Bard. I think I just keep re-rolling for Bard. But the Necro dude, Franken dude combo, oh. Bro, that's putting Mozart in front of a piano. I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna get a lot of value if I go Bard. Plus, everyone and their mother's doing Necro Dude, Franken Dude. We're going for Bard. We're getting experimental. Yeah, I'm gonna go Unicorn. I should be able to kill it. Yeah, the taunting was really good here because he's all over the knight. Look at that. No casualties on Unicorn Wave. Oh, fuck, that's nice. That's some good shit. That's some real good shit. Kata came in here to appreciate it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know. It's looking pretty good. And we haven't even got to the main experimentation of the run yet. With my doubled investments, I know. Kata, what's up? I know. Good girl. I'm very surprised. Like this, I've been like malnourished this run on relics because I've been saving, and we're still this strong. This is pretty solid. I do think though after this boss, I will need to do the easy routes. Because, like, see, like, now I'm starting to kind of get slapped around a little bit here. We lost a couple units. So it'll probably be required to do the easy stuff going forward. That unicorn is really looking at that bard right there. He's being real mean to my bard. He's bullying him for no reason. What a piece of shit. Oh, he killed a regular dude. Have mercy. It was just a normal man. He wasn't even a fighter. He was here by accident. He wandered in. Okay. I'm about to have so much money come in. I wonder if 2 investments is enough. 2 full investments stacked, or if I should do 3. That's the decision I'm about to have to make.
Cha-ching.
So there's 12K. That's fucking massive. But should I do it again? Get up to 26,000 by the end. Like, I'm still doing fine. I can't decide. Nice! Pretty good. The damn shame still no Bony Buckler. Or Bony Backhand, whatever the fuck it is. Oh yeah! Wait, what a fucking hold here! Holy shit! Nice! So good! Good shit, dudes. Holy fuck. The dude news is looking good here. They tried to separate us. I mean, they successfully separated us. Like, that did happen, but don't let it tilt you, boys. Hang in there, dudes. I could just burn her phone, but I didn't need to. I'm trying to save it for 119. Excellent work. Nice. We lost a couple of bards, but that's okay. That's what dude juice is there for. It exists for a reason. I actually want to see the stats on this one here. I feel like the vampires did a lot for me. Reducing their damage. Wow, they even did like a ton of healing on their own. God, look at the damage taken from the knights and the damage prevented from the knights. Oh my god. No surprise with the bards and clerics doing that much damage, but Jesus, the damage prevented is crazy. Alright. This is the make or break. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Come on. Fuck, man. 119 is just too hard. Man, 119 is brutal. Fuck! We weren't able to get there. Got every single night relic. Damn it. Run it back, run it back. That strategy, though, of the double... Well, no. The triple investment, that's the way. Oh my god, we're so cooked. No healing at all. Man, the toddlers are eating us alive. This is such a terrible setup here. I cannot believe how bad this is. I just kind of want to see it through now. This is unbelievable. This is probably the saddest fucking dude run of all time. I can't decide if I want Cleric or Bard more. I'm kind of leaning Cleric. Bard's extremely good, though. Thank God I saved my pocket dice. Oh my god, no way. That's incredible. Even double pocket dicing. Well, that's pretty much GG. Ooh. I lost 2 Franken dudes there? What the? 3 Franken dudes there? What? Wow, I didn't expect that. Wow. Those guys kind of popped off on me. Yeah, wow, what they are actually clapping my Franken dudes. Oh, wait. I haven't checked my roster order in a while. Did my knight take the 30%? I think it did. Yeah. That unicorn just destroyed half of my Necro dudes. That's crazy. What a rampage it just went on. Oh! Wow. There goes half of my Necro dudes. Wow. Man, the unicorn, like, this entire run, they have really hated those guys. They focused the fuck out of them. What in tarnation? Their damage is also really good now because of the stored pact buff that they get. So their damage has been really good. I've been looking at the numbers. They're constantly like second. Well, I guess tied for third here, but it fluctuates. Their damage is really good. That's the important thing. Wow. Insta-killing. Half, yep. The unicorns fucking hate necromancy. Okay, but the free restock was helpful. Oh my god. Oh my god, these are both so fucking good. Oh. I mean, this is better in this situation, but that's also so good. Oh my god, what the fuck? We could have had something crazy if I had a little bit more money. Hopefully I see it again. Oh my lord, Tourniquet was unreal. If I could have gone Tourniquet and Frenzy, what the fuck, man. Hopefully I can see Tourniquet again. Haven't lost a single non-Skella dude. I thought for sure I'd need to pop a consumable here. Nope. Even my one knight, unrelicked, is still alive. Holy shit. Still didn't need it. Holy shit. Wait, we are cooking. We are cooking! You love to see that, man. The boys are really performing well. These dudes are putting on a fucking show. Excellent work, gentlemen. It's fucking unreal. I haven't needed any consumables. This is great going into 114. Even the bees, man. Even the bees can't fuck me. Oh my god. No fucking way! Holy shit! Not a single casualty or consumable. Man, what a squad. Warlocks did great, man. Warlocks really did impress me here. I'm very proud of them. I'm loving it. Those unicorns even tried to isolate one Franken dude, bully him, and couldn't. They really thought. The big bees really thought, huh? They were really thinking there for a moment, weren't they? How interesting. How truly interesting to have been thinking. Embarrassing. Embarrassing. Alright, it's 114, baby. I don't think... Did either of my... There we go. Wow, there was so much lag there. Neither one of my things were off. Nice. Made it. Alright. Eyes on the prize now. Let's get to 120, baby. It's crazy how the knight doesn't die. I have put 0 relics into the knight, nothing, and he still has survived every single round. I think he's only died like once when I first got him. When he first showed up at my doorstep. Alright, 119. This has been by far my best run. This is my best chance. Come on, boys. Hang in there, hang in there, hang in there. Holy fuck, we're gonna make it. Holy shit, we made it. Holy shit, we made it. We're in the 120s. We fucking did it. We're in the 120s. Okay. Uncharted water. I don't think I need the lightning. Maybe I do. Nice! 121! Man, the Warlock's still not dying. Nor Frankendudes. Alright, we're getting to 123. Getting close. I don't think anyone's beaten 123 yet. Oh my god! No! Hang in there! GG. Fuck, I couldn't make it to 123. Just shy. $122. Fuck! Great run, though. What a fucking great run. If I could have got a cleric instead of a knight, I think I had that. Though, admittedly, focusing on just 4 units instead of 5, I think also has a lot of benefits. Because I was able to juice so many medics and so many necro dudes, because then I didn't have to focus on also getting this one up. So, overall, I think 4 is very viable, but if I could have had clerics here, or bards, oof, that would have been amazing. I've really come around on warlocks. That was a really good showing from warlocks. I'm fully committing to the build in my head, which is medic, cleric, bard, necro dude, frankendude. And if I do not get that assortment, I'll probably just reset. And instantly not getting what I wanted. Okay. No, maybe Viking. Since maybe instead of doing medic, bard, cleric, I'll do medic, cleric, Viking, necro dude, frankendude. Because Viking can give everything berserk, which will be really good for us. we are. That's the sound of a dude. There we go, we got our Franken dudes. Nice. This is the one I wanted. That's the exact one I wanted. And pocket dice. Actually perfect. Threw that goose like a football. Damn, we got bards. I really need medic dude. I don't think bard's enough. Though... Cleric, bard, Viking, Franken dude, Necro dude. Is cleric good enough at healing? I don't know if cleric can do it. That's the only problem, is I'm not confident cleric is enough healing. Bard is so fucking good. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I need to save this just so we can get Necro dude for sure. Good. I'm pretty optimistic here about this run. I feel like, because when we get to 122, their damage increases 2% every second. Oh, come on, not like this. Oh my god, not like this. No way. Okay, I'll go fuck myself. Really? 4 rerolls and no Necro dude. I guess we'll try this, but now my Franken dude is fucking useless. Oh, wow. Alright, we'll see if Vikings can carry. I'll just not put anything into Franken dudes. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. That blows my mind. What shit RNG that was. Woof! Man, we're taking damage. But at least they're saying ha, 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 ha. Like in Chivalry when you spam emotes. Spam the voice lines. Charge! That kind of thing. Wow. We are weak as fuck. Oh boy. I might not be able to do a full dump here. Because then we have 0 chance of even making it to 120. Come on, come on, come on, hang in there, hang in there, hang in there, hang in there. Nah, I was right. I knew we couldn't survive that. Oh well, that was a terrible run. I did not get the shit that I wanted. I knew I should have trusted my fucking gut there. Ugh. Oh, I should have trusted my gut. That's so sad. Don't think you're getting anywhere without a Spartan, though. I did a Spartan run earlier. I was very unimpressed with the Spartans. Oh, this is tragic. Oh, this is so tragic. That's crazy. Okay. Gonna have to rely on RNG, no pocket dice. No bitches. Please, I need pocket dice. I don't want to be wasting too much money. I need to be compounding investments. But I'm gonna grab that because that's too good to pass up. I need pocket dice, you bastard! Thank you. That's all I can afford, though. We gotta get Franken dude with 1 reroll. Yeah, I've been kind of addicted to this game. I just want to be one of the first people to beat round 123. I've been coming close. Well, rather, I came close once to getting to 123. I died on 122 right at the end. Okay, no Franken dude in our first set here. Oh my god, not like this. No, 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 we have one more reroll. Franken dude! Okay, we're cooked. GG. Probably GG. I guess just medics. But the run is cooked. The run is actually fully fucking cooked. We'll just save the money for a big compound interest buy. I'm not gonna reset. I'll see if I can take this there. I don't think it can beat 122, but I want to see if I can take it there. The wizard cleric combo goes hard. I haven't really used wizards much. Maybe they can be good, I don't know. It's just the best damage dealing combo is Franken dudes and Necro dudes. I don't think there's anything else in the game that can scale as hard as that. So to prep for 123, like I feel like you have to have that. Looks like the guy who beat 124 is same build but swapped Franken dude with Spartan dude. Oh, so he did go with Spartan dude. That's what I was theory crafting, what, yesterday? Where I was like, maybe Spartan dudes probably would do it. So what, instead of having paladins here, he has, Spartans? Or instead of having bards, he has Spartans. Or medics. Or clerics. What does he swap? It's just Spartans instead of Franken. Yeah, so, but I mean, I don't have Franken right now. So what of my build does he not use? My guess would be he doesn't use clerics.
Oh yeah.
He probably uses paladins.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to be honest. I actually don't know if I can kill wave 60 if I do a full investment, but I also have to if I want to like prep for 123. So we can't be a bitch about it. We gotta just run it. Alright, let's see if we make it. Just give me another bard. Just full buy. We got all my dudes back. Alright. Oh, we're fine. I thought they'd be hitting a lot harder on this build. Oh, we're good. Probably. Bards are dropping a little lower than I'd like, but we're still fine. Yeah, I had nothing to worry about. That's going to be a nice payday on this investment. Does this go on forever, or is there an end goal? It's endless, but the end goal is beating 123. Round 123 is basically unbeatable. Apparently it's been done, but it's very, very hard. The best I've done is 122. Now we get to cook! Yeah, I know. The bitrate gets absolutely destroyed for this. Nothing I can do about it. I think we're gonna really struggle with damage here in the hundreds. I don't think I'll get to 120 with this. Seeing how we're handling these waves, I just don't see us making it, but we'll see. We'll see. Oh, this is really good. The tuning fork there? Hold on a second, sports fans. Maybe doable? Maybe? Tuning fork is so good for us right now. What do you need to buy to make the dudes kiss? Good question. There is no kissing item in the game yet. But it's still just the demo. I'm sure it'll get there at some point. Yeah, we're in the bitrate destroying rounds now. I know. Just fucking hang in there. Hang tight. Buckle your seatbelt. We're trying to go for the long haul up to 123. God, our sustain is incredible though. We are very, very, very sticky. I just wish we could hit a little bit harder. Got a little nervous there for a second. Bees can fucking sneak up on you. They can get you when you're least expecting it. Nice! We handled that so well. I don't even think I needed to use a spore. What the fuck? We're kind of cruising. This might break the record. It won't. The sustain is incredible, but the damage I just don't think is there. I don't think we have the damage for it. You'll see what I mean on 122. Assuming I get to 122. These are like the only two relics left, I think. I think I've got pretty much everything else. Yeah, I actually have like everything else. Except calcium pills, which I am actively avoiding because I want my skeleton dudes to die. Well, yeah, look at this. Pretty much full relic run. Actually, almost every relic in the game. I'm gonna take a piss. I gotta pee so bad. I'll be right back. And this is what I was worried about, though. Our damage isn't that good. Our damage is very pitiful. Look how long it's taking us just to kill these bees. Yeah, I don't think we get through 122 like this. Well, if I spam consumables, maybe. 520 skeledudes. That's the most I've ever seen. Can you imagine if I had Frankendudes like I wanted right now? Can you even fucking imagine? Now, this is what I don't understand. How would you even kill them without Frankendudes? Kill them faster without Frankendudes. Like, the Spartan run apparently used Spartans instead of Frankendudes. How the fuck is that possible? Oh, shit. Oh, no, go, go, go. Oh, fuck. They're hitting hard right now. God damn, okay, I'm gonna have to meteor again. Oh, fuck! Oh, no, 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 I wanted to click here, but I accidentally clicked the guys. Oh, Jesus. this might be GG. This might be GG. Damn, didn't even make it to 122. Tough. Yeah, it's just the damage was not there. Just, you can't out-sustain that. No. Yeah. I don't know how you do that with Spartans and not Franken dudes, to be honest. I think I know the perfect build. It's Spartans, medics, bards, necro dudes, Vikings. Vikings for the berserk that can proc to the whole team. Medics, obvious reason. Bard, obvious reason. Spartans, I looked more into them. They can just be unbelievable late game monsters. Both damage and tankiness. And I got none of those here. Except the necro dude, which is fine. And necro dudes I'm going to be running because I want the skele dudes to die, so that way I can get a lot of extra buffs to the team. So that's going to be my synergy. But I'm not going to have a ton of necro dudes, I'm mainly going to go all in on Spartans. I'm only going to be using necro dudes up to a certain amount. Probably 10. Maybe, yeah, 10. 10's probably plenty. And I don't want toughness because I want them dying. Like, instantly I want them dying. The main thing is Spartans. I think with enough Spartans you can probably just solo... They can probably just fucking solo up to 123. From what I've seen with their late game relics. Spartans. Huge. This might actually be the first time this toddler round kills me. Yeah, they actually killed quite a few units. For the first time fucking ever. Oh my god, I'm so weak right now with no healing. Medic, we actually got exactly what we needed. God, look at the size of some of my Spartans. Like Rita from Power Rangers hit him with the growth thing. That crit is obviously gonna go... I just made a big mistake by accident. I didn't mean to... I accidentally clicked when I was dragging... It's okay. This could be a huge investment play. Easy route forever, obviously. I could dump 15k. I don't know if I would survive, though. But I could dump 15k in this upcoming investment round. I'm really thinking I might do it. Though, if I just do the coward package, I'll still be at very close to the same spot I normally would be. But man, if I do 15k basically in there, holy shit. I could buy everything, which I've already done a few times. But I don't know if I will make it there without buying. I can't decide, man. I cannot decide. Like, I don't think the relics I have now are enough to carry me there. Fuck, this is a tough call to make. I think I've just got to do coward package. I've gotta. I wasn't 100% sure I'd make it there if I did the whole thing. I'll still be able to buy most of the store, it's just... is what it is. I accidentally misclicked. See, I made the right call. I wouldn't have made it out of here if I invested the whole thing. I'm barely gonna make it out of here as is. Holy shit. Yeah, I made the right call. Man. Holy shit. Hop, 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 hop. Keep berserking. Pretty smooth run. Oh, I mean, the run was not smooth at all. We had to fucking struggle to get here, but in the hundreds, it's been pretty smooth for us. I never hit the leather bracer. Holy shit. Actually, a massive pickup. Yeah, we are dropping shit fast. Our damage is really good. I think the berserk proccing is really cooking. Man, think about where we started. Look at us now, huh? Who would have thought? Who would have thought? After such a miserable early game. And the crazy thing is, man, all of those blunders with the relics and shit, imagine where we could be right now if I didn't fuck all that up. Although, admittedly, it's not that big of a deal, because we're still close to where I'd normally be by this point. Like, we're not far off. It wasn't super costly. Who's in here right now in the middle of 40 alpha wolves? It's just one random necro dude face tanking all the alpha dogs. Wow. Wow. What a man. What a fucking man. Fucking bees, man. Sometimes they just do it to you. You don't expect them to do it like they do, but then it does. God, look how big the Spartans get. Holy shit. Now you get to really see them when they rage, when they berserk. Well, we got to 120 again. I really doubted we'd get there with this. It was such a rocky start. Oh my god, we're back to 122! All I want to do is get to 123. I don't even have to go deep in 123, I just want to make it there. Nice, way to bully him, way to bully him. Are we holding right now? I think it's only because the polar bears are stuck. Come on, Spartans. Come on, Spartans. I'm blowing everything here just to see 123. That's all my consumables. It's in God's hands now. Come on, boys. Holy shit, we're gonna make it. Holy shit, we made it. Maybe. Hold on, let's not put the cart before the horse. But I think we made it. There's one goddamn goose still in there. With Spartans, I think burner phone is just so important. If I didn't start evacuating everyone over here, I think we lose. So now I know, going into 123, burner phones, positioning is going to be crucial. God, look at the size of my dudes. Holy shit, it's a kaiju battle. Alright. We made it. We're not gonna get far at all, probably insta-lose here, but we fucking made it. 123. We did it. We fucking did it. Look at the stats that you have to fight through. 3 Bs, who gives a shit? 1,000 honey badgers, which, mind you, are unbelievably strong. We've already seen that. And then 1666 polar bears. Oh. Oh, fuck. Hey, we made a dent, though. We did make a dent. They will remember this final stand from us. Oh, man. We made it. We fucking did it. Anything is possible. All right. Hold your horses. No, this video is not about One Punch Man Season 3. If anyone out there has eyeballs and you've unfortunately subjected them to the torture of One Punch Man Season 3, you probably know that not much has changed since the last video I made on it in terms of how disastrous this season has been. But I want to give credit where credit is due. The most recent episode, episode 8, is the first time this season I felt like I was actually watching an animated series. We had a fight sequence with characters that actually moved in this episode. Whee! Yeah, we fucking got there, baby. Anything is possible. This is the first episode where the fight scenes actually have motion. There are moments in the flashy flash fight that I think are really good. Is it perfect? No. But compared to the rest of the dog shit we've been fed, this was a gourmet meal of an episode. And I think what this shows, at least to me personally, is that JC Staff can deliver quality at least to the same level they did in Season 2 of One Punch Man, which in hindsight, pretty solid, but Bandai is the reason why Season 3 is so shitty, because of lack of budget they were willing to allocate to the season, lack of time they gave JC Staff to work on it. Somehow they still had it be just like rushed out and farted whatever they could get on the table. Even though it's been 6 years since Season 2, I think Bandai is the main villain here that has caused Season 3 to be so awful, so rough. And Episode 8, I think, is irrefutable evidence that JC Staff can deliver good quality animation if they have resources and time to do so, which Bandai deprived them of, just left them fucking emaciated, malnourished with no money and no time to work on it. But I was pleasantly surprised at the quality of Episode 8. The flashy flash fight, I thought, was really solid overall. It doesn't salvage Season 3, like it doesn't redeem it, but it is a nice treat. There's only a handful of episodes left in Season 3, so this is very tardy to the party here. This would be like me finally hitting a growth spurt and reaching 6 feet tall by the time I'm 85 years old. You know, at the ripe age of 85, I'm finally living my dream of being 6 feet tall. But you know, it's a little late. Kinda cool anyway, I guess, though. Point is, I'm glad Episode 8 was good. It's finally a step in the right direction, and maybe I'm just suckling on the supple bosom of hopium. Maybe I'm just latched onto the titty here. But maybe this is a sneak peek at things to come, that the next handful of episodes, it's going to finish on a high note instead of this sad whimper that the rest of the season has been. Probably unlikely, but who knows. What I do know is that we here at Cheeky decided to extend the Black Friday sales offer to today. So today will be the final day for the 20% off of all of our soaps using any creator codes. So go to usecheeky.com right now to get the best soap in the universe at an incredible deal. Anyway, like I said, this video is not even about One Punch Man, but I wanted to mention that really quick. This video is actually about a different anime, one that a while ago I said I didn't like. And I dropped it after like 5 or so episodes. It just wasn't hitting for me. But recently I wanted to give it another shake, another spin, because I've seen perpetual glaze for it, and I thought, let's just really commit to it and let's watch the series. And I really, really like it. Frieren. Frieren is a show that I'm sure you've probably heard of in some capacity because people love this show. And when I initially watched it when it first came out, I just had a hard time getting into it. Like, it was a very nice looking show and it was very comfy and cozy, but I just wasn't getting invested into the world or the characters. But I just keep seeing and have always seen so much praise for it that I just thought, you know what, let's just watch the whole thing, and if it's really not for me, it's not for me, but at least I, consumed the entire thing to know for sure. Which is typically not a philosophy I subscribe to. I think, like One Piece, for example. I, out of spite, committed to watching the entire One Piece series, but it took me like fucking 400 episodes to fall in love with it. I don't think it's reasonable or rational to expect everyone else to go through with that level of headstrong commitment for something that you weren't, immediately loving. I think it's totally okay to drop something after a few episodes if it's just not feeling like it vibes with you. But for Frieren, I just continue to see amazing things, so I said, let's do it. I want to give it another shot, and I'm really happy I did, because this time around, I genuinely thought it was like a masterpiece. I think Frieren is incredible, and now I'm super pumped for season 2. I think it was such an amazing experience. I don't know what demon crawled up my ass the first time I watched this, but it must have been clouding my vision with sin and folly, because I was a big dummy back then, I suppose. And looking back on it, it's weird because I've never had an issue with slow burn in media, whether it's games, movies, shows. In fact, some of my favorite are more of a slow burn experience, which Frieren definitely is. But I don't know, I guess just initially I didn't get hooked by the concept, and Frieren as a character wasn't someone that I felt I could care about across many episodes. And I think that's probably because the show does something I don't think any other shows I've ever seen have done. It starts you at the end of a hero's journey. Frieren's previous party had just completed the major task, defeating the ultimate evil, saving the world. You as the viewer don't get to see that happen. You don't watch the show that focused on that hero's journey. You are watching the show of what happens next through the eyes of Frieren, who is an immortal being. She is an elf, so the 10 years they spent on that journey saving the world, that's not even a blip on the radar of her overall lifespan. And the way she views the world around her is very distant and removed emotionally, because everything she is experiencing is so trivial in the grand scheme of her never-ending life. Her extraordinarily long life, all of this will be meaningless at some point. So she's very apathetic. There was a comparison I drew on my first watch that I still think is somewhat applicable, where there is a game, an amazing game I played a long time ago on the Xbox 360 called Lost Odyssey, that kind of tackles occasionally similar things as Frieren through some short stories in the game. And I don't know, I think maybe I just got the wrong impression for what the show was really about and where the show was going, because I didn't give it enough of a chance. But I'm just so happy I went back to watch Frieren, because this show really is special. And even the first 4 or 5 episodes this time around, I was a lot more gripped by. And the show does, really gather a lot of steam after you get through, the initial building blocks and the foundation that it lays. My initial impressions of Frieren was that she was just going to be kind of a generic stoic character, an immortal, where everyone she could ever care about will die, so what's the point in caring? Which is something I've seen in other shows where they have a character that feels kind of like a robot, like an emotionless husk. And I thought that's what they were setting Frieren up to be, where eventually they'd start to crack that shell slowly but surely. She is immortal. Time is very different to her, but she has emotions. She has tons of emotions, and she conveys them in her own way, and she subtly changes as well in her own way as a result of all of her experiences and everyone that she meets. And she starts to have regrets, and she starts to care to learn about these people that she has a party with. So it's a very cool growth to see across the season, and I just think the show is beautifully done. It has action too. It's not just dialogue and doing chores. Granted, a lot of it is them making stops in their journey to do certain things, but the stops are also a really valuable experience too, and they're not boring or anything. I actually think some of the stops are the most memorable parts of the show, with what you get to learn and what comes from their experiences at these stops, where she's collecting grimoires and whatever is payment. It's just unlike anything I had seen before, and I think my initial impressions were that it was going to be kind of boring, maybe even slice of lifey, so I just maybe didn't tune out and connect with the themes. But going back this time around, man, it fucking hits. Time has always been a very grand, scary concept to me. In fact, 2 of my tattoos are time-oriented pieces, as corny as that sounds. It's just so interesting the things you can play with in this ballpark when it comes to time. And the way Frieren uses it with her, I think, is brilliant. The show is just truly a complete package. It is visually breathtaking. I think they've knocked it out of the park with the animation. The emotional beats really resonate with viewers clearly because it's like one of the top rated anime of all time. But like even me personally, a lot of like the themes that we're coming across, like they do hit and it feels very poignant. Like it is a well executed show when it comes to its emotional moments, and its characters I feel like have a lot of depth and are very well fleshed out and established, and it makes you care about them and their journey. And it does also have action, and I think the action is great. I'll probably wait to do a full review on Frieren after season 2 because it's right around the corner. But for now, I just wanted to put this out here about how wrong I was with my initial impressions of Frieren. This show slaps. I think Frieren is a masterpiece. So I definitely get the glaze now. And yeah, I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's about it. See ya.
Finally, a game made for someone like me. A gym regular whose physique is often compared to a young Hulk Hogan, a fucking muscle-bound meatball monster. So this adventure goes out to all of my creatine comrades. Pump Maximus, baby. Soon this name will be a household one in the world of fantasy like Geralt from the Witcher series. Welcome to Gym Island, my favorite arc in the Hunter x Hunter anime. Looks like a pretty cool little place here. An island cut off from the rest of the world like Skull Island but for gains instead of like a giant kaiju. Oh yeah. I'm already in the Iron Temple, that's what I liked it. Wow. His legs mean business. That 0 to 60 speed was remarkable. That's faster than most Teslas. Alright, let's get some bench reps in here. You spotting me, RuneScape default character? Not to offend you, but I'd like someone bigger. I don't even need a spot. Fuck it. So just hammer the up key. Alright, let's treat it like a Mario Party minigame then, eh? Let's get some clean reps in here, baby. This is lightweight. What is this, 30 pounds? Foam weights? Oh, it's going up so easily. Work it, jerk it, but don't hurt it. Oh my god. I'm getting so swole. Hide your girlfriend. She's already getting wet just hearing about the gains going on in this Iron Temple right now. God damn, these reps are fast. Someone get a funnel and put it in my asshole and start pouring C4 pre-workout in there. Oh, easy. Plus 3 strength already? Let's get some more in here. What else we got? Get some deep squats going. Someone put a Sibian sex machine under me. Keep me motivated. Have that shit going right up my anus every single time. That'll get me repping shit out like a madman. This form's a little odd to me. He's not exactly like leaning back or anything. It's two-dimensional. It looks more like he's shrinking. Somebody hit my boy with a Wumbo ray instead of the shrinking one. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed with the form here. This isn't going to give me too much for gains. Only some back problems. But these reps are nice and fast. Really working those type 2 muscle fibers right now. Man, any second now, I'm about to fucking take off to the moon with the weight on my back. This is too easy. Are these even real weights? Come on now. What do you got me working with here? Those Instagram weights or some shit? Give me some real iron, some real steel, some vibranium shit. Let's do some reps with Thor's hammer or pulling Excalibur from the stone. Serving up another easy set this Thanksgiving. You're welcome, family. What? No, you can't work in this set with me. Are you out of your fucking mind? You can't handle my intensity. Look at your arms. Arms looking like 2 hot dogs stacked on top of 3 dicks. Nah, get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. No, I don't give a shit if I'm deadlifting in front of the dumbbells blocking you from it. Who gives a fuck? Okay, yeah, go tell the manager. Yeah, go tell the manager. Get his small ass over here and let's see if he can even get me out of here. That'll make me laugh. Scrawny dudes at the gym. How pathetic, am I right, boys? Another easy set down in the books. They need to put some real weight on this shit for me at some point. It's just embarrassing now. I'm just embarrassing these weights. Might as well throw them in the dumpster. They've been fucking shamed. I'm done training. Fuck this. This gym can suck the dirtiest part of my asshole. It's time for an adventure. Hey, anyone know which way to the Billie Eilish concert? Ooh, a kiosk. What are we serving up over here? We got some whey protein powder in the background over there? Alright, baby girl. I feel that. You got an IV? So that we can just have a, you know, fucking drip of whey protein at all times. Make sure I'm getting maximum protein synthesis. Another kiosk. Is this just more protein powder? Oh, we got weapons. I don't know if I necessarily need those, though, buddy. You look a little soft. I see why you'd need weapons, but... I mean, I'm pumping up, you know, fat weight in the gym. I could probably take anyone. I could probably arm wrestle God and come out on top.
But I will take these just because they're here and I have the money for them, so there's really no reason not to. This is another gym up here. We got the YMCA. Let's embarrass some old fucks. Let me show them what it's really like to be young and jacked. Oh, it's like a bar or a club. Like a cafeteria. Why does this lady have like a milk mustache? And milk mustache eyebrows? Come on, girl, get on dance floor. Throw that ass in a circle for me. You won't be able to feel my penis because my thigh muscles are too big, but trust me, it'll be there. In spirit. We got the moves out here, alright. We're fucking moving and grooving right now. What's she hit me with? The Frankenstein's monster? That's pretty goddamn cool. Hell yeah. Hitting me with the monster mash, getting her with the moonwalk. We're vibing right now, baby. Now let's seal this deal with some cum. Let's get her with my ultimate mating dance. The malfunctioning robot. Fire this shit into turbo mode. What's this? We got some type of lonely nerd on the bench? I'd give you a wedgie if that'd cheer you up. What do you got there? Some type of long string dumbbell that makes sound? Music or something? Ew. Let me give it a try if you don't mind. Nah, it sucks. Fuck it. Fuck you. I'm out. Can I go fishing? Where I just flex really hard and scare the fish into jumping on the boat for fear that I might jump in the water and strangle the fuck out of them? That seems like it could be a viable fishing strategy. Let's go to Labyrinth Island, baby! Alright, let's get the adventure really started. Labyrinth Island, more like Lab Bench Island. Cause, I'm fucking huge in the muscle department, baby. Fuck yeah. This doesn't really look like much of a labyrinth. It looks pretty empty. Like a roller coaster tycoon park that no one's decided to build anything on yet. But looks can be deceiving. Ooh. My wooden armor looks pretty goddamn cool. Looks like 4 slabs of meat stuck to my body. And my awesome shoulder pads look like the crab rave. Solid. Well, now that these soft shell crabs are giving me a round of applause, I'm ready. Is this the bouncer? Oh, shit, no, it's a warrior. He's got some real courage to be fighting me. Why am I not attacking? Why am I not... Alright. That'll do it. Yeah, that will do it. All that time in the gym, all for nothing. And nothing saved, huh? Yeah, I think I'm gonna be done playing this for now. Finally, a Skyrim killer though. Lifted is up there. What an adventure. Just like fiber in my colon, the YouTube algorithm works in mysterious ways, and today it plopped out a little something special onto my homepage. A beautiful little nugget that highlighted a scam that I would have never even imagined as a possibility. A YouTuber named Falfin, whom hasn't uploaded in 6 years, came out of nowhere from the top turnbuckle and delivered a smackdown onto a nutrition brand that had a protein powder that they were hawking that isn't quite what it seems. Now, if you read the title of this video, it says this company sold cake batter as protein powder. That title is admittedly a little misleading, because cake batter is probably more nutritious than what they were parading around as protein powder and selling. It is a homemade label, and in that little screenshot there I showed you, the keen observers out there, the astute viewers, may have noticed that there's a bit of a big typo on that nutrition label. Instead of dietary fiber, it's dietati fiber. So this is not like a real label, and it actually gives me similar vibes to like the OG pink sauce shenanigans. So it turns out, we're going to go through this video together, that this nutrition brand had this protein powder that was not as advertised, and it certainly didn't have the macros that it was pretending that it did.
If you're into fitness and live in Northern California, there's a decent chance you've heard of Holmes Nutrition. Anyone that has tried Holmes Nutrition protein powder would say the following 2 things about it. 1, that it's the most delicious protein powder they've ever had, and 2, that it tastes just like cake batter. The powder itself even advertises how it's great for baking. 1 scoop has 22 grams of protein and only 3 grams of sugar, but it tastes so much like cake batter that someone got suspicious.
Now, I'm not familiar with this brand, I've never heard of it before, but it seems like it had a lot of glaze with people praising its flavor in particular. It had great macros, judging by the nutrition label. If you ignore the misspellings of dietary as well as essential amino acids, it seems as though they called them essential amino acids, but if you put that stuff aside, that pesky grammar and spelling, it all looked great. Now, real quick, why you should never ignore something like that on a label is these are extremely important pieces of information to get right. And if there are spelling errors in there, that showcases that something's a bit fishy, something's gone awry. Smells stinky. If a label isn't correctly, accurately describing what the contents are in this product that's being consumed, that can be the difference of someone getting sick. People make their decisions on things based on these kind of labels, especially when it comes to people with dietary restrictions. So, if the label can't be trusted, that could be legitimately dangerous for some individuals. This is something you don't fuck with. So, with this in consideration, so many people talking about how closely resembling cake batter the flavor profile was for this brand and how low the sugar was, there was someone on Reddit who, just like my boy George, got a bit curious and decided to send this out to a lab for further testing just to confirm, like, does this actually have the macros that it says it does? Is this actually what the label is telling me it is?
This Redditor sent in 3 different flavors of Holmes Nutrition to a lab. They sent samples of chocolate cake, lemon cake, and cinnamon crumb cake to this lab, Certified Laboratories, and all 3 powders came back with the same results. Instead of 22 grams of protein, this protein powder had 21 grams of carbs instead and only 3.4 grams of protein per scoop.
Boy, howdy, that's quite a bit different than what the label says is contained in that product. It's a far cry from what's advertised with this protein powder. 3 grams of protein is shockingly low. I could fart into your mouth and you get more protein from my ass than you would from this powder. For comparison, let's take a peek at Betty Crocker, just the most popular packaged cake mix. You'll get 1 less gram of protein in the package, but if you prepare it as you're supposed to, you would actually get 1 more gram of protein from preparing a fucking Betty Crocker cake than you would from drinking a Holmes protein shake here using this. It's like the LaCroix of protein powder, where it's the idea of protein. It's so weird. Like, I cannot believe how little protein there appears to be in this product based on the lab results here. 3 grams is actually shockingly low. I know I've already said that, but I am stunned because I would think, like, even if you were trying to make some, like, misleading product here, you would think that there'd be a little more protein in that, just even accidentally. Somehow, it's like they went in there and intentionally removed all of the protein they could possibly find. Like, you could eat a handful of grass and probably get more nutrition out of that. When I went back to the original Reddit post, it seems like this was a very popular brand of protein powder, at least in the local area. For years, Holmes Nutrition has been a well-known local name, someone everyone preached about as being legit because he's friends with so many people, but recent lab results show that the product has been severely mislabeled, sold under the appearance of a higher quality protein powder than it actually contains. I personally have been buying Holmes Nutrition for over 4 years, believing I was getting a high-quality product. People I know have even picked up their protein directly from his house, trusting they were buying from someone who cared about his customers. Instead, they were handed a product that didn't come close to meeting its advertised nutrition claims. And in the comment section, both here, on the YouTube video, and even in other places like on Facebook and stuff, and other like Instagram and things, there were tons of people talking about how long they've been purchasing this product. They've been loyal to this brand for years. And when you are trying to better your health and fitness, one thing you do is keep track of things like macros. So people were buying this and working it into their daily routine as part of their macros and their nutritional goals in order to hit what they wanted, to achieve what they were setting out to achieve. But they were being misled the whole time. They weren't getting near their protein threshold that they were looking to hit. And in some cases, you could even make an argument it was hurting consumers, as you're going to see more in this video here and in the original Reddit post. Because this is incorrectly labeled, there were people buying this product that probably shouldn't have because of like blood sugar spiking and stuff like that. This is why these labels are extremely important, because someone who's like diabetic needs this information. They rely on this information so that way they don't end up putting themselves in a dangerous position by consuming something that they shouldn't. So when this product gets tested in a lab and turns out it's not even close to what's being advertised with it and the label doesn't reflect what's actually in there at all, it becomes a huge problem, and I wouldn't be surprised to see this brand sued. Honestly, huge W to the Redditor here who decided to take it upon themselves to send this out to labs to confirm if this really is what Holmes Nutrition says it is. I think that was a very important thing to do.
I've been absolutely obsessed with getting buff and working out. I was lifting at the gym 5 days a week, and of course, I was hitting my protein macros each and every day. Or so I thought. So you can imagine my absolute despair and nausea when I found out that my favorite protein powder that I had been using for years was not even protein powder at all. Just a sweet batter mix with trace amounts of protein. An egg, a single egg, has double the amount of protein than my protein powder had. The protein powder I was spending $75 per bag on.
Oof. Yeah, protein powder's not cheap. So it seems like, based on the available information here, Holmes Nutrition was like the cheapest fucking cake batter type mix you could find and packaged and then charged a fucking arm and a leg for it. She's right. A single egg is double what you were getting from the fucking Holmes protein powder. I'm giggling, but it's actually diabolical. She has been working out for a long time and believing to be hitting her protein goals thanks to the assistance of something like this protein powder, but turns out this entire time she wasn't, because she wasn't getting the protein she thought she was, because this is complete fucking phony baloney. She'd been schmeckeldorfed by Holmes Nutrition here. If I found out the protein powders I'd been using for the last decade were actually just, pixie dust or something and dirt and sawdust, I would be pissed. I would be extremely upset. And I saw a lot of other comments from people, even outside of like the potential dangers of someone like consuming this and having like a blood sugar spike or something like that because they didn't know or anything like that. Even outside of that, people were taking this and then wondering why they were plateauing or not like seeing any improvements when they were hitting the macro goals that they set out to and what should be leading to improvements, thus causing tons of confusion and wondering, well, what's going wrong, without ever suspecting that their protein powder they were relying on was actually the real culprit. It's such a fucking mess.
So first of all, Holmes Nutrition Protein Powder is not sold in big box stores or on Amazon. It's a company created by Sacramento-based bodybuilder Bobby Holmes and his wife. It's only available on its website, holmesnutrition.com. So how did I even find out about this protein powder in the first place? Well, the smoothies that my gym made were fantastic. So one day I peeped at the protein powder they use and I wrote it down and then went home and started buying some.
Her story is one that I saw shared by many others. Apparently, a lot of people found out about Holmes Nutrition through their local gyms that were making protein smoothies there using that powder, and people were just blown away by how great it tasted that they also wanted to find out what the fuck was this protein powder? It tasted just like cake batter, but for only 4 grams of carbs, 3 grams of sugar, 22 grams of protein. Holy shit, $75. I'm losing money not buying it. So people were then buying Holmes Nutrition protein powder. This was the gateway drug here. They believed that they had stumbled across something that was truly unlike the rest. It tasted incredible, and for only 4 grams of carbs, 3 grams of sugar, 22 grams of protein, they were losing money not giving Bobby Holmes 75 clams. Their body was withering away, shrinking and shriveling from atrophy without being fed this holy elixir that tasted just like cake batter, when really the whole time they were deceived.
So for me, I'm one of the lucky ones because this just affects my gains, but for others, this is a major health issue. The Redditor included in their post that they even saw a comment on Bobby's Instagram from someone saying their blood sugar shot up despite the label claiming low sugar and carbs. To make matters worse, in the comments, people were buying this protein for their diabetic family members that have been having issues with their glucose while taking this. And this commenter had real-time data that this protein powder was causing sugar spikes.
Now, these are just Reddit comments, so this could be as real as, my dad works at Bungie and he's gonna have you banned off Minecraft or something. But this is something that is very testable. You can monitor blood sugar spikes. And there are so many people reporting it, I'm willing to believe that that is probably accurate. The lab results are pretty conclusive. There's not a lot of wiggle room for that to be in error. And since we now know, based on that, we can't trust the label, since the label is very inaccurate, we can assume that the ingredients are not properly reflected in what is on that label. So they probably weren't able to achieve this flavor with being low sugar. We know it's not low carb. It advertised 4 grams of carbs. It's actually over 20. The sugar content is also probably higher, which she is about to dive into in just a moment. So I do think that it's probably legitimate claims here that people that were using this product were probably experiencing fluctuations in their blood sugar levels as a result of it, because they were taking it under a false pretense. They were misled thinking that it was low carb, low sugar.
The original post with the lab results were posted on Reddit on March 3rd, 2025. On March 27, they posted an update saying that Holmes Nutrition has removed all of their protein powders from their online store. So when we go to the Holmes Nutrition website, it has the following messages, starting with the bottom being the oldest. Unfortunately, we have encountered an unexpected issue with the manufacturing facility for the protein. Due to the large increase in demand, the current facility was having issues.
The message is still on the site to this day. It's been like this for many months now. And actually, a lot of customers of Holmes Nutrition found out about the potential fraud because they were Googling, where is Holmes Nutrition protein powder? And in Googling that, a lot of people found this Reddit post. So people unintentionally stumbled into this knowledge that their protein powder was severely mislabeled because they were trying to buy more of it. Now, Holmes Nutrition doesn't appear to be acknowledging it in any way, shape, or form. They're kind of plugging their ears to it, putting their head down and just saying, oh, it's temporarily off the shelves because we got to find a manufacturer. You guys just love it so fucking much that we've got to stop selling it online for now while we look for another manufacturer. That's the only reason it's not here right now. I imagine the reason for that is probably obvious. If they did say, like, whoops-a-daisy, you got us, well, we're going to have to start changing our label around to be accurate. Sorry about the inconvenience. They would be sued into fucking oblivion like that. It would be instantaneous. So their only card to play is just ignore it and hope people don't try and, like, pursue further action against them. I don't believe the story that they have to find another manufacturer now. That just seems like a convenient excuse. I don't put any stock into that being truthful. You can't trust their label and you can't trust their word, it seems.
For myself, it was either in March or April of this year, 2025, that I first noticed the products were unavailable on the website and that Holmes was citing manufacturer issues. So since the Reddit post was already up by the time I independently noticed their website, I don't have definitive data to show if the products were pulled down before the post went up or after or in response to this post exposing them. But given the timeline within the post, it seems that these messages on the site were after or in response to this Reddit post. Okay, wait. As I was editing this video, I saw this Instagram post from Diamond Tier Fitness, which is this gym in northern Sacramento, that said it's selling Holmes protein.
So it seems like while it's not available to order directly through their site, they are selling it through local gyms. And the reason for that, at least in my opinion, is that they probably have recognized that people online are a little more privy to the potential falsified nutrition label here, and thus they believe selling their inventory that they have left, which I imagine is probably sizable, they probably have quite a lot in stock that they want to offload. They found the best way to do that would be locally doing it at these gyms where people aren't just going to stand there and start like Googling it right then and there. They'll just be like, oh, this, I'll trust the label. Since we have all been led to believe that labels are accurate, they are supposed to be 100% representative of what is actually the contents of that product. So people are most likely going to be inclined to trust it if they buy it in person, as opposed to online where they might stumble across that Reddit post. So my theory is they're selling through these local gyms because they have all of this inventory that they know they can't really sell online right now. It's a little too hot, hot tub is too hot. So they're doing it locally, hoping that people will be none the wiser and won't look into it past oh, yummy, this tastes great. And that's what I think, at least.
While I was writing out this video and looking at my bag of protein powder, I noticed that the dietary and dietary fiber on the bag is spelled wrong. So this indicates that Bobby and his wife created this nutrition label themselves, which is allowed by the FDA, but does open the door for extreme inaccuracy and lack of trustworthiness in what's claimed on the label. So the FDA does not approve supplements or protein powders, so you're never going to see the FDA approved stamp on any of them. But that doesn't mean they are exempt from the FDA's labeling regulations. They still have to follow the FDA labeling laws.
That was fascinating to me because I didn't know that you could just make your own labels for the product. I knew protein powders weren't FDA approved. I think most people in the fitness space do recognize that. But I didn't know you could still just make your own fucking labels and just pull numbers out of your ass here. I mean, you can't. As you mentioned, you still have to follow, the labeling laws. But I still thought you couldn't even just do that as, some goober sitting at your home computer and typing it all out. I still thought it would have to go through something a little more official for something like that.
In addition, it includes non-dairy creamer as an ingredient, but pursuant to the Code of Federal Regulations, Title 21, Section 101.4b, if an ingredient is made from 2 or more ingredients, it must declare the established common or usual name of the ingredient, followed by a parenthetical listing of all ingredients that ingredient is made of. So, this has more ingredients that make up that non-dairy creamer, like vegetable oil or possibly even dipotassium phosphate, which are common ingredients in non-dairy creamer that are just not listed in the ingredients list. Additionally, it says cane sugar as an ingredient, so we know there are added sugars, but it just lists sugars, 3 grams. The Code of Federal Regulations, Title 21, Section 101.9 specifies that added sugars must be declared separately from total sugars and include the percent daily value. So, not only is the protein and carb content completely misstated, but there are just so many problems with pretty much every aspect of the packaging.
Yeah, to me, that's kind of a slam dunk right there. There's not a whole lot of argument that Holmes Nutrition could possibly make for why they wouldn't fully list out the ingredients there that make up that creamer, nor why they didn't separate sugars and added sugars. Well, the reason they wouldn't do the added sugars is because it would look a lot worse. There's probably a lot of added sugars in there, which is how they're able to achieve that cake batter-like taste that they're so famous for, most likely. So, her looking at the ingredients there and showcasing how it's not exactly compliant with the established protocol, I think is a very strong piece of evidence that this is all fucking bogus. That what Holmes Nutrition has done here is just reprehensible. And it could be just downright dangerous. And like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if it has opened them up to lawsuits. The lab tests are pretty hard to argue against as well, where it confirms that the protein, the carbs, all of that is just drastically wrong. So how the fuck could Holmes Nutrition even come up with an excuse? They really can't, which is why I believe they're not. That's probably why they're just radio silent and just selling locally through gyms now, it seems. Now, in the original Reddit post, they believed that the lab results indicated the presence of amino spiking. Falfin, however, disagreed with that notion, and there's a whole segment Falfin dedicates to proving why she believes it's not necessarily amino spiking here, and I highly recommend you check out her whole video so you can see her piece on that. I will, however, show you her conclusion for why she believes there's such a discrepancy between the lab results, protein, and what's listed on the bag here.
Amino spiking would still show up as protein in lab tests, so the lab test listed would not be showing only 11% protein on the results if it was amino spiked. This lab test specifically uses the Kjeldahl method, which would still read high protein. Given these facts, I disagree with the original poster that Holmes is using amino spiking. To me personally, it really just seems like we just have a complete misrepresentation of the protein versus carbs content, and that the nutrition and ingredients label is just simply wrong. I'm not a lawyer or a judge, so I can't say whether this was intentionally deceptive or just severe incompetence.
Given what she explains with amino spiking, which I wasn't entirely knowledgeable on in the protein powder space, I think she did a good job of explaining why she believes this isn't the result of amino spiking, and I agree with her conclusion that it probably is just grossly mislabeled. And while I understand it's impossible to say if it's intentionally, maliciously done this way, or if it's just them being extremely fucking stupid, like they're all just bumbling morons over there at the Holmes Nutrition HQ, I feel like, given all of the other factors at play here, to me personally, it feels like it probably is this way by design. It feels like they are intentionally trying to make this product appear as though it's something that it's not, knowing full well when people try it, they're going to love the flavor, and since they see these great macros on the back, they're going to be like a lifelong customer, as you've seen from so many other commenters and so many other people speaking up about like how betrayed they feel for years spent buying this product. So I feel like it's probably by design, but of course I can't say that with 100% certainty, but regardless, it's a huge fucking problem.
So I know this was a long video, but I just had to talk about this. I'm not a YouTuber, I'm just a person that is angry and wants other people to be aware of this. If you've made it this far, thank you so much for listening to what I have to say. I hope you have a great day and that you don't find out that you were scammed by your protein powder.
She also had a segment in here where she was mentioning other protein players in the space that were facing legal hot water being sued because of mislabeled products, that maybe didn't have as much protein as the label said. So, like, there is a precedent set where you can't just completely fucking lie about how much protein is in your product. Now, as for whether or not Holmes Nutrition is going to face any legal ramifications, who really knows? But really, this was a very interesting video. Falfin mentions she's not a YouTuber. She was just a victim of this scam and wanted to alert others to it as well. And it's not something that she's doing just trying to fish for clicks or farm a drama or something like that. She was buying this protein powder for years, wasting hundreds of dollars over the course of this period of time, and she's far from the only one. You can see tons and tons of testimonials from people claiming that they've been buying this for years, spending upwards of like $2,000 over the course of this period of time, all under the belief that this product was helping them achieve their health and fitness goals, when really the truth of it appears to be, based on the lab results, that it was actually hampering those goals. It was actively working against them. That fucking sucks. Like, that's terrible. That's a degenerate scam right there, based on all available information. So, I just found this to be so interesting. Falfin absolutely crushed it on this video here. I know she says she's not a YouTuber, but I'm curious if she's going to do any other content in the future, because this was just really well made. And hats off to the Redditor who did the initial investigating in the beginning, sending this to a lab, being alerted to the fact that something is just awry here. It's a bit fishy, and then decided to follow through on an investigation to make sure that, everything was above board here. And then what they found out, they shared with, the world. So that way other people weren't getting, misled by it anymore. So, yeah, anyway, I just had to yap about this one. That's really about it. So, yeah. I saw the comments on the video earlier today. You guys were so nice to me about my hairline. Oh my goodness, I was blushing. Making a 31-year-old man feel like a boy again. So to celebrate, we cracked open a $35,000 box of Magic the Gathering cards. Whoopee! Charlie flushing big bucks down the shitter again for the sake of banger content. And perhaps a bit of mental illness. Little column A, little column B. But you're not my dad, you're not my therapist, so I'm gonna keep doing it. This is something you don't see very often for obvious reasons. A, the boxes don't exist in large capacity anymore. They're extremely rare. And B, they're absurdly expensive. It is a Magic the Gathering box called Legends, which is legitimately a piece of Magic the Gathering history, which is my favorite card game. Have an entire channel dedicated to Magic. And this is part of our series Box Brawl, where we open every set of Magic and then build decks out of our pulls. We each get 9 packs each and make decks and have a brawl with them. So, this is our most expensive Box Brawl to date. The whole thing is up on the Skill Check channel. Hold the opening, that's here on this channel. So if you want to see these cards in action, you can go there. I don't sell the cards or anything like that, but if you were to tally up the total from our pulls, it doesn't even begin to scratch the surface of what was lost financially when purchasing this box and opening it. The second you pull the plastic off, your money just... And that's part of the fun, baby. That's part of the thrill with Box Brawl. So I'll show you the opening here. And like I said, this is like a very important set in Magic history. This came out in 1994. That's the same year I popped into this world through the old birth canal. Now, when we were opening it, I didn't remember how expensive this box was because it'd been like over a year since I had purchased it. So at the time, I thought it was $15,000. But I don't know, due to inflation or maybe, I don't know exactly what prices are looking like in vintage Magic these days, but whatever the case, it is $35,000 right now on the low end. I've seen it go up to $50K, so it's somewhere in that general ballpark. And we ripped this puppy open with reckless abandon, caution to the wind, and built some fucking outrageous decks out of the pulls. So go check out the skill check video if you want to see them in action. There's a link in the description. Hopefully you enjoy the opening here, though. I'm pretty pumped. So this is a Legends box. This was 1994. June. This introduced legendary creatures to the game.
And multicolored spells.
Yep. This is
without this, realistically, Box Brawls
never
exists.
Yeah, we're not born without this.
Yeah, that's true.
We
would cease to be.
Yep. So this is a pretty big one. The hits in this one are chunky. Yeah. So there's a Tabernacle.
Yes.
It's a few thousand ungraded.
We're in the 4 digits?
We're in the 4 digits again.
Yeah.
Matt,
this is a big...
Matt is out of bed.
And I think that, like, the number of these boxes that are just existent or that people know about is, like...
very low.
Pretty low.
Look at how...
I know, look at the...
Oh my
God. It's such thick plastic. It's not like the saran wrap that they use.
This was before we knew plastic was bad for the environment.
Yeah.
Crazy. So we do have a crooked pack, but I think it's because it went from here to here.
They weren't as good back then.
Yeah.
So this came out in June 1994. I came out in May 1994.
Whoa! I came out in August 1994.
Congratulations,
I just barely beat this box out into the world.
I was already at Friday Night Magics when this box was alive. Not really.
Alright, so we're going pack.
Yeah, I think so.
We'll do it that way. Let's see what we get. I think
mine are a little twisted, but that's fine.
There's no foiling in this. This predates that practice.
Okay.
So I think our odds of getting like a big hits are pretty high. So
and we're looking for Tabernacle.
Tabernacle, Chains of Mephistopheles, Moat, The Abyss.
Oh no!
A lot of white and black
Urborg.
spells.
Wow.
Okay. Wow.
A legendary land.
Wow.
You don't see a lot of those.
Is this a how to play?
Look at the first rules clarification. It's 2 paragraphs about bands with other.
Bands.
Do you think anybody's ever played Commander with a Legends box?
I don't think so. I was going to say, I don't know how many boxes of these have even been opened on camera. I bet you there are probably more alpha box openings than there are for Legends boxes.
Do you want to know why? Because this is a 3-mana 2 2/6 with no other text.
Yeah.
You know what that means?
A good game.
Yeah.
Zach actually passed out for how much.
He passed away.
So they don't have any like indicators what's common, uncommon, or rare?
Not at all.
I think the Pit Scorpion was our rare.
So looking at my pack on accident, the first card under this one was the rare.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So then the Tucknear Deathblock, the Summon Legend, is the rare.
So...
Wait, that's actually really good.
It's really not bad. It's a 2/2 4-mana flyer, and I can pay 2, and that's the old tap
That's
symbol.
the old tap symbol, yeah.
Target creature gains +2/+2.
Oh, he's got a flyer.
Yeah, that's good.
My first card, Palladium Moors, the Naya Elder Dragon Legend.
That's
Holy
sick.
shit.
Wait, that's probably a big one. Right?
It's a
Never
Flampler.
sick.
It's a flying trample. You can pay Naya or it dies on every upkeep. And I got Pendlehaven. This is by an artist that I think I have
I love Pendle. You have a mat.
Yeah, I have a playmat. Dwarven Song, Dreamcoat, Equinox again, Giant Turtle,
Huge.
Divine Offering,
Pit Scorpion, yeah.
Enchantment Altruism. Whoa, Glyph of Destruction.
That
That's
looks
cool.
sick.
Duskwood Boars,
It's like a band symbol from the
Amro Kithkin, Transmutation. That's a cool card. Remove Soul, and the Crookshank Kobolds.
All right.
Beautiful.
So we're going to pull off the rules straight into the big hit.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Vivictus Asmadi. It's a ghost song.
Whoa!
It's a Flying, I can play. I can get a bunch of stuff for paying mana.
Jesus, all these legends are flyers.
Yeah.
It's
A
all in-
7 mana, 8 mana flyer with 7, brother. You got
Casimir the Lone Wolf.
Ooh.
It's just a 5/3 legend.
Pretty good.
Dude, legendary creatures
Oh, look,
abound.
another. Jedit Ohanin.
Oh my god.
Oh, you got Urborg.
Urborg.
Yeah.
Urborg. Flash Flood. Crimson Kobolds. Duskwood Boars.
This is so cool.
Yeah, this
is really cool.
I love these old sets.
Mm-hmm.
I believe the most expensive uncommon that you are looking for is Mana Drain.
Oh, that makes
Checks
sense.
out.
Not vampire bats.
No, I'm not thinking vampire
Not
bats.
Wall of Wonder.
Yeah, I imagine not.
What about that 3 mana 2/6 in red that you got? That thing.
Yeah, that's gonna be a beater.
Oh, what did you get?
Uh-oh.
Is this good
Uh-oh.
face?
No, it's just Rasputin.
Incredible.
Yeah, I think it
For-
is.
How much?
He's this. Oh god, sorry.
He is 110.
110, not bad.
All right, Zach. I also pulled your favorite card. Barktooth Warbeard.
Oh, that's Patrick Star.
He's 7 mana legend 6/5 with no other text.
Wow.
Nice.
And I got a Pendlehaven.
Hey.
How much is this box?
I'll double check. I think it's 15K.
Yeah.
15K.
It sits around there.
Yeah.
So, oddly
Hornet
enough,
Cobra?
if some of the hits are a few thousand,
You could get close.
you could get closer on this box than most.
Yeah, 50,
Let's
it's
just
15K.
say I'm not thinking that we're gonna get there so far.
Name just in pencil.
Yes.
You just wrote it there.
This is back, and this was for a long time. A lot of the artists just signed their name on the art on the
Yeah,
card.
so
like,
many have it.
even in the commons, even
Yeah,
in the
it's
rares, like it's on most of them.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's really funny.
This guy, I think, put a year. I think this says 93.
Yeah.
Is Reverberation anything? Or is that just a big bunch of trash?
Really big?
At least I got another legend. The Riven Turnbull.
Oh,
Oh yeah, this guy.
He's a 5/7 and he can tap to add black mana.
Wow.
Would you like to swing your 5/7 or
Well,
get
he's
one
a
black
7
mana?
mana 5/7. So either way, I
Oh,
think
yeah.
the game is over. I would like to summon Zach for a cameo that he may rip
Zach,
Bring him in.
Come on here, boss.
All right, let's surf this. Also, I can't believe no one has said Elder Dragons are in this set.
Yeah.
This is where Commander comes from.
Nico Bolas.
think so.
One of the big
Yeah, Nicol
Any of the
Bolas.
Elder Dragons
What?
could be your commander, and that was the
Yeah,
idea.
Palladium Ores.
That's cool.
All right, we're
Make
looking
this
at
as muddy.
Ramses Overdark.
Oh,
What
good.
a stupid name.
Destroys a target creature which has an enchantment card played on it.
Well, that's my first D&D OC.
Abomination.
He was an abomination.
I don't know why it
Winds
sounded
of
like you said
Change.
abomination.
Abomination.
Backfire.
Abomination.
Glyph of Life.
Abomination!
Remove soul. Active volcano. It looks like a tropical island, but it's not.
True.
Barbary apes.
Yes.
If apes, monkeys. Or something like that.
Big.
Thank you, Zach.
Nice. Big pack. Big pack.
Overdark is really going to help.
Here comes the big pack. Nope, that's Sentinel. Don't nobody care about that goofball.
What the heck is that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Wait,
But
the
he
next
looks.
one looks cool.
I mean, he looks really fucking sad and stupid.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Chase, I want you to open this pack.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be careful, because the one under that is the rare.
The one under this.
Yeah.
It comes at you quick.
Yeah, he
Comes at you quick.
starts
Comes
punching.
fast, like many of us. Oh, that's cool.
Rogar.
Yeah.
Care keep. Put them in the right piles. Evil Eye of Ormsbygor.
Wow.
That's all one word.
That's amazing.
Ormsbygor. Backfire.
Back shots.
Casimir the Lone Wolf. Giant. Wow, that's a guy.
Oh my god, that art is
Oh my
so
god.
Is he
Oh,
cool?
he's got a beer belly.
Oh my god, that's revolting.
I actually saw it earlier and just stopped looking at it because it made me uncomfortable.
That looks like a Smiling Friends character.
Oh, yeah.
And Emerald Dragonfly and Alabaster Potion.
Alabaster.
Thank you very much, Chase.
Nice.
Nice.
I might be playing kobolds, dude. That's
Yeah,
so
that guy's
sick.
cool. That's really cool.
Let's get a real hit now.
Yeah,
That's
Matt.
Chase of the other channel appearing at the skill check channel
Yes.
on Charlie's channel.
Yes.
This is
That makes
Inception.
sense.
All
That
right,
makes
guys,
sense.
you want
Yeah,
to stop
yeah.
fucking around here?
Yeah.
Kabam! Axelrod Gunnarsson.
It's my favorite.
I did not make that up. That's Axelrod Gunnarsson.
Damn it, he's gonna be worthless.
He's an 8 cost Rakdos. He's got trample, 5/5, and each time a creature is placed in a graveyard during a turn in which Axelrod damaged it, you gain 1 life and he does 1 damage to a target creature.
Of course.
Okay.
Hammerheim. It's a land.
You think this is repacked? We haven't got anything big yet.
Winds of Change. I think we got a $100 Rasputin.
We got a lot of packs to go.
Could be repacked though.
It's a certainty. How long ago did you get this?
Like 6 months ago, probably.
That guy's long gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Danny.
Go,
you skip town.
So what's the
Tabernacle.
What is the price on this box so I know what I'm getting
15K.
into? Oh,
Yeah.
That gets you up in the morning.
Yeah,
It's a little bit of a.
Let's get him in there.
Yeah.
Maybe that was the trick.
Damn it.
Oh, shit.
It all just changed.
Yeah.
No. Nope.
Nope.
Wall
It's garbage.
of opposition.
Ooh, a wall is the rare is tough.
Yeah, that's
maybe
bad.
the rare is the
Yucky.
second position.
Yeah, it's actually going to be. Where's your red pile?
Oh, this is a bad repack?
Oh, Lady Orca.
Yeah, I got one.
Yeah, no, this is definitely repacked, I think.
If Danny can't pull.
Yeah.
Every time we open a box, it blows my mind that magic still exists. Like they
Charlie?
made it through this time.
You get anything?
You want to tell me about the art on this card?
Oh, what the fuck?
That is a nude woman.
It is just a naked
I'll
woman.
tell you about that.
Fully nude woman.
I've seen one of those before.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
He's bullying the cards.
Oh. That's not working.
Wait a minute.
Oh, but it's Boris Devilboom.
Of course.
Summons a minor.
With an E or an O.
I can pay 4 to put a minor demon token into play.
Holy shit.
Storm Seeker. Mountain Stronghold. These are new.
Yeah.
All right, Drew, take it home.
All right. I reversed my pack like how Ryan
Thank
did.
God. I was going to say that was ass.
Bloodlust.
terrible.
Red Mana Battery.
Red Rocket.
Whoa.
You mean like Fallout, right? You're talking about Fallout?
Giant Strength. Dude, what did they do to fuck that guy up so bad?
Well, he's just shit.
Cold of Carekeep.
Oh, it's the long road or whatever. The shit in the road.
Yeah, the long walk.
Yeah.
Surely it gives us at least a mana drain, right?
Yeah.
I would
Flash
hope
counter?
so.
How much is mana drain worth?
It is 210.
Surely it gives us at least 10 of those,
Did
right?
Evan and
think
Archer?
so.
You think we're up to like 500?
Maybe.
Oh, Mountain
probably.
Stronghold and... Oh! Angus McKenzie is a hit.
Is it?
Yes.
260, I think.
All right, we're back.
Angus McKenzie.
We are
baby.
back. Everyone is cheering because it's worth money, but when you're going to see this in the game, that card just says a person doesn't do combat
Yeah.
damage. This is going
It's
to be
fog.
horrible.
It is
What the
fog.
fuck? Every turn.
Let me see. What is it?
Creatures attack and block as normal, but none deal any damage. All attacking creatures are still tapped.
Oh, Divine Intervention! Yes!
How big?
No, it's not. It's not like that. It's an 8-mana enchantment that says put 2 counters on this card. Remove a counter during your upkeep. When you remove the last counter from Divine Intervention, the game is over and considered a draw.
Our first draw.
That's very cool.
I am playing it.
135.
Oh! I forgot I had a pack to my left. Maybe it was sitting to the side.
Oh my god.
The sticky pack.
Oh, All Hallows Eve.
Oh,
That's
I
big.
love that card.
That's really big. I think that's bigger than Angus.
500.
We're back, baby.
I mean, let me just get through here quick. I don't see anything that good.
Yeah.
Sick rare though. Sick.
That's a cool rare.
Dude,
Yeah.
All Hallows Eve is so
Huge.
sick, dude.
Oh, Nicobolus.
Oh!
You
How
have
many?
to play him.
That's the guy.
How many schmeckles?
About 200.
OG Nicobolus.
Jesus. Look at those pips.
He's lounging.
2 blue, 2 black, 2 red, 2 generic.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Godspeed.
Not bad. Not a terrible box.
Yeah, but so much
Would
fun.
have been worse. That was cool.
Yeah.
So, if you want to see us play with these cards, you can go over to Skill Check and actually watch us sleeve these make decks, play them, which is crazy. Nobody plays Magic this old.
That's true. It's just us.
for
It's just us.
I'm gonna play all planes in Divine Intervention.
I saw a video today of a fedora tipping gentle sir freaking out, going ballistic, and I thought for sure it was just a skit. It was a staged video. It was fake for the sake of like rage baiting and engagement farming. But now I've seen that same video being picked up by actual journalists, like actual outlets. So maybe it's real. I just find it hard to believe that this is legitimate because everything about it is too perfect. This guy is wearing a Demon Slayer shirt with a pseudo trench coat and calling himself the name of a fictional character who is known for being in a trench coat, and he just actually looks like the quintessential Discord moderator.
Hello? Hi there, can you open this door, please?
For what?
I just want to make sure that everything's okay. There seems to be something going on.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I just figured I'd check on something.
This saint was just in the neighborhood making sure that there was no ne'er-do-wells up to no good. He has just finished his training with the katana. He often studies the blade, and he thought he would just kindly pay you a visit just to make sure everything's all right over there. He is a master of cringe breathing, and this guy is a force to be reckoned with, so if there was any trouble, he could just slay them on the spot. This fucking guy is like a mystical cryptid. He's like Santa Claus, but for Redditors. How Santa Claus knows who's been naughty or nice, this guy knows who's got too low of karma, and he pays them a visit, but instead of wiggling his big ass down their chimney, he just knocks on their front door and then blows a fucking gasket.
I don't know what you want, man. Get out of my house.
Open this fucking door. Where's your daughter, man? Where's your daughter, man?
What are you talking about?
Where's your daughter? Who's in there with you?
Bro.
I can't believe the door didn't just explode. He should have deatomized that bitch. This is a very strong advertisement for that door. It must be like an adamantium core in there, because I don't know how it withstood the power of this man's kicks. Granted, he was nerfed. He was wearing flip-flops, so he couldn't really get the oomph, the elbow grease that he usually would get there, but this is a superhuman we're dealing with. It was so powerful it almost sent him tumbling backwards. He had to regain his balance while, falling back down the stairs there. It was a devastating blow right there. That shit would make Omni-Man tremble. And then he starts asking where his daughter is. Perfectly normal question to be asking a complete stranger. Maybe he'd been talking to some kids on Roblox or something, and now he's trying to track them down. I have no idea, but it immediately gets unhinged. And speaking of unhinged, you're crazy if you don't check out the new Starforge sale going on right now. There's a huge sale on Voyager, Navigator, and Collab PCs, so click the link in the description, best PCs in the universe.
Bro, if you don't
Open this fucking door. Open this door, I'm breaking it fucking down. You understand me?
Leave my house. You don't...
Are you okay? Is everyone in this house okay?
What? Everyone's okay. What do you want?
It's hard to tell because of the quality on the Ring doorbell, but he's actually activating his Sharingan right now. It's about to get serious. They're in a standoff right now, and he is subtly powering up because it's looking like it's gonna be a scrap. And trust me, I know a warrior when I see one. This guy fucks. Like, this is not someone you want to be taking lightly here. His body is a weapon of mass destruction. He looks like if someone wished Millhouse was real.
Can you leave my house, please?
Can you open the door, please?
You have nothing to do with my house. Can you leave my house?
You know what my name is?
I don't know who you are. You don't belong to this neighborhood. That's for sure.
This is my neighborhood, though.
Yeah, I live there. I don't know you.
My name is Harry Dresden, motherfucker. Open the door. This is my neighborhood. Open the fucking door.
Yeah, that's the thing I mentioned at the start. He calls himself Harry Dresden, which is a fictional character from something called the Dresden Files. He's a professional wizard who solves supernatural crime. This is why I'm saying, like, I find it so hard to believe that this is real. Like, he's the one that just offers that up out of nowhere. It feels like they were trying to really dial up, like, the amount of cringe, so now he's trying to pretend that he's a professional wizard and investigator and that this is his neighborhood. You're on the property of Harry Dresden. You're breathing my air, Buster, so you better open this door. I gotta go in there and check. Where's your daughter at, huh? Where's she at? And then, like, throwing these, like, puny kicks and stuff. And now he's about to get a lot more wild about it. Like, to me, it just feels fake. Like, it feels like this is all staged. Everything about it is just too perfectly embarrassing and, like, shameful. This guy is what you picture when you think of Reddit mod, like, hey, I saw that your comment got down-duded a lot. I've decided to ban you for the sake of the r/defending AI art community to get out of here. That kind of thing.
No, or I will fucking end you. Do you understand me?
Now you better start sweating. He put on the big boy voice. He got low into the baritone, the sultry tones there. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, no more Mr. Nice Guy. Playtime's over. Scary. Aura so powerful I was trembling through the computer screen and it wasn't even my Ring doorbell. Just seeing the way he monk palm strikes it, the way he's grabbing at it, like, oh man. I don't know the aftermath here. I don't know if the homeowner called the police, but if he did, I don't know if the police are strong enough to stop this man on a rampage. That probably was just more bodies left in his warpath. It's terrifying. Having the virgin Viltrumite come up to this guy's door and start asking where his daughter is and whatever. It's what a wild set of circumstances here, and what an interesting freakout. Like I said, I still am not convinced this is real. Everything about it is too perfect to showcase a loser, like a pathetic, unhinged loser. And I feel like this guy had to be in on it for the sake of engagement farming. I feel like he was typecast to play this character in this video. I don't know. I still just have a hard time buying into the authenticity of this. But who knows? Maybe it is completely real. Either way, wanted to yap about it. That's about it. See ya. Kevin O'Leary has quickly become one of my least favorite people on this planet. He is unfathomably cringe, and yet he is still extremely vocal and can't stop chirping about his 40,000 acre data center in Utah. He's doing this nationwide humiliation ritual where he's going on like every platform imaginable, just be clowning himself publicly. He is an embarrassing specimen. He is a disgusting fungus worm man who can't help but yap and squeal about garbage that he is just truly clueless on. Like, he is actually an observably dumb person. And he continues to try and LARP as an American, despite not even being a U.S. citizen. He is Canadian. He has not even bothered to become a U.S. citizen. Yet he's willing to go around preaching about American values and trying to, dictate how policy should be. He's singing the blues about, oh, this is so bad now. People don't support my 40,000 acre data center in Utah. Those aren't real Americans. Those aren't real patriots. Those are Chinese spies. When he himself is not a fucking American. He is a fraud. This guy is a actual miasma of cringe, filth, and greed. And also, he is a billionaire. Why hasn't he just done the $1 million enema infusion into Trump's butthole to get that nice golden toilet paper to be just a citizen through money? He hasn't even bothered to do that. Genuinely, I can't fucking stand this guy. He is just trying to pillage and loot this country through his projects, most notably his 40,000 acre data center that's being brute forced through in Utah. And he just recently went on a couple of platforms and continued to make a fool of himself, so I'm going to shoot spitballs at him now for that. This guy is just more fake than Kristi Noem's husband's tits. This guy, there's not a single genuine real thing about him.
Elevate Strategies, also a cell operating inside of Utah. Gabby Finlayson. Gabby, what are you doing? And why? Who's paying you?
Well,
Hi, hello. It's me, Gabby Finlayson.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, who would want us to stop building our electrical grid? Which adversary would want that? There's only one. It's China. So what I think is happening, and I got my guys to go a deep dig into the IP addresses, and here's what we found out. This is fascinating. We found 2 cells inside of Utah. Elevate Strategies. Gabby Finlayson. Gabby, what are you doing? And who's paying you? So what I'm doing right now is, after getting this data, I'm calling out Gabby, operating in Utah.
So, hi Kevin. We are Elevate Strategies. This is Utah. You might not know it because you're from Canada. This is where we live.
It irks me to no end. It is nails on a chalkboard painful listening to this slug man, Kevin O'Leary, utter the words "our." Having those words leave his filthy, corrupt, contaminated lips that are used solely to kiss ass drives me up the fucking wall. What do you mean, our, Kevin? You're not American. Why are you saying our electrical grid? You are not on the team, bud. You're not even on the bench. You are not in this at all, Kevin. You can't speak for Americans. You aren't one. You don't even bother to try and become one either. It is a complete disregard for this nation. You use it solely to line your own pockets. You fucking suck, man. Now, he's trying to call out Elevate Strategies, which is an organization in Utah, and he's saying that they're actually Chinese spies, and he thought he had like this gotcha moment, this dunk where it's like calling one of them out by name, Gabby. So come, Gabby, I'm shining a light here. Show yourself. And I guess he was expecting, a fucking Chinese operative to step forward, or just complete radio silence and crickets, but what he got was the actual organizers here, Gabby herself, coming forward and talking about their goals and what they are doing in Utah as people that actually live and work there. This isn't some fucking grand conspiracy to try and stop these benevolent saints from bestowing upon us plebeians the gift of data centers. We have so many data centers that are blowing up across the country. Well, not literally. Don't worry, BlackRock's already taken that into account. I yapped about that yesterday. I mean, like this explosion of data centers being built. Like they are pushing for data centers in every single location imaginable. You'll probably find some data centers in your fucking thoughts too. They're starting to put them there as well. Like they're actually going everywhere. And we have the information from the data centers that have been operational for a while that it is a terrible deal for all the normal working people. The normal civilians get butt fucked by this. Their energy bills go through the roof. They lose water quality. It's just a complete contamination to their way of life in their local communities. And again, it doesn't bring jobs. I've mentioned this a lot. I've yapped about this endlessly, especially over the last couple weeks. One of the biggest data centers in this country only employs roughly 150 full-time employees, and normal average-sized data centers run as lean as 20 to 25 employees. They are not giving jobs to the community, so the community sees none of the upside. It doesn't benefit them in any way, shape, or form. I know I already mentioned it, but because of the huge energy demand for these data centers, it then inevitably has the consequence that all of the local community members have their energy bills fucking skyrocket, and of course there is the impact on water and all that. But then there's also something that's starting to develop now. It happened very recently. I talked about it yesterday. NV Energy, an energy supplier to Lake Tahoe residents, let them know that they're just not going to be giving power to the people anymore. They are now going to solely focus on delivering power to their local data centers. So now 50,000 residents in Lake Tahoe are now at a risk of not even having power because NV Energy just decided it's more lucrative to just solely work with AI and basically fuck you to all of the actual human beings that rely on them for the energy to live. So now they have to try and scramble by 2027, only a year, to find a new power supplier to these 50,000 residents. It's actual insanity. Normal people do not want data centers, and they are doing all they can to fight back, albeit unsuccessfully because of the intense corruption, especially in like Utah, where 3 people, one of them even fighting for hell, saying for hell's sakes, grow up. People that are literally just going against the will of the people, deciding to brute force it through because they get some doubloons out of that deal most likely. However, I would like to highlight a successful one that has recently unfolded, where recently in Missouri, the council that pushed through a data center initiative, all of them got voted out in a landslide defeat, and now they're setting their sights on the mayor who allowed this to happen as well. This is exactly how it should be. If you are not going to actually represent the people in your community, if you are going to go against their interest in order for your own greed and exploitation, you lose your job. You lose that position. That's exactly how it should be. That's exactly what's happening in this Missouri community. So hats off to them, and I hope to see more of this shit continue. Anyway, back to clowning on Kevin O'Leary.
Before we get into anything too serious, this is the very scary, very intimidating man that is threatening us. We are not taking the criticism of anyone who is wearing flip-flops and a suit on national television. You know, it's not every day you get called out by first and last name on Fox News by a Canadian billionaire trying to ruin my state, but here we are.
Kevin is such a quirk chungus Reddit loser. He's wearing pink flip-flops with his suit and a Utah national security hat. Because he's cosplaying as this big, rough and tough guy. It's like if you went into a character creator in a video game and intentionally tried to make the most insufferable looking asshole you could think of. And he also has a life-size cardboard cutout of him in the same room.
I want a forensic audit of who's funding their platforms. Who is it? So these are proxies for the Chinese government's my argument. And if they're not, because I want them to be able to defend their name to Gabby, come out wherever you are.
Okay, Kevin, go ahead. Mr. Wonderful's Nancy Drew little detective agency, have at it, brother, because if we were Chinese operatives, we would be the worst operatives in the entire world. Someone alert Beijing that the payment portal to Jackie and I's Amex bills is somehow broken. As a reminder, we run Democratic campaigns in the state of Utah. If we were in this to be making money, we would be doing literally anything else. And you should know that because your job is to give small business owners an aid. But if we're talking about audits, we should be auditing the Stratos Project. We should be auditing all of the politicians that, I don't know, do you have property surrounding the Stratos Project? Or maybe do you have interests that you were changing the laws before this was created? Hypothetically. We're just saying we should maybe look into people that stand to make hundreds of millions of dollars off this project.
Audit is a word that should be treated like Voldemort in Kevin's vocabulary. He should fear the word audit. Because if anyone actually gave a fuck about Kevin's business dealings, they would uncover some extremely shady shit, I imagine. The last thing he would want is any kind of auditing for his projects like the 40,000 acre data center, the Stratos project. He's trying so hard to use the worn out method of everyone who disagrees with my business practices is a spy or a terrorist. They're not real Americans. But it doesn't work, Kevin, because data centers are so unanimously hated by real people that actually live in these communities that you are infesting that this just doesn't fly. Because, again, average ordinary people are directly impacted by this in a wildly negative fashion, and they do actually go out and try and fight against it. So when you, a foreign billionaire, come over and start stepping all over them, insulting them and saying that they're not real Americans, they're being paid by China or being bussed in and aren't actually representative of the real enthusiasm true Americans have around data centers, it just doesn't work. People see right through the lie. He also just can't help himself but to go on this humiliation ritual where he makes it abundantly clear that he is just actually a stupid imbecile, like a bumbling moron. There's always this perception that if you have as much money as Kevin, you must be smart, but Kevin is doing everything he can to show that that's just not the case.
To stop advancement of technology with the uncertainty it brings has always been a dilemma in capitalism and in America. And it's a fair comment.
But how is this capitalism? If taxpayers are paying for some of it, how is that capitalism? That seems...
Oh, I think that's no different than building an apartment building downtown in Austin. You can get incentives for that too, and that's just part of how it works. You can debate
How is that capitalism? How is that free market? If politicians are handing you other people's money to do it, how is that capitalism?
Well, capitalism is built into the Constitution, which I think was genius.
As I said, he's been going on like every platform imaginable, and every time he finds a way to look dumber and dumber. So throughout this interview, he continues to like flounder. He was also then asked about like, well, what jobs is it going to bring? Because Kevin keeps talking about the millions of jobs that this is going to bring. People just don't see the vision. And he couldn't actually name any jobs or actually explain that thought process of his. And also, it looks like he's fucking zooted out of his mind. Why does he keep zoning out? Is he blue screening in the brain? Is he seeing a ghost or like a big floating pair of titties? Like, what does Kevin keep looking off into? Is he that shy, maybe? I don't know. This guy just super sucks. And it's not just the AI data centers that he's doing his best to go to bat for and defend tooth and nail. He also just loves to go on and talk about, like, American policies and stuff, and his view on how that should be.
The problem with that sentiment is that you were born in 1954.
Yeah.
Okay? You're
Very popular
You're
that
71.
Yeah.
Right? In 1954,
By the way, I'm a vampire. I'm never gonna die,
during your lifetime, we've actually had Brown v. Board of Education.
I remember.
Yeah, Brown v. Board of Education. I don't know how you remember it. I think you were like 2 months old. But I'm not finished yet.
Kevin can't help but perpetually interrupt when he's backed into a corner, which is always. This guy, if he didn't have money, would have just been the kind of douchebag, the kind of dweeb that just gets shoved into lockers. So he tried to pretend he knew what Brown v. Board of Education was. He's like, oh yes, I actually remember that. Very, very vividly, in fact. And the guy there's like, no, you definitely don't. You would have been 2 months old. And also, you're not American. Kevin, you're not American. You wouldn't know anything about what he's describing here, what he's going over. I know you've never opened up a fucking American history book. You don't have a clue what he's talking about, but he likes to pretend. He's a LARPer. He is a full-blown red alert LARPer. It's all he fucking does. Well, to be fair, I guess it's not all he does. He also can't help but constantly remind people that he was in Marty Supreme. That's what you heard right there where he said, I'm a vampire, by the way. That's a reference to one of his character's lines from that film where he plays a villain. It's like the only thing Kevin's done in recent memory where there was any level of praise for his work. So he's still riding that high, and he will not let people forget the vampire line from his Marty Supreme debut. It's actually a SpongeBob ripped pants moment. He just keeps doing it. I ripped my pants. I'm a vampire. Fucking loser, man. I hate Kevin O'Leary. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about it. He just goes on to keep embarrassing himself every time he does one of these shows. It is indefensible what he is doing in Utah with the 40,000 acre data center. This guy sucks major ass. Fuck you, Kevin O'Leary. That's really about it. See ya.